Chapter 767. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua dodged the man's palm and said with a smile, "Sir, even if you want to find trouble with me, you should at least give me a reason. Even if it's groundless, you should at least let me know. You're trying to get physical with me right from the start. This doesn't seem to be the fine tradition of your Misty Hall. You're just a bastard from the Pill Tower Hall. Of course I know what you've done. If you hadn't offended my junior sister of the Misty Hall, how would I have thought of finding trouble with you? You should know it yourself by patting your chest." This guy's mouth was immoral, but he immediately pointed out the reason he was here. It was because of the junior sister that Zhang Xiaohua had offended. Zhang Xiaohua sighed helplessly. Speaking of offending the junior sisters of the Misty Hall, which one of them hadn't been smeared with Zhang Xiaohu's bath water? Who knew which one this burly man was talking about? Of course, this wasn't a reason for Zhang Xiaohua to sigh. This was a secret that Zhang Xiaohua and his brother strictly guarded. Even Chang'e didn't know about it, so how could this burly man know? What Zhang Xiaohua sighed was, "It's understandable that you want to win the favor of your junior sister, but you can't vent your anger on me. It's really immoral to build the happiness of the two of you on my pain." Zhang Xiaohua was also depressed and unconsciously labeled them as a moral couple. She thought to herself, "It's fine if you two are jealous, but why do you have to drag me into it? Could it be that you can only show your masculinity by bullying an outsider like me? Maybe after breaking my arms and legs, he will still try to curry favor with others." The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the angrier she got. She couldn't stand those who bullied the weak. Now that this burly man was bullying her, who was obviously a minor disciple of the Pill Tower Hall, she was even angrier. At this moment, the burly man changed his grip into a fist and a big fist smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. How can this be? When Zhang Xiaohua heard the wind from the punch, he knew that the man had used 80% of his strength. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Pill Repository Hall, he wouldn't be able to dodge it and might even be crippled. Thus he didn't reply. He had a plan in mind and stretched out his fist, placing it in the direction of the man's fist. He didn't dodge or use any strength. The man frowned slightly, but his eyes were filled with a smile. The momentum of his fist did not decrease in the slightest as it directly smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's small and skinny fist. To be honest, even though he had used 80% of his strength, he still had some strength left. If Zhang Xiaohua was unable to dodge it, he would not dare to smash his fist on her head as it could easily kill her. All he wanted was to teach Zhang Xiaohua a lesson and win a smile from the beauty. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua calmly punching him, he thought that breaking the bones of this annoying disciple of the Pill Repository Hall wouldn't incur any punishment from the law enforcement disciples of the Ethereal Hall, right? Just as the burly man's junior sister's smile blossomed, he heard the expected sound of his fingers breaking. Before his smile could blossom, it was immediately strangled by the immense pain from his fist. Ouch! The man couldn't help but cry out in pain as he held his injured right hand. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua in astonishment and said, "You?" After saying "you" for a long time, he still couldn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the man's fingers and knew that a few of them were broken. It was only a slight piercing pain, and it was much lighter than the injuries she suffered at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. The corner of her mouth curled up as she scolded, "Uncle, how do you feel? Do you feel that you deserve it?" The man seemed to be still pondering why his fist had smashed into something as hard as a rock, and not an ordinary person's fist like he had imagined. Therefore, he didn't answer for a moment. Seeing the man's slow reaction, Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and smiled. "Uncle, are you the senior brother that Tian was talking about? The one who always strikes up a conversation with her?" Yes, how did you know?" "Nonsense. On the surface, I have offended 2 female disciples of the Misty Hall at second brother's place. One is Xiao Tian and the other is junior sister E, who has a huge number of pimples on her face. Even if I used my heel to think, the possibility of it being Xiao Tian was very high. How did this guy get into the Misty School? Don't tell me that they didn't check if he was as stupid as an ox? This young master was incomparably smart and was even rejected by the Misty School. How did this guy get into the inner circle of the Misty School? The people who recruited disciples back then were really blind. Thinking about how she was rejected by the Lotus Escort Agency and the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was unfair. She couldn't help but have evil thoughts. She smiled and said, "This kind of thing, how could I not know? Tian also told me that she ignored you, but you still showed up in front of her every day or every other day. Although you didn't speak sometimes and only looked at her from behind, she saw it all. She also hinted to you many times, but you didn't understand, or maybe you didn't want to understand at all." Yes, junior sister Xiao, she... Halfway through, the man's face changed dramatically. Ignoring his injured right hand, his left hand pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and roared, "You... How did you know? How can you call her Tian? Say it." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said helplessly, "Uncle, have you not studied before? Don't you know that the ancients said, 1,000 miles of marriage is linked by a thread? If fated, 1,000 miles will meet, if not, we will not know each other? Oh, there's also love at first sight?" Zhang Xiaohua used all the idioms she knew and looked at the man with a smile that wasn't a smile. How is this possible? How could junior martial sister Xiao take a fancy to a pretty boy like you? The man was both shocked and angry, and his voice was trembling. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and wagged her tail. She almost took out her fan and said sourly, "Beautiful women like little white faces. This is an ancient saying. I think even someone like you who hasn't studied for many days knows this. Tell me, if a female disciple like Tian doesn't like a little white face like me, why would she like a brute like you?" The man almost flew into a rage and was about to punch again. But the moment he moved, it affected the place where his broken bones were, causing it to hurt even more. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What's more, this little white face is even fiercer than you. Why wouldn't she like me?" When the man heard this, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. "That's about it, he." Zhang Xiaohua secretly felt good, but she still said, "What? You don't believe me? What's there to not believe? If Tian wasn't interested in me, why would she tell me about you? If I didn't hear about you, I would know that she was talking about you the moment I saw you. Sai, if you still don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Why don't you go ask Tian yourself? Maybe you'll only give up if she tells you personally." After saying this, she looked like she wanted to help but couldn't. Sure enough, the man was fooled. He jumped up high and didn't even remember the pain in his finger. He said, I naturally don't believe it. We have been brother and sister for so many years. How could she possibly fall in love with someone else after seeing you a few times? I will go ask her now." Towards the end, his voice became softer and softer, as if he agreed with Zhang Xiaohua's words of love at first sight. Without waiting for him to finish, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the direction of the misty hall. Zhang Xiaohua watched the man's back disappear quickly, and he could vaguely see the commotion for a while. With a smile on his face, he shouted without turning his head, "Senior brother Du, you've been watching this show for a long time. It's time to pay some copper coins." Before he finished speaking, a tall figure floated down from a big tree at the side. With a surprised look on his face, he asked, "Junior brother Ranyu, when did you discover me? It seems like your eyes have never looked in my direction." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his fists and said, "When senior brother Du came out from the direction of my courtyard, I saw it. However, senior brother Du was unreasonable. At that time, you as his senior brother had yet to make a move, so why didn't you stop him? Don't tell me you like to hide in the tree and watch the two tigers fight? Oh right, I have been talking to your senior brother for a long time and I still don't know his name. Is this how the disciples of the Misty Hall are taught? There is no basic etiquette at all." Du Feng's face was a little embarrassed as he licked his lips and said, "This senior brother is called Song Yinghao. His temper is a little rough, but his heart is not bad. Junior brother Run, please don't lower yourself to his level." Faint. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. It was said that officials would protect each other, but in this misty school it was really everyone who protected each other. She couldn't help but sneer, "If your heart is not bad, then you don't tell the reason why you want to grab someone's neck? If you tell the reason, then you hit someone's face with your fist? How could he not have a bad heart at this time? How can I not lower myself to his level?" Du Feng said, "Junior brother Ren's martial arts are very strong. Even Lu Qiaogang is not your opponent. This Song Yinghao probably won't be able to gain any advantage from your hands, so I didn't stop you. Moreover, all the disciples of the Misty Hall know about senior brother Song's temperament. On Shurshin Peak, everyone gives him some leeway. If junior brother Run can teach him a lesson, it may not be a bad thing. Moreover, didn't junior brother Run teach him a lesson just now? Not only did he make him suffer, but he also instructed him to find junior sister Xiao. Presumably, tomorrow you will see Song Yinghao with a bloody nose and a swollen face. If I appear, how can I show junior brother Ren's wisdom? Alas, flattery is the only thing that will work. Senior brother Du, I don't dare to answer your words. Did you come to the courtyard to find me to flatter me? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and laughed. Of course not. I am looking for junior brother Ran because I have something important to discuss with him. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What is it? Chapter 768. Seeing that Du Feng specially came to find him, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and said, I heard that this pill-expanding hall is a peaceful place. How did I become so popular the moment I came? Could it be that you were all so hospitable in the past? Du Feng cupped his hands and said, Junior brother Run has been here for a few days. It seems that there are many disciples who have disturbed you. If I have offended you in any way, I would like to apologize to you. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly supported him and said, One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. I haven't said anything to you yet, and you are in such a hurry to apologize. Could it be that you have something to ask of me? Being seen through by Zhang Xiaohua, Du Feng's face heated up and he felt a little embarrassed. But soon after, he smiled and said, Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to ask if what you said to junior brother Xiao is true? Junior brother Xiao? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Who is this person? What did I say to him? Hearing this, the faint joy on Du Feng's face was immediately swept away. He had seen with his own eyes how Zhang Xiaohua had deceived Song Yinghao. He thought that what he knew was just Zhang Xiaohua casually replying. He could only smile and said, It's that guy who brought a group of young disciples to find trouble with you that day. His name is Xiao Binghe. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead as he remembered. This matter had only happened a few days ago, but Zhang Xiaohua had encountered too many things in the past few days, so he had long forgotten about it. If Du Feng had mentioned Mu Tangchun, he might have immediately thought of it. However, if Xiao Binghe was only mentioned, he naturally did not have much of an impression of him. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Senior brother Du, you must be joking. These days there have been too many people who have come to find trouble with junior brother. Even if I am talented and intelligent, my memory is not clear. With senior martial brother Du's reminder, this little brother remembered. Du Feng was also speechless. Xiao Binghe bringing people to find trouble was wrong. Being ridiculed by Zhang Xiaohua, how could he say anything? His face was slightly red. In the dusk it was hard to see clearly. He smiled and said, I wonder if what junior brother Ren said that day was true? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I forgot that this kind of thing should be told to you. Telling them is like playing the lute to a cow. Oh, is senior brother Du talking about the matter of various herbs or the matter of exchanging pills? This is of course the promise that junior brother Ren made that day. Promises. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, My Ren. At this point she unconsciously rolled her eyes and smiled, saying softly, Senior brother Du, do you think what I said to them is true? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Du Feng could not help but secretly sigh. He cupped his hands and said, Since junior brother Ren said so, this one will not ask anymore. Let's go. Our Misty Hall's Vice Hall Master Qin wants to see you. Vice Hall Master Qin? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and said, Why does she want to see me? Has she seen all the previous disciples of the Pill Tower Hall? Du Feng shook his head and said, Although this deal with the Pill Tower Hall is managed by Vice Hall Master Qin, she is very busy every day. How can she have the leisure to care about this? This one discussed with the other senior brothers and reported the situation to Vice Hall Master Qin. It was only because she heard your nonsense that day that she felt it was inconceivable and thought of asking me to ask if it was true. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Since it was not because of other things and it was not because of Chang'e and Chan Chen's report, it must be because of the Misty Hall's business. So she cupped her hands and said, "Since Vice Hall Master Qin thinks so highly of this one, please lead the way. Senior brother, do I also want to admire Vice Hall Master Qin's majesty." Admire? Hearing this, Du Feng could not help but smile bitterly and said secretly, "Can this word be used in this way?" However, he just pretended not to hear it and said with a smile, "Junior brother Run, please follow me." Du Feng led Zhang Xiaohua forward. After a while, they came to a place that Zhang Xiaohua was very familiar with. It was the misty hall that Zhang Xiaohua entered when she came to Shixin Peak. At this time there was only Aunt Qin in the misty hall. She was sitting on a chair with her head lowered and pondering. When she heard Du Feng's report, she was delighted and asked first, "Did the disciple of the pill-expanding hall agree?" Du Feng shook his head and said helplessly. He neither admitted nor denied. This disciple doesn't know what he is thinking, but then he told her what he had seen. Hearing this, Aunt Qin frowned and sighed. The disciple sent by the pill-expanding hall is really extraordinary. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Let him in. When Zhang Xiaohua followed Du Feng into the misty hall, she saw Aunt Qin staring at her. She felt a little scared and went forward to salute. Disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall, Ren Xiaoyao, pays his respects to Vice Hall Master Qin. "Oh, Ren Xiaoyao, please get up." Aunt Qin returned the greeting and said, "I wanted to see you for a long time, but there are many things to do in the hall. You saw it the day you arrived. The aftermath of the matter is very complicated, and we have just finished dealing with it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin has a heavy responsibility, and is working hard for all the disciples of the Misty Hall. You are much busier than a small disciple of the pill-expanding hall like me. I can understand. Aunt Qin smiled and said, "I heard from Du Feng that there were many people who went to find trouble with you these few days. Actually, I should have told them earlier. I have caused you to be wronged. I apologize to you here." Zhang Xiaohua quickly stood up and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin, you don't have to be so polite. I am happy that they came to play with me. I am the only one here and they came to find trouble with me because they were afraid I would be lonely. I am very happy and was about to thank you, but you apologized to me first. I can't accept it. In fact, he was cursing in his heart. Sigh, it's even easier to say, "After aborting the child, you can see your parents." That's right. The previous disciples of the pill-expanding hall probably didn't receive such treatment. "Nephew Ren, you must be joking." Aunt Qin closed the distance between them and said with a smile, "Young disciples are full of vigor. If they meet an expert like Nephew Ren, they will also be happy. The two of you can compare notes with each other. It will be a good story between our Shixin Peak and Baiyu Peak." Zhang Xiaohua listened and smiled without saying anything. Aunt Qin glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and Du Feng and asked casually, "I heard from Du Feng that you promised Xiaobinghe that they would fill all the wastelands in the Shixin Peak with herbs. And it would be best if the herbs were the ones that our Misty Hall is short of. You also promised that you would use the most reasonable method to exchange the pills for our herbs. You also said that during the exchange they would personally come out and make the decision for you. Is this true?" If it was usual, Zhang Xiaohua would have already agreed and admitted that it was true. But now, seeing Aunt Qin so serious and happy, she didn't know what medicine she was selling in her gourd. How could she dare to agree casually? She only said vaguely well, it can't be considered as an agreement. It can't be considered as an agreement. I think Deputy Hall Master Qin should know. Whether my promise is true or not. When Aunt Qin heard this, she immediately had a look of realization. With a smile she said, "How can I not know what Nephew Ren is thinking? We are all sensible people. Since we have called you here and only Du Feng is present, you don't have to worry about anything. Tell me, how much of the benefits do you want?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said dumbfounded, "What do you mean by how much of the benefits? What is Deputy Hall Master Qin talking about?" Vice Hall Master Qin smiled coldly and said, "Virtuous Nephew Ren, it is not good for you to feign ignorance like this. We are all people of the pugilistic world. Since we all know this and I have already asked so clearly, virtuous Nephew Ren, can't you name a price?" Zhang Xiaohua's mind turned quickly. She immediately thought of what Xiaobing has said that day and understood. She cupped her hands and said sincerely, "Oh, so Deputy Hall Master Qin is talking about this. Actually, I don't have any thoughts. Even if Deputy Hall Master Qin doesn't give me any benefits, I am also willing to. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Aunt Qin waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Don't put on a sanctimonious face in front of this old lady. I have seen many people like you. In this day and age, if you don't have any benefits for yourself, do you think you can promise so many benefits to our Misty Hall? Such conditions are obviously disadvantageous to our Pill Tower Hall. Aren't you just trying to get more benefits for yourself?" Then he smiled and said, "Nephew Ren is young and thin-skinned. This hall understands that very well. However, Nephew Ren's methods are vicious and your intentions are experienced. This hall admires you greatly. Speak, how much of the benefits do you want?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands and said, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, really? Ha ha, you little brat, you're really giving us a hard time. Forget it, I'll tell you the truth. Our Misty Hall can only give you 30% of the benefits. You can consider it yourself and see if it's suitable." 30%? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She calculated in her heart. 30% of the benefits meant that she had to keep 3 out of 10 elixirs while the Misty Hall could only keep 7. Wasn't it too much of a loss for them? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua hesitating, Deputy Hall Master Qin frowned and said, "Nephew Ran, you have to think carefully. If you ask for an exorbitant price like the previous ones, even 30% will be gone." Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. 30% was not a lot, but didn't the previous ones ask for more? 40%? 50%? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua still hesitating, Deputy Hall Master Qin gritted his teeth and said, "Nephew Ran, forget it. You don't have to think about it. 40% is the final price. If you ask for more, you can only end up like your senior brother of the Pill Tower Hall. Let's break up." No. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hands and said, I don't. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say no. But thinking of what Aunt Qin said just now, she had to change her words. "I don't mean that. I just want 10%. "What? 10%? Aunt Qin was surprised. She looked at Dufeng and said, "Nephew Ran, don't play with me. Could it be that you want to cheat our Misty Hall with those fake and inferior pills?" Chapter 769. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that after he was so kind and didn't want any benefits, she would say that he was pretending to be innocent. He took a step back and said that he only wanted 10% of the benefits, but she said that he was using fake and inferior medicinal pills to coax her. Moreover, Aunt Qin kept increasing the benefits she gave to others by 10%, as if she was afraid that others would beat her to it. Could it be that she was afraid that he would ask for too much? Or was she afraid that she wouldn't feel at ease if she didn't take 10% of the benefits? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. What was wrong with people nowadays? Could it be that it was wrong to live a pure and simple life and pursue a little bit of freedom? Could Juoya, who was different from the rest only by scheming, using some dirty tricks and playing some dirty tricks? Only then could you gain a trace of arrogance? Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly said, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, you're too sensitive. If so, I'll take 20% as a show of sincerity. We'll be on the same side in the future." Aunt Qin still shook her head. "No, at least 30%. I won't feel at ease if it's less. If you come with elixirs that we don't know about, we'll be the ones who get hurt in the end." Trust. Zhang Xiaohua almost looked up to the sky and sighed. The lack of trust in the pill hall directly led to Aunt Qin only using 30% of the benefits to win the hearts of the disciples on duty. Only then could she feel some sense of security in her heart. But where did this trust come from? Cough. Zhang Xiaohua coughed and said, "Let me ask you something that I shouldn't ask. Deputy Hall Master Qin, how much did my senior brothers want before?" Aunt Qin was a little impatient. "Didn't I say just now? There were 50%, 60%, and even 70% last time. Do you all think that our Shirxin Peak is a medicine field that doesn't need copper coins and only wants to take advantage of our Misty Hall's disciples?" Hee, Aunt Qin said in a somewhat threatening tone. "Perhaps my Misty Hall doesn't have much authority, but we have disciples who aren't afraid of death. I'm sure you know what happened to your senior brothers. Breaking their arms and legs is a common occurrence." Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua also sighed as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. She finally understood what Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu meant when they were at Tianmu Peak. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua only thought that she had caught the eye of Elder Zishen. She had walked around Shixin Peak, and it was like a piece of wood being plated with a layer of gold. Although it was still wood on the inside, the surface was gold. The hall master would also put her in an important position. But now, it seemed that the position of Shixin Peak's guard was really a huge fat job. Think about it, from Aunt Qin's tone, she had already bargained for 40%. If she insisted, it was possible for her to get 50%. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any idea how many elixirs there were between Shixin Peak and Baiyu Peak. But the concept of 50% meant that the amount of elixirs that Zhang Xiaohua received every time was the same as the amount of elixirs used by all the disciples of Shixin Peak. What kind of concept was that? Even if one used their heels to think, they would know that it was so fat that it would definitely be blood splashing 3 feet, oil flowing 5 feet. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't stupid enough to think that she was the one who pocketed the 50% elixirs. Not to mention Elder Zishen, even Deputy Hallmaster Su Yongyao, and the others would have to rely on her to bribe them. At this time, thinking of Yongyao's somewhat evasive words, Zhang Xiaohua was even more clear. Poor Misty Hall. Poor Shixin Peak. They had no freedom, no autonomy, no resistance, no escape, and could only bear it silently. They could only maintain their fake dignity by flattering the insignificant disciples on duty of Pill Expansion Hall. That dignity could be broken by a single toe of Pill Expansion Hall. And the consequence of that was to break the hands and feet of the disciples on duty. They didn't even dare to take their lives. What about the people behind these disciples on duty? The people of Misty Hall, from Yang Ruping to Mutang Chun, could only look at them with anger in their eyes. They couldn't do anything to them. And then they could only wait to greet the next disciple on duty with a smiling face. They could only hope that this person would ask for 10% less of the benefits. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's anger towards the harassment of the disciples of Misty Hall these days had already disappeared. They were also helpless and just wanted to give her some external pressure, hoping that she wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Alas, in fact, was it useful? If she didn't break the existing pattern and fight for the position of Shixin Peak, even if they continued to harass her, as long as she asked for 10% more of the benefits, wouldn't they all make unnecessary sacrifices? But what did she need so many elixirs for? To keep them for herself? The elixirs she refined were many times better than these elixirs. Forget it, she didn't want to develop in Pill Expansion Hall. Let those vampires in Pill Expansion Hall go to hell. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pondering, Aunt Qin also pondered. After a while she asked, "What do you think, Nephew Ran?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Well, since Aunt Qin gave me so much face, how could I refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? I'll take the 30% of the benefits." Aunt Qin was incomparably delighted. She didn't expect this disciple on duty to be so easy to talk to. 30% of the benefits was something she had never dreamed of. 40% was her bottom line. If it was 50%, to be honest, she had no choice but to agree. Therefore, she still said in disbelief, "You really only want 30%? Don't you intend to keep some for yourself?" Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and laughed. A gentleman keeps his word. Not only that, what I said to Xiao Binghe before was true. When the day of the transaction comes, just let them come over. Aunt Qin scratched her head, her heart full of astonishment. Xiao Binghe's words were just an excuse for her to let Zhang Xiaohua come over. How could she take it seriously? In her heart, she had already taken Zhang Xiaohua's words as a joke. The process of the transaction was supposed to be decided by the disciple on duty. It was also the process of them doing something fishy. How could they let the disciples of the Misty Hall interfere? Aunt Qin couldn't help but stare at Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat childish face. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't think that this person in front of her was Zhang Xiaohua. After all, they looked too similar. And they were exactly the same. But it was because of this that she was very puzzled. How could there be no change after not seeing each other for several years? Therefore, for a moment she was only suspicious. Of course, there was another very important reason. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the Yulon Grand Canyon with Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chan Chun. If this Zhang Xiaohua was the manservant of Huanqi Manor, then as the elder brother, Zhang Xiaohu had no reason not to recognize him. But even if Zhang Xiaohu recognized him and helped to hide it, He wouldn't hide it from Chang'e and Chan Chan. But who were Chang'e and Chan Chan? They were the disciples that Aunt Qin had brought up since they were young. They wouldn't hide anything from Aunt Qin. If this young man was Zhang Xiaohua, Chang'e and Chan Chan would have told her at the first moment. Since they didn't say it, this person definitely wasn't Zhang Xiaohua. It had to be said that Aunt Qin's analysis was very thorough, but the result of her analysis was based on the loyalty of Chang'e and Chan Chan. What about Chang'e and Chan Chan? They had long been on the side of outsiders. Not to mention the so-called small matter of Zhang Xiaohua being the disciple on duty in the pill opening hall. They didn't mention a word about the kindness of replacing Zhang Xiaohua to spread merits and collecting all the injured disciples of the Misty School. Aunt Qin stared at Zhang Xiaohua until her hair stood on end. She unconsciously laughed and said, "Deputy Hallmaster Qin, you still can't believe it, right?" "Haha, not at all." Aunt Qin waved her hand and motioned for Dufeng to leave. Then she said, "It's really a blessing for the pill opening hall to cultivate a disciple like Nephew Ran. It's also a blessing for you. If your senior fellow apprentices were like this, how could they have broken up? Of course, if it weren't for their greed, how could our hall have met such a young talent like Nephew Ran?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly cupped her hands and said that she didn't dare. Aunt Qin changed the topic and said with a smile, "But I have a question to ask Nephew Ran." When Zhang Xiaohua saw Dufeng leave, she knew that Aunt Qin had something to ask. She smiled and said, "Deputy Hallmaster Qin, just say it. We were in the same boat just now and I still want to stay on this boat for a few more years." "Good." Aunt Qin gave her a thumbs up and praised. "Nephew Ran is very forthright. It's nothing much. I just want to ask you about someone." Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be stunned and said, "Someone? Which senior fellow apprentice of Bai Yefeng?" "It's not Bai Yefeng's senior fellow apprentice." Aunt Qin's face was mysterious, but her eyes were staring into Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. She whispered, "I want to ask Nephew Ran if you know Zhang Xiaohua?" Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua secretly thought. However, since Aunt Qin had just negotiated with her and now asked her this question, it meant that Chang'e and Chan Chan didn't tell her that she was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. Although her heart skipped a beat, her eyes didn't shrink back at all. She smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaohua? You don't know her? What an ugly reputation. Is she a village girl?" "Vice Hallmaster Qin, you're wrong. My pill repository hall has a majority of male disciples and I've never seen many female disciples. If you want me to inquire about the inner sect female disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, you're wrong. I also know very little." Then he looked at Aunt Qin's appearance and suddenly realized something. He said, "Could it be that she's an inner disciple of Misty Hall? Is she Xiao Tiantian's junior or senior fellow apprentice? If she's like junior sister E, Deputy Hallmaster Qin should keep your mouth shut." Hearing this, Aunt Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hand and said, "This person is not a female disciple of Misty Hall or Lingxiang Peak." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Then whose name is it? Could it be Xiaohua, Xiao Chao, or Puppy's name?" Chapter 770. The awakening pill in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace began to gestate. Zhang Xiaohua adjusted the fire slightly and left the alchemy room. After entering the alchemy room, she had a few days of leisure. There was no movement from Oyan's side, but He Tianshu wanted to take a look. He had sealed her acupoints for so long, it was time to unseal them. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua came to the small room, Zhang Xiaohu was anxiously pacing inside. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in with a relaxed face, he couldn't help but ask Xiaohua, "Where have you been these days? You didn't even show up. Even when I sent people to the small courtyard of the alchemy hall to look for you, no one answered." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, don't worry. Didn't I also have an urgent matter? Miss O is even more anxious than Captain He." Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead and said, "Alas, I forgot about this. Miss O is the sister of sect leader O. Although she has never been in contact with our Misty Hall, in the eyes of the disciples, she is also a kind of spiritual support. If something happens to her, it will be a self-evident blow to the disciples of our Misty School. However, Miss O is a person that sect leader personally guaranteed. Who has the guts to be so ruthless?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know? You go burn incense and ask God." Zhang Xiaohua said until here, but hesitated. Although she saw someone spying on Oyen on the mountain, she didn't know what was written inside. There was no evidence, so it was still too early to make a conclusion. Then she said, Miss O is really good to me. Of course, I have to do my best to help her. That's true. I also borrowed Miss O's glory to enter the Misty School. We must repay this kindness. I just don't know. How is the situation now? The pill will be refined in a few days. You just need to feed it to Miss O. There shouldn't be a big problem. You can really refine pills? Zhang Xiaohu was still surprised as he asked. The pharmacy halls. And even Marshal Uncle, he doesn't understand these things. How did you learn them? Did Rejuvenation Valley really teach you this? Oh right, why is she so nice to you? He had both medical skills and alchemy skills. Is this a pure relationship between a man and a woman? Zhang Xiaohua was very embarrassed. Regarding Nie Qianyu's matter, Zhang Xiaohua was very vague and did not say it clearly. Zhang Xiaohu's question hit the nail on the head. Yes, how could Rejuvenation Valley be so generous? Why did he have to teach Zhang Xiaohua everything? Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua said, You don't have to ask about that. In any case, who would benefit the most from me knowing how to concoct pills? Even if I don't say it, you should know that if you make me angry, you won't even get half a pill. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips and said with a domineering and arrogant face, I'll see if you dare. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, By the way, second brother, I forgot that Deputy Hall Master Qin came to see me a few days ago. She recognized you? Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, Maybe Chang'e and Chan Chan told her. Forget it, second brother. Haven't you noticed? Your charm now is incredible. In second sister-in-law's heart, your position is far higher than that of Hall Master Qin. Zhang Xiaohua joked, Deputy Hall Master Qin just suspected me. She didn't know my identity, and, with that, Zhang Xiaohua told him about the deal between the Misty Hall and the Pill-Expanding Hall, as well as her 30% profit. Ah? Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with astonishment as he said, I am aware that the Pill Tower Hall is short on quality goods. Even the disciples of Shirxin Peak are aware of this. However, I am unaware of the benefits of 30%, 40%, and even 60%. Even the other disciples are unaware of this. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. This is the humiliation of the Misty Hall. How can you let your disciples know? How can you lose the face of the hall masters for no reason? Sometimes not knowing anything may be a kind of happiness. But shouldn't we have the right to know? After all, these herbs were planted by us one by one. If they give them away so easily, won't they consider our hard work? The right to know? Zhang Xiaohua snorted and said, Even if this right was given to Zhao Jian or Du Feng, it would not be given to a direct disciple like you. You don't have the strength to match it, but you have the ability to incite others. Do you think others will give you the right to speak and the right to know? Zhang Xiaohu was sad. Zhang Xiaohua then comforted him. You are now an ordinary disciple of Xiaoyaozi Zai. If you are in the position of the hall master, you may have similar considerations. They should have their own difficulties. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, Alas, it is so. It is really not easy to protect the disciples of the Misty Hall in the Shirxin Peak. But 70% of the elixirs, how can I not feel heartache when I hear that? Maybe I didn't have time to participate in the past, and I don't know if I can participate in the future. Since I am in the Shirxin Peak, I will not let the Misty Hall suffer. Come on, you have taken 30% of the elixirs and you still have the nerve to say that. Hee, why do I want these elixirs? Didn't I give them to you? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, If you don't want them, I will take back the White Mountain. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, You don't want to use these elixirs to bribe the hall master of the Pill Expansion Hall and others? I don't count on them, why should I bribe them? It is better to give them to you directly than to them. But don't forget, if you don't bribe them, your hall master will call you back, and then he will send other people over. Second brother, I have to say that you are too honest. First, many people covet this position in the Pill Expansion Hall, but they are afraid of losing their hands and feet, and even their lives. The hall master doesn't know how to send people over. Maybe the lingering fragrance peak also knows about this, so this time he sent me, an unknown little medicine boy, to come over. Moreover, I have some relationship with the Misty Hall, so it is a chance for the Misty Hall to reconcile. Even if I don't give them elixirs, I don't think there will be anyone else in the next few years. Second. Second brother, you really can't think of it? Zhang Xiaohu curiously said. There is a second reason? I really can't think of it, tell me about it. Zhang Xiaohua proudly said. This Xiaoxia can refine elixirs myself. Who would have the problem of giving them the herbs and let them peel off a layer of skin for no reason? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked, and looked at Zhang Xiaohua very strangely. Are you Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua curiously said, I am Ren Xiaoyao. No wonder. I was wondering when the always stingy Xiaohua would help our Misty School refine elixirs for free. So it is Ren Xiaoyao, then it is not strange. Zhang Xiaohua swayed and almost fell down. She pointed at her own nose. Second brother, do I have such an image in your heart? Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his chin and said, It's better than that? Forget it. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. I don't have anything in common with you. Zhang Xiaohua looked defeated. She walked over to He Tianshu and said, Captain, he still thinks highly of me, and thinks that my aptitude is good. Forget it, he doesn't even want to take you as a disciple. After saying that, he slapped his forehead and said, I understand now. You didn't come for several days because of this sentence. Did you want to starve Martial Uncle He until he is skin and bones? Am I that petty? Zhang Xiaohua angrily said. Even worse. Zhang Xiaohu still came to this conclusion. Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from her bosom and threw it to Zhang Xiaohu. Take a look and see what this is. Zhang Xiaohu poured out a pill, but couldn't understand it, so he humbly asked, What is this? Fasting pill. Zhang Xiaohua said unhappily, I gave it to Captain He the next day. Miss O did the same. She ate one pill and didn't feel thirsty or hungry for 7 days. Really? Seems that I am blaming you. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohu quietly put the jade bottle into his bosom. His movements were so light that it was as if he was caressing Chang Jiyi's skin. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. She just put her finger on He Tianshu's pulse and carefully checked his pulse. Then, she infused her true qi into He Tianshu's body to check the joints that she had crushed one by one. After a while, she withdrew her finger. How is it? Zhang Xiaohu probed. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. How is it? Zhang Xiaohu heard and quickly asked. Even if there is a problem, Martial Uncle He's life. Not only is his life saved, even his joints are saved. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with worry. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he comforted her. You did your best. Then he realized something and asked, You said his joints are saved? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes, Captain He's joints are recovering very well. This bone solidifying pill really lives up to its name. I just checked and all the joints in his body have started to heal. However, the bones are the backbone of the human body. It will take some time for them to heal. Maybe 40 to 50 days. That's good. Don't talk about 40 to 50 days. Even if it takes a year, Martial Uncle He would be willing to wait. What, only 40 to 50 days? Zhang Xiaohu was slow to realize this. This is too unbelievable. What do you know? How can my Beidou School's elixir be guessed by an ordinary person like you? Beidou School? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. When did you enter Beidou School? Who's your master? This? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his chin and said, Currently, Xiaoxia is the only one in Beidou School. Wait for me to slowly look for a disciple. Okay. When you establish your own sect, I will bring your nephew to congratulate you. Great, he directly extended the pole to the next generation. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. It doesn't matter if he congratulates me or not. Just remember to return the things you borrowed from me to Beidou School. The two brothers chatted for a while. Then Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain, he has been poked for a few days. It's time for him to get some fresh air. However, you can watch over him more these few days. Don't let anything happen to him. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Just as he was about to agree, he heard someone anxiously shouting, Senior Zhang. Please cast a monthly vote. Please cast a recommendation vote. Please collect. Please tip. Thank you. Chapter 771. The awakening pill in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace began to gestate. Zhang Xiaohua adjusted the fire slightly and left the alchemy room. After entering the alchemy room, she had a few days of leisure. There was no movement from Oyan's side, but He Tianshu wanted to take a look. He had sealed her acupoints for so long, it was time to unseal them. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua came to the small room, Zhang Xiaohu was anxiously pacing inside. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in with a relaxed face, he couldn't help but ask Xiaohua, "Where have you been these days? You didn't even show up. Even when I sent people to the small courtyard of the alchemy hall to look for you, no one answered." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, don't worry. Didn't I also have an urgent matter? Miss O is even more anxious than Captain He." Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead and said, "Alas, I forgot about this. Miss O is the sister of sect leader O. Although she has never been in contact with our Misty Hall, in the eyes of the disciples, she is also a kind of spiritual support. If something happens to her, it will be a self-evident blow to the disciples of our Misty School. However, Miss O is a person that sect leader personally guaranteed. Who has the guts to be so ruthless?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know? You go burn incense and ask God." But Zhang Xiaohua said until here, but hesitated. Although she saw someone spying on Oyan on the mountain, she didn't know what was written inside. There was no evidence, so it was still too early to make a conclusion. Then she said, "Miss O is really good to me. Of course, I have to do my best to help her." "That's true. I also borrowed Miss O's glory to enter the Misty School. We must repay this kindness. I just don't know. How is the situation now?" "The pill will be refined in a few days. You just need to feed it to Miss O. There shouldn't be a big problem. You can really refine pills?" Zhang Xiaohu was still surprised as he asked, "The pharmacy halls. And even Marshal Uncle, he doesn't understand these things. How did you learn them? Did Rejuvenation Valley really teach you this? Oh right, why is she so nice to you? He had both medical skills and alchemy skills. Is this a pure relationship between a man and a woman?" Zhang Xiaohua was very embarrassed. Regarding Ye Qianyu's matter, Zhang Xiaohua was very vague and did not say it clearly. Zhang Xiaohu's question hit the nail on the head. Yes, how could Rejuvenation Valley be so generous? Why did he have to teach Zhang Xiaohua everything? Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua said, "You don't have to ask about that. In any case, who would benefit the most from me knowing how to concoct pills? Even if I don't say it, you should know that if you make me angry, you won't even get half a pill." Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips and said with a domineering and arrogant face, "I'll see if you dare." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "By the way, second brother, I forgot that Deputy Hall Master Qin came to see me a few days ago." "She recognized you?" Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "Maybe Chang'e and Chan Chan told her." "Forget it, second brother. Haven't you noticed? Your charm now is incredible. In second sister-in-law's heart, your position is far higher than that of Hall Master Qin." Zhang Xiaohua joked, "Deputy Hall Master Qin just suspected me. She didn't know my identity." And, with that, Zhang Xiaohua told him about the deal between the Misty Hall and the Pill-Expanding Hall, as well as her 30% profit. "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohu looked surprised and said, "I know that the Pill-Expanding Hall is short of quality goods and even all the disciples of the Shirxin Peak know it. But 30%, 40% and even 60% of the profit, I don't know about it. Even other disciples don't know about it." Zhang Xiaohua sneered. "This is the humiliation of the Misty Hall. How can you let your disciples know about it? How can you embarrass the hall masters for no reason? Sometimes not knowing anything may be a kind of happiness. But shouldn't we have the right to know? After all, these herbs were planted by us one by one. They gave them away so easily. Didn't they consider our hard work?" "The right to know?" Zhang Xiaohua snorted and said, "Even if this right is given to Zhao Jian or Du Feng, it won't be given to you, a direct disciple. You don't have enough force but enough instigating power. Do you think others will give you the right to speak and the right to know?" Zhang Xiaohu was sad. Zhang Xiaohua then comforted him. "You are now an ordinary disciple of Xiaoyaozi Zai. If you are in the position of hall master, you may have similar considerations. They should have their own difficulties." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Alas, it is so. It is not easy to protect the disciples of the Misty Hall in the Shersheen Peak. But 70% of the elixirs were given away. How can I not feel heartache? Maybe I didn't have time to participate in the past. I don't know if I can participate in the future. Since I am in the Shersheen Peak, second brother, I will not let the Misty Hall suffer. Forget it. You have taken 30% of the elixirs and you still have the nerve to say it. Hee, why do I want these elixirs? Didn't I give them to you? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, if you don't want them, I will take back the White Mountain. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, you don't want to use these elixirs to bribe the hall master of the Pill Expansion Hall and others? I don't count on them. Why should I bribe them? It is better to give them to you than to them. But don't forget that if you don't bribe them, your hall master will call you back. Won't he send other people over? Second brother, I have to say that you are too honest. First of all, many people covet this position in the Pill Expansion Hall, but they are afraid of losing their hands and feet, or even their lives. The hall master doesn't know how to send people over. Maybe the lingering fragrance peak also knows about this. This time he sent me an unknown little medicine boy, because I have some connection with your Misty Hall. It is a chance for your Misty Hall to reconcile. Even if I don't give them elixirs, I don't think there will be anyone else in these years. Second. Second brother, you really can't think of it? Zhang Xiaohu curiously said. There is a second reason? I really can't think of it. Tell me about it. Zhang Xiaohua proudly said, I Xiaoxia can refine elixirs myself. Who would have the problem to give them the herbs and let them peel off a layer of my skin for no reason? Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously. Are you Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua curiously said. I am Ren Xiaoyao. No wonder. I was wondering when the stingy Xiaohua would help our Misty School refine elixirs for free. So it is Ren Xiaoyao. Then it is not strange. Zhang Xiaohua swayed and almost fell down. She pointed at her own nose and said, second brother, do I have such an image in your mind? Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his chin and said, it's better than that? Sai, forget it. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. I don't have anything in common with you. Zhang Xiaohua looked defeated. She walked over and looked at He Tianshu. Captain, he still thinks highly of me. You think my aptitude is good. Forget it. He doesn't even want to take you as a disciple. After saying that, he slapped his forehead and said, I understand now. You didn't come for several days because of that sentence. Are you trying to starve Martial Uncle He into a bag of bones? Am I that petty? Zhang Xiaohua said angrily. Better than you. Zhang Xiaohu still came to this conclusion. Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from her bosom and threw it to Zhang Xiaohu. Take a look and see what this is. Zhang Xiaohu poured out a pill. He looked left and right but couldn't understand it. He humbly asked, what is this? Fasting pill. Zhang Xiaohua said in a bad mood. I gave it to Captain He the next day. Miss O did the same. She ate one pill and didn't feel hungry or thirsty for 7 days. Really? Seems like I'm blaming you. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohu quietly put the jade bottle into his bosom. His movements were so light that it was as if he was caressing Chang Jiyi's skin. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. She just placed her finger on He Tianshu's pulse and carefully checked his pulse. Then, she transferred her Jinqi into He Tianshu's body, and checked all the joints that she had crushed. After a while, she retracted her finger. How is it? Zhang Xiaohu probed. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. How is it? Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked. Even if there's a problem, Martial Uncle He's life, it's not just his life that's saved. Even his joints are saved. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with worry. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he comforted her. You've already tried your best. Then he suddenly realized something. You're saying that his joints are saved? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Yes, Captain He's joints are recovering very well. This bone solidifying pill really lives up to its name. I just checked and all the joints in his body have started to heal. However, the bones are the backbone of the human body. It will take some time for them to heal. Maybe 40 to 50 days. That's good. Not to mention 40 to 50 days, even if it takes a year. I'm sure Martial Uncle He will be willing to wait. What, only 40 to 50 days? Zhang Xiaohu realized something. This is too unbelievable. What do you know? How can my Beidou school's elixir be guessed by an ordinary person like you? Beidou school? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. When did you enter Beidou school? Who's your master? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his chin and said, currently, Xiaoxia is the only one in Beidou school. Wait for me to slowly look for a disciple. Haha, okay. When you establish your own sect, I'll bring your nephew to congratulate you. Great, he was going to extend his influence to the next generation. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. It doesn't matter if they congratulate me or not. Just remember to return the things you borrowed from me to Beidou school. The two brothers chatted for a while. Then Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain, he has been called out for a few days. It's time for him to get some fresh air. However, you can come and watch over him for the next few days. Don't let him change. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Just as he was about to agree, he heard someone anxiously shouting, Senior Brother Zhang, Senior Brother Zhang. Please cast a monthly vote. Please cast a recommendation vote. Please collect. Please tip. Thank you. Chapter 772. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Aunt Qin's face was bleak as she said uninterestedly, This is a disciple that I met when I was in the Misty School in Pingyang City. She looks really like you. Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohu? Zhang Xiaohua had an epiphany and said with a smile, I understand now. When your hall's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu saved me in the Yulon Grand Canyon, his face was full of astonishment. He kept muttering that I was too similar to someone. When I asked him, he didn't say anything and only said that it was impossible. I didn't dare to pry too deeply into my benefactor's privacy. Do you think this person is Zhang Xiaohu's elder brother or younger brother? Aunt Qi nodded and said, Yes, Zhang Xiaohua is Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother. He was taken away by thieves many years ago and is probably no longer in this world. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of regret as he said, I was wondering why senior brother Zhang's expression was so sad. So that's why. It seems that I've been hanging around in front of him these past few days, making him unhappy. It seems that I have to go less in the future. Nephew Run, don't worry. This is something that happened many years ago. If you are grateful for Zhang Xiaohu's kindness, it's better for you to go more often. Perhaps he also hopes that you can go more often. Really? Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with disbelief as he said, If that's the case, then I hope to visit senior brother Zhang more often. Moreover, I'm sure Vice Hall Master Qin can also tell how much I respect senior brother Zhang. This little concession take it as me repaying senior brother Zhang's kindness. Of course it's true. Nephew Ran is not only Zhang Xiaohu's friend, but also our Misty Hall's friend. Our Misty Hall welcomes you at any time. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, Since that's the case, thank you Vice Hall Master Qin. I'll be at Shixin Peak for many years. I hope Vice Hall Master Qin can take care of me. Well said, well said. Aunt Qin bowed slightly and shouted, Dufeng, send nephew Ren out. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and bid farewell to Aunt Qin. Under Dufeng's lead, they walked towards the small courtyard of the pill-expanding hall. Halfway there, Zhang Xiaohua said, I already know the path ahead, so Senior Marshal Brother Du doesn't need to see me off. It's already late, so you should go back and rest. Dufeng nodded, but he looked hesitant, as if he had something to say. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he did not move and could not help but smile. Senior Du, do you have something to say in private? Dufeng thought for a moment and said, It's nothing. I just have a small matter to ask. Go ahead. Zhang Xiaohua looked generous. Anyway, I don't need to pay a big sum. Just bring it on. Sure enough, Dufeng asked that. Junior brother Ren, I want to ask where have you been these days? I've looked for you several times, but your courtyard door was tightly shut. No matter how I called, it wouldn't open. If it wasn't for the ban, this small courtyard is equivalent to your pill-expanding hall. I would have climbed over to take a look. There's such a good thing? Can't any disciple of the Misty Hall enter this small courtyard? Dufeng rolled his eyes and said, Of course. Even the Qianquan Hall and Shiyu Hall are like this. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. That's so humane. By the way, junior brother Ren, you haven't answered my question. AI, what's there to answer? We're all men, what's there to not understand? Hearing this, Du Feng was even more confused. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "Brother, I'm asking you because I don't understand." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Do you still need to ask? Of course it's to see the scenery." "See the scenery?" Du Feng scratched his head in confusion. "I don't know about the scenery of your White Mountain Peak, but it is one of the 19 peaks of the fragrant religion. Could it be that the scenery of our Shirxin Peak is better than that of White Mountain Peak?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. He could tell that this senior brother Du was a righteous disciple who had been cultivating in the ethereal sect all this time. Since he didn't even know about this, he could only whisper, "Your first faith peak naturally has many beautiful sceneries that our White Mountain Peak doesn't have. Doesn't senior brother Du enjoy these beautiful sceneries?" The word beautiful was heavily emphasized. Du Feng was at a loss and shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head and said, "Your Shirxin Peak has a lot of youthful and beautiful scenery, but my White Mountain Peak doesn't have it. If I don't walk around and feast my eyes on it, how can I live up to the Hall Master's love?" After saying that, she waved her hand and left. Beautiful scenery? Youthful and beautiful? Du Feng didn't understand at first, but then he understood. He couldn't help but blush as he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back that had disappeared into the darkness. He whispered, "A foreign brat knows how to appreciate the scenery, but I don't know how to appreciate it. I don't know what to do every day. Tomorrow morning, I will also go and enjoy the scenery." After settling the matters of the Misty Hall and sending Du Feng away, Zhang Xiaohua went straight to the top of the mountain. In the past, he was worried that if he wasn't on duty in the courtyard, he would be found out. Today, after hearing Du Feng's words, it turned out that this courtyard was under the control of Xiaoxia. Even Yang Ruping couldn't enter easily, otherwise, it would be considered as offending the Pill Hall. Ha ha ha, what was there for Zhang Xiaohua to be afraid of? He could do whatever he wanted, what was there to be afraid of being found out? The only thing missing was a sign at the entrance that said, "Jealous people and dogs are not allowed to enter." Zhang Xiaohua went straight to the alchemy room. The room was steaming hot, and the greenish-yellow flame licked the bottom of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, from time to time, gradually fusing the elixir. The true samadhi fire, which was as thin as a red thread, shuttled back and forth from time to time, refining more impurities. Everything was under his control. Zhang Xiaohua composed himself, took out a praying mat, and sat down to prepare for his daily homework. When he woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua did the same thing as before. First, he carefully observed the alchemy furnace, then absorbed the essence of the sun, and practiced the Big Dipper magical fist several times to refine his bones. After doing all this, he went to Oyan's room and did not disturb Qiu Tong and the others. He carefully observed the situation, then went straight to Zhang Xiaohu's backyard to check on He Tianxu's condition. Only then did he return to the alchemy room. Now Oyan was the most important. This awakening pill could not be lost. He Tianxu had already taken the bone coagulation pill, and if nothing went wrong, he should be able to walk. As for whether he could practice martial arts, that would depend on the changes in the future. In short, these 2 patients were Zhang Xiaohua's current task. As for Zhang Xiaohua could only do this. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. No matter how many martial arts he was given, it would not be as good as one that was suitable for him to practice. After a few days, Zhang Xiaohua did not go anywhere. Other than looking at the 2 of them, he cultivated in the alchemy room. These days were simple but fulfilling. As for the small courtyard of the alchemy hall, to hell with it. The 4 odd beasts Huan were still inside, so it could not be said that there was no one guarding the alchemy hall. That night, when Zhang Xiaohua was sleeping, a black shadow came to Shirxin Peak and came to the front of the big tree. After looking around, he floated up and quietly took away the note hidden on the tree. That day was the day of the alchemy process. Zhang Xiaohua had rested enough and transferred all the stored qi into his meridians. Most of his qi had been stolen by the delusion breaker eye. If he did not have enough qi during the alchemy process, he would be in big trouble. To be safe, Zhang Xiaohua still held a piece of primordial stone in his hand. Not long after, the boiling medicinal liquid gradually calmed down. The medicinal liquid that had gradually taken the shape of a yin-yang fish was as still as a virgin. Everything was restrained. Although there was a slight fluctuation in the center of the medicinal liquid, it instantly spread throughout the entire medicinal liquid. The fusion of the medicinal liquid was immediately broken. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He knew that it was the beginning of the alchemy process. He immediately formed a seal and inserted it into the medicinal liquid. As the seal was inserted, the exterior of the medicinal liquid gradually showed signs of solidification. It was precisely because of this that the qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians rushed out like a flood. It was much faster than before when he was refining pills. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He slowed down the speed of the seal and did his best to absorb the primordial stone to satisfy the needs of the alchemy process. He did not know whether the refining of the spirit awakening pill consumed so much qi or if it was because his qi was less than before. In short, he could not afford to make any mistakes at this time. He could only brace himself and face the difficulties head-on. He had no other choice. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had used the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace many times. He had refined quite a few bone-solidifying pills, meridian-nourishing pills, and blood-replenishing pills. Everything was within his control. Just as his qi was about to dry up, the slowly rotating alchemy process stopped absorbing qi. Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and stopped the seal. He wiped the faint beads of sweat on his forehead and felt relieved. Now that the alchemy process was over, all that was left was to pull the alchemy process and collect the alchemy process. Although it was difficult, it was similar to the alchemy process. He thought that the qi in his body should be enough. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but raise his left hand and look at the crack on his palm. He could not help but smile bitterly. The name Illusion Breaker Eye was indeed flashy, but what was the use of it? Just looking at it was enough to drain his divine sense. If he used it, wouldn't he be sucked dry? Furthermore, with the existence of this thing, no matter how much he cultivated, he would only have half of his qi left. His divine sense was even worse. It was only 10% of his original qi. He really only knew how to eat and did not know how to come out. Although Zhang Xiaohua grumbled, if he had to dig out the silver eye from his hand, he would definitely not be willing. This was something that even Huang Feng had on his forehead. Just thinking about it, he knew that its power was boundless. Thinking back to the scene he saw when he was unconscious, Zhang Xiaohua had long been shocked by the huge silver light pillar emitted by the silver eye. How could he let go of such an opportunity? Chapter 773. The awakening pill in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace began to gestate. Zhang Xiaohua adjusted the earth fire slightly and left the alchemy room. After entering the alchemy room, he had a few days of leisure. There was no movement from Mo Yan, but He Tianshu wanted to take a look. He had sealed her acupoints for so long, and it was time to undo them. However, when Zhang Xiaohua escaped from the alchemy room at the top of the mountain and passed by the tree where the unknown disciple of the Misty Hall had placed the note, Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense like before and found that the note had disappeared. Strange, when did he take it away? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. When he put the note into the tree that day, he had used the method of guiding spirit to mark it with his divine sense. If someone had taken the note, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely know. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua could also use this clue to catch a big fish and see if these people were related to O Yan's illness. However, at this time his efforts were in vain. He could not help but feel ashamed and angry. But thinking about it, these people had done things at night. Perhaps it was the time when he was unconscious. How could he know? On the lingering fragrance peak in a secluded hut, a middle-aged disciple was reporting respectfully, "This disciple has returned from the Shirxin Peak. The situation there seems to be different from what we had expected." What? That little girl is not dead yet? A person stood with his back facing the door. His entire body was hidden in the shadows as he asked in astonishment. According to this disciple's report, the sect master has been very concerned about that place recently. He has sent the doctors from the lingering fragrance peak one by one. Could it be that they have found a way to treat her? The disciple shook his head. According to the news from the Shirxin Peak, this possibility is not big. According to our people's observation, Those doctors shook their heads when they came out. Moreover, Miss O has not appeared in the courtyard. Haha, not appearing does not mean that Miss O has not been cured. It is the same as not confirming that Miss O is not dead without news of her death. Unfortunately, our disciples are only from the Misty Hall and cannot enter Oyan's courtyard at will. Otherwise we can get more accurate information. Do you think this disciple should? The man waved his hand decisively. No, Oyan is just a chess piece. It is best if it works. Even if it does not work, there is no need to take the risk of being discovered by others to do something insignificant. Yes, sir. The man was still respectful. Did anyone else mention the news from the Shershin Peak? For example, the doctors from the Misty Hall or Lingering Fragrance Peak? No, the news only these, no one else. Huh. That's strange. If I'm not mistaken, Oyan should have already. Why is she still struggling at death's door? What else could Lingering Fragrance Peak's doctors know other than those bullshit medicinal pills? Seems I still have to take a look. The disciple hurriedly advised, Sir. Didn't you just say that it was insignificant? Why take the risk? The disciple was silent and did not speak again. On the Shershin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua came from the underground. When he came to the small hut, Zhang Xiaohu was anxiously pacing inside. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in with a relaxed face, he could not help but ask Xiaohua, where have you been these days? You did not show up. Even when I sent people to the small courtyard of the pill hall to look for you, no one answered? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Second brother, don't worry, I also have something urgent to do. Miss O is more anxious than Captain He. Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead and said, Alas, I forgot about this. Miss O is the sister of Master O. Although she has not been in contact with our Misty Hall, in the eyes of the disciples, she is also a kind of spiritual support. If something happens to her, it will be a self-evident blow to the disciples of our Misty School. It's just that Miss O is a person who has been personally guaranteed by Master. Who has the guts to be so ruthless? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, How would I know? You go burn incense and ask God. But, Zhang Xiaohua said until here and stopped. Although he saw someone spying on Oyan on the mountain, he did not know what was written inside after all. There was no evidence, so it was too early to draw a conclusion. Then he said, Miss O is really good to me. Of course I have to do my best to help her. That's true, I also borrowed Miss O's glory to enter the Misty School. We must repay this kindness, but I don't know. How is the situation now? The medicinal pill will be refined in a few days. You just need to feed it to Miss O, there should be no big problem. You can really refine medicinal pills? Zhang Xiaohu was still surprised and asked, The pharmacy hall. And even Masters Jr. he doesn't know this, how did you learn it? Is it really Rejuvenation Valley who taught you? By the way, why are they so good to you? They have medical skills and alchemy skills. Is it a pure relationship between a man and a woman? Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. About Niechenyu, Zhang Xiaohua was vague and did not say it clearly. Zhang Xiaohu's question hit the nail on the head. Yes, how could Rejuvenation Valley be so generous? Why did they teach Zhang Xiaohua everything? Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua said, Don't ask about this. Anyway, I can refine medicinal pills, so who benefits the most? Even if I don't say it, you know it very well. If you make me angry, you won't get half a medicinal pill. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips and said with a domineering and arrogant face, I'll see if you dare. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, By the way, second brother, I forgot that Deputy Hall Master Qin came to me a few days ago. She recognized you? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, Maybe Chang'e and Chan Chan told her. Forget it, second brother. Don't you find it? Your charm is incredible now. Your position in second sister-in-law's heart is far higher than that of Hall Master Qin. Zhang Xiaohua teased. Vice Hall Master Qin only suspects me. He doesn't know my identity, and, with this, Zhang Xiaohua told him about the deal between Misty Hall and Pill Expanding Hall, as well as the 30% benefits she would get. Ah? Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with astonishment as he said, I am aware of the fact that the Pill Tower Hall is short on quality goods. Even the disciples of Shershin Peak know about it. However, I am unaware of the benefits of 30, 40, and even 60%. Even the other disciples are unaware of it. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. This is the humiliation of your misty hall. How can you let your disciples know? How can you embarrass the hall masters for no reason? Sometimes not knowing anything may be a kind of happiness. But shouldn't we have the right to know? After all, these herbs were planted by us one by one. They gave them away so easily without considering our hard work? The right to know. Zhang Xiaohua snorted from her nose and said, even if this right is given to Zhao Jian or Du Feng, it will not be given to you, a direct disciple. You don't have enough force but enough instigating power. Do you think others will give you the right to speak and the right to know? Zhang Xiaohu was sad. Zhang Xiaohua then comforted him. Don't meddle in politics when you are not in position. Now you are an ordinary disciple of Xiaoyao Zai. If you are the hall master, you may have similar considerations. They should have their own difficulties. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, alas, that's right. It's really not easy to protect the disciples of Misty Hall and Shirxin Peak. It's just 70% medicinal pills. How can I not feel heartache when I hear that? Maybe I didn't have time to participate in the things in the past. I don't know if I can participate in the things in the future. Since I am in Shirxin Peak, second brother, I will not let your Misty Hall suffer. Forget it. You have taken 30% of the medicinal pills. You still have the nerve to say that. Why do I want these medicinal pills? Didn't I give them to you? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, if you don't want them, I will take back White Snow Peak. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, you don't want to use these medicinal pills to bribe the hall master of your pill expansion hall and others? I don't count on them. Why should I bribe them? It's better to give them to you directly than to them. But don't forget that if you don't bribe them, your hall master will call you back. Won't he send someone else over? Second brother, I have to say that you are too honest. First, because many people covet this position in pill expansion hall, but they are afraid of losing their hands and feet, or even their lives. The hall master doesn't know how to send people over. Maybe Lingering Fragrance Peak also knows about this. This time they sent me an unknown little medicine boy, because I have some connection with your Misty Hall. It can be regarded as a chance for your Misty Hall to reconcile. Even if I don't give them medicinal pills, they probably won't change people in the next few years. Second. Second brother, you really can't think of it? Zhang Xiaohu curiously said. There is a second reason? I really can't think of it. Tell me. Zhang Xiaohua proudly said, I, Xiaoxia, can refine pills myself. Who would have the problem to give them medicinal herbs and let them peel off a layer of skin for no reason? Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously and asked, are you Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua curiously said, I am Ren Xiaoyao. No wonder. I was wondering when the stingy Xiaohua would refine pills for our Misty School for no reason. So it's Ren Xiaoyao. Then it's not strange. Zhang Xiaohua swayed and almost fell down. She pointed at her own nose and said, second brother, do I have such an image in your heart? Zhang Xiaohu touched his chin and said, it's even worse? Sai, forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I have nothing in common with you. Zhang Xiaohua looked defeated. She walked over and looked at He Tianshu and said, Captain, he still thinks highly of me and thinks that my aptitude is good. Forget it. He doesn't even want to take you as a disciple. After saying that, he slapped his forehead and said, I understand now. You didn't come for several days because of this sentence. Are you trying to starve Marshal Uncle He into a bag of bones? Am I that narrow-minded? Zhang Xiaohua said angrily. It's better. Zhang Xiaohu still came to the same conclusion. Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and threw it to Zhang Xiaohu and said, take a look and see what this is. Zhang Xiaohu poured out a pill. He looked left and right but couldn't understand it. He asked humbly, what is this? Fasting pill. Zhang Xiaohua said unhappily, I gave it to Captain He the next day. Miss O did the same. She ate one pill and didn't feel thirsty or hungry for 7 days. Really? Seems that I'm blaming you. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohu quietly put the jade bottle into his pocket. His movements were so light that it was as if he was caressing Chang Jiyi's skin. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. She just put her finger on He Tianshu's pulse and carefully checked his pulse. Then, she transferred her true qi into He Tianshu's body to check the joints that she had crushed one by one. After a while, she withdrew her finger. How is it? Zhang Xiaohu probed. AI Zhang Xiaohua sighed. How is it? Zhang Xiaohu quickly asked. Even if there's a problem, Marshal Uncle He's life, AI, it's not just his life that's saved. Even his joints are saved. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with worry. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he comforted her. You've already done your best. Then he realized something and asked, You're saying that his joints are saved? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes, Captain He's joints are recovering very well. This bone solidifying pill really lives up to its name. I just checked and all the joints in his body have started to heal. However, the bones are the backbone of the human body. It will take some time for them to heal. Maybe 40 to 50 days. That's good, that's good. Don't mention 40 to 50 days. Even if it takes a year, Marshal Uncle He would be willing to wait. What, only 40 to 50 days? Zhang Xiaohu realized something and said, This is too inconceivable. What do you know? How can the elixirs of my Beidou school be guessed by an ordinary person like you? Beidou school? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, When did you enter Beidou school? Who's your master? This? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his chin and said, Currently, Xiaoxia is the only one in Beidou school. Wait for me to slowly look for a disciple. Haha, okay. When you establish your own sect, I'll bring your nephew to congratulate you. Great, he was going to extend his influence to the next generation. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, It doesn't matter if he congratulates you or not. Just remember to return the things you borrowed from me to Beidou school. The two brothers chatted for a while. Then Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain He has been called out for a few days. It's time for him to get some fresh air. However, you can come and watch over him for the next few days. Don't let him change. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Just as he was about to agree, he heard someone anxiously shout, Senior Brother Zhang, Senior Brother Zhang. Chapter 774. Hearing someone shouting outside, Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, Who's looking for me? My courtyard has always been quiet. Ever since you created the whitening elixir last time, there have been more female disciples, but not many male disciples. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Could it be that they're here to fight for your affections? Hurry up and leave. I'll unseal Captain He's acupoints. Okay. Zhang Xiaohu answered and walked out. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the unconscious He Tianshu and channeled her true qi to her fingers. She tapped his acupoints from head to toe and unsealed them. He Tianshu groaned and opened his eyes. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then looked left and right. He couldn't help but ask, Zhang Xiaohua, am I dreaming? Whether it's a dream or not, you're lying there. Think about it yourself. He Tianshu closed his eyes for a while and tried his best to raise his head. He looked at the splints on his limbs and smiled bitterly. It's an injury again. However, after a while he smiled and said, Your second brother's methods are really amazing. I don't seem to feel much pain. How did he do it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, He didn't do much. He just sealed your acupoints. It's been a few days since he treated you. It's natural that you don't feel much pain. A few days? He Tianshu was surprised. Zhang Xiaohu actually sealed my acupoints for a few days and healed me every day. Sai, it's really hard on him. However, it doesn't seem right. Xiaohua, I haven't eaten anything for a few days and I don't feel hungry or thirsty. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know anything and said, I don't know. When you see second brother later, you can ask him yourself. Okay. He Tianshu didn't want to make things difficult for someone who was just an assistant. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and said to He Tianshu, Captain He, I have something to ask of you. Ask me? What is it? He Tianshu was puzzled. If I can't do it, it's better if you don't say it. Naturally, it's very easy to do. Zhang Xiaohua said, just don't tell anyone that you know me. I'm now using the name of Ran Xiaoyao, the medicine boy of Tuodin Hall. Why is that? He Tianshu didn't understand. It's just a stopgap measure. It's convenient to use Ran Xiaoyao's name to do anything. No one will associate me with my second brother. Moreover, I used the name Ran Xiaoyao when I entered the aroma religion. If someone finds out that something is wrong, it may harm the person who sent me here. He Tianshu couldn't help but nod his head when he heard that it might affect others. After all, in his heart, Zhang Xiaohua was just an inexperienced country bumpkin. It didn't matter what name she used. Thank you, Captain He. Oh, remember, don't tell anyone. I know I just don't know you. What was so difficult about that? Even if Hall Master Yang asks me, I won't say anything. It seems that no one wants to know you. He Tianshu said in a bad mood. Then I'm relieved. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. By the way, Captain He, do you feel any discomfort in your joints? He Tianshu closed his eyes and felt for a moment. He said with some joy, there's nothing wrong. It's just a little itchy. It's the feeling of bones growing. I felt it before when my joints were healing. It seems that this is just the beginning. It's just a little itchy. Haha, that's good. Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. She cupped her hands and said, then I wish Captain He the best of luck. You'll be full of vigor and vitality as you take the lead. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, He Tianshu interrupted, don't flatter me. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? When I can walk again, I'll immediately explain the essence of ethereal steps to you. I won't forget. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her hands and said, that's good, that's good. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu walked in with a surprised look on his face. What's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua asked casually. Is it related to female disciples? Zhang Xiaohu glared at her and didn't answer. He walked in front of He Tianshu and asked carefully. He smiled and said, I wanted to accompany Martial Uncle He. But just now, a disciple came to inform me to go to Ethereal Hall in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. He said that there's something important to discuss. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. He Tianshu said, Zhang Xiaohu, when did you see the market rising? Our Ethereal Hall actually has something important to discuss with you? Zhang Xiaohu said with a bitter face, Martial Uncle He, don't tease me. I'm also surprised. Why did Hall Master Yang suddenly look for me? I haven't recovered from my injuries yet. Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. We'll just go and take a look. Anyway, this is your Ethereal Hall's territory. What can go wrong? Zhang Xiaohua said confidently. Look at what you're talking about. Hall Master Yang is Bosso's wife. She won't do anything to let down the Misty School. What can happen to me? You don't have to worry. Zhang Xiaohu was extremely unhappy when he heard this. He cupped his hands towards He Tianshu and slowly walked out. When Zhang Xiaohu arrived at the Ethereal Hall, he saw several disciples that he wasn't familiar with. Looking at their clothes, he couldn't tell that they weren't from the Ethereal Hall. He couldn't help but be moved. Previously, Vice Hall Master Zhong wanted to gain some merit from Zhang Xiaohu and expand his own strength. It could also be considered as gaining the favor of the Lingering Fragrance Peak's leader. Unfortunately, he encountered the heartless and unscrupulous Zhao Jian. If Zhao Jian didn't go back on his word and kill his senior sister, Zhong Pei's groundless crime might have fallen on Zhang Xiaohu's head. Zhao Jian's sin aside, it was just as Chan Chan of the Lingering Fragrance Peak said. This was all handled by the Misty Hall. Just the fact that he cruelly pushed his lover off the cliff greatly touched the reverse scale of the Lingering Fragrance Peak's hierarchy, and also violated the rules of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. Therefore, not only was Zhao Jian executed, even Zhong Pei had to return to the Lingering Fragrance Peak with his tail between his legs. Putting aside the fact that Zhong Pei's departure meant that Zhang Xiaohua would not have a chance to find him, it was not necessarily a bad thing for him. Before leaving, Chan Chun of Lingering Fragrance Peak also said that the new Deputy Hall Master of Ethereal Hall would come to Shixin Peak. During this time, Zhang Xiaohu was in a good mood when he saw Zhang Xiaohua. With the help of Zhang Xiaohua, he healed his injuries, practiced martial arts, and so on. Yes, he also improved his relationship with Chang'e. He was so busy that he didn't care about the arrival of the new Vice Hall Master of the Ethereal Hall. Now that he saw the unfamiliar face in front of the Ethereal Hall, his first reaction was, the new Vice Hall Master has come. And this Vice Hall Master asked me to come on the first day of his arrival. Presumably, it had something to do with Yang Ruping, Aunt Qin, and the others' guess. It seemed that the Lingering Fragrance Peak wanted to push him to the front. Zhang Xiaohu's reaction was normal. A few years ago, the Lingering Fragrance Peak sent Zhong Pei to promote Zhang Xiaohu. He wasn't a direct disciple of the Misty School, but the disciple with the highest martial arts. Unfortunately, the results weren't very good. Although some young disciples tried to get close to Zhao Jian, the older disciples and even the female disciples didn't care. Seeing that there was a betrayal, the lingering fragrance peak had to change their strategy. Since Zhang Xiaohu was an old, weak, and direct disciple who had just entered the sect, he would naturally stand out. When he thought of the opportunity to stand out, Zhang Xiaohu had always longed for this opportunity. Zhang Xiaohu's steps became heavy. When the disciples of the lingering fragrance peak in front of the ethereal hall saw Zhang Xiaohua walking over, they frowned and wanted to raise their hands to question him. The disciple on duty at the side quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Senior brother Zhang, why are you here? Hall Master Yang has been waiting for a long time." Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and returned the greeting. "Ai. It's not that I don't want to be faster. My injuries haven't healed and I can only walk slowly. If I'm faster, wouldn't all my efforts be wasted?" That disciple nodded. "Senior brother Zhang is right. Zhao Jian is truly hateful. He actually used his position to take revenge and tortured senior brother to this extent. It's already pretty good that senior brother was able to recover to this extent in such a short time." The other disciples of the lingering fragrance peak looked at Zhang Xiaohu and ignored him. Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly and walked into the ethereal hall. At this moment there were still 3 people in the ethereal hall. Other than Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin, there was also a middle-aged scholar sitting to the left of Yang Ruping. He was very unfamiliar. Needless to say, he was the new Vice Hall Master. Zhang Xiaohu walked forward. After greeting Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin, he stood beside Aunt Qin. Yang Ruping looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a complicated expression and asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, how are your injuries? I heard that the disciple on duty from the pill-sprouting hall gave you a lot of pills. You should have recovered a lot." Zhang Xiaohu bowed. "Thank you for your concern, Hallmaster. Ren Xiaoyao from the pill-sprouting hall can be considered a righteous person." When he saw that this disciple was seriously injured, he gave some of his precious blood-replenishing pills and bone-congealing pills to this disciple. "Don't tell me these pills are really useful. This disciple feels much better these days." "Haha, that's good." Yang Ruping nodded and pointed at the middle-aged scholar. "This is Gao Kunheng, an inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak. He is the Vice Hall Master sent by the lingering fragrance peak. Pay your respects." Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. He walked over and bowed. Disciple Zhang Xiaohu pays his respects to Vice Hall Master Feng. When Gao Kunheng saw this, he immediately stood up and went forward to support him. He smiled. "I have long heard of Marshal Nephew Zhang's name. It can be said that your name resounds like thunder. Now that I have the chance to meet you, you are truly a talent. Come, sit down first. You have yet to recover from your injuries, so you still have to be careful." As he spoke, he pulled Zhang Xiaohu to the chair on his left. Zhang Xiaohu whispered, "Vice Hall Master Feng, there are no seats for disciples in the Misty Hall. This disciple should stand at the side." However, how could Zhang Xiaohu break free from Gao Kunheng's grip when he exerted force? Zhang Xiaohu stole a glance at Yang Ruping. Yang Ruping's expression was very ugly. However, she still spoke in a low voice. "Zhang Xiaohu, since Vice Hall Master Feng has such good intentions, you should just accept him." Chapter 775. Yang Ruping's words were like the sweet sounds of nature. Zhang Xiaohu was very happy and nodded to Gao Kunheng with a smile. "Thank you, Vice Hall Master Gao, for giving me a seat." Then he sat down. He also understood in his heart that Gao Kunheng and Yang Ruping each represented different interests, and the two of them would inevitably have conflicts. On the first day of their meeting, he might be the focus of the conflict and he was just a chess piece. It was better not to offend either of them. After Zhang Xiaohu sat down, Gao Kunheng also sat down with satisfaction. He took out a jade bottle and handed it over with a smile. "Marshal Nephew Zhang, this is the secret medicine of lingering fragrance peak, the Yuandan pill. It is very good for your injuries. Take it first. If you need it again in the future, don't hesitate to ask me." Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. He glanced sideways at Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Vice Hall Master Gao is too polite. Disciples' injuries have already healed. It would be a waste to take such a precious pill again." Gao Kunheng pretended to be angry and threw the bottle into Zhang Xiaohua's arms, saying, "What are you talking about? You are a core disciple of our Misty Hall. Even if this pill is precious, it should be used on a disciple like you. You should take it as soon as possible and recover as soon as possible so that you can contribute to our Misty Hall and spreading fragrance peak." Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He took the jade bottle in his hand and said, "I dare not refuse an elder's gift. Thank you, Vice Hall Master Gao." Gao Kunheng casually waved his hand and glanced at Yang Ruping. He then asked Zhang Xiaohu, "It has been some time since Envoy Chun came. Before I came, I also paid a visit to Envoy Chun. I heard from her that the key point of your injury is external, and has nothing to do with your meridians and dantian. When Envoy Chun left, she also left behind the reward given to you by the hierarch. I just don't know." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu understood in his heart that as long as he didn't accept the universal pill and didn't practice the universal sutra, the Lingxiang peak wouldn't treat him as a disciple that could be supported. Fortunately, he had a powerful younger brother who had taken care of this matter a few days ago. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Gao Kunheng and then looked at Yang Ruping. She used the Suhuan mental cultivation method and circulated her inner energy through her meridians. Then she clenched her fist and punched out. Although Zhang Xiaohu had not recovered her inner energy, the wind from her fist surged and a faint chill was emitted from her fist. Wasn't this the inner energy of the Suhuan mental cultivation method? Good, good, good. Gao Kunheng exclaimed, "I didn't expect Martial Nephew Zhang's aptitude to be so great. Even I couldn't catch up to you back then. With just 3 universal pills, wouldn't you be able to catch up to me in the future?" 3 pills. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and thought to himself, "I clearly took 1 universal pill, so how can I have the power of 3? I understand now. This universal essence pill is just a primer. It can turn the medicinal power into internal energy. However, this internal energy is very little. It can only activate the universal essence technique. The 3 universal essence pills, I'm afraid that the cult master of Lingering Fragrance Peak was afraid that my aptitude was poor, or that I had other ethereal divine arts internal energy, so he gave me an extra reward." Sect leader had never expected that this young master would be able to combine the ethereal divine art and the plain domain mental cultivation method. Moreover, just the plain domain mental cultivation method's internal energy is equivalent to the effect of taking 3 pills. It seems that I have to hurry up and take the other 2 pills so that others won't notice any flaws. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohu said modestly, "Vice Hall Master Feng is too kind. This is all thanks to the cult master. If it weren't for her giving me such wonderful pills, how could this disciple have today's achievements?" Gao Kunheng glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "That's right. Then I hope that Martial Nephew Zhang can engrave today's gratitude in your heart. In the future, do your best for the hierarch and put your gratitude into action." Zhang Xiaohu nodded with a smile. Gao Kunheng turned to look at Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Many thanks to Hall Master Yang for bringing such a young and promising disciple like Zhang Xiaohu to Shixin Peak. They are not only the future of the Misty Hall, but also the future of the fragrant religion. I hope that our Misty Hall will prosper under our cooperation and compete with the other Wuming Halls, Heaven and Earth Hall, and Pill Expansion Halls." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu had already taken the elemental pill and begun to cultivate the elemental essence cultivation method, Gao Kunheng's heart was finally at ease. He no longer fought with Yang Ruping for anything and immediately began to express goodwill through words. Yang Ruping's eyes were even more complicated. Looking at the disciple in front of her, who was no different from before, she thought that she didn't think much of him before and didn't have any special use for him. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Could it be that I really don't know how to judge people? In the past, Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were very ordinary, and he even had the status of a direct disciple. It's a pity that this status was given to him by Yan, and not because of his hard work. It's normal that I don't use him. I have to find a disciple with strong martial arts, one who can suppress everyone. But why is it that Lord Sect Leader always finds one? Yang Ruping was wrong. It wasn't that she didn't know how to judge people. Her calculation was also good, but she forgot that if she put Zhang Xiaohu in an important position, would the cult master still use Zhang Xiaohu? And in front of the cult master's gift, even an ordinary disciple would be trained into a master. Of course, he was just a chess piece. There was no need to mention the fantasy of being a peerless master. Then Gao Kunheng smiled and said, Hall Master Yang, I'm new here and am unfamiliar with many affairs of the Shirxin Peak. I'm afraid that I will delay the cult master's plan. I wonder if I can borrow the power of martial nephew Zhang and let him be my deputy. He also has a seat in the Misty Hall and can help me. Secondly, the young people are the hope of tomorrow. We are all the suns in the west in the afternoon, while Zhang Xiaohu and the others are the rising suns. Don't you think so? Yang Ruping glanced at Aunt Qin, only to see Aunt Qin pondering for a moment before nodding. Zhang Xiaohu can be considered to have entered the original Misty sect under my watch. There's nothing to say about his character. Most importantly, he also has a certain amount of experience in Jianghu. He has a unique way of dealing with people. If we let him participate in some of the affairs of Misty sect, perhaps we can relax a little. Seeing that both of them agreed, Yang Ruping sighed in her heart. But she still smiled and said, That's good. We were also optimistic about Zhang Xiaohu before. But Deputy Hall Master Zhong, alas, let's not talk about it. Since Zhang Xiaohu had an outstanding performance in the Orchid Evening refining, and brought back a large number of rare elixirs for our Misty Hall, even the cult master has rewarded him. How can our Misty Hall not reward him? Then she glanced at Gao Kunheng, narrowed her eyes and asked, I wonder what Deputy Hall Master Zhong's suggestion is? Gao Kunheng had already given his good intentions to Zhang Xiaohu. He also knew that Zhang Xiaohu had practiced the Suhuan mantra, which of course meant that he had abandoned the ethereal divine art. It was in line with the cult master's wishes. Now, naturally, it was not convenient to complicate matters. He just cupped his hands and said, Hall Master Yang is too polite. I have just arrived at Shirxin Peak today. How dare I criticize the affairs of the Misty Hall? It's better to ask Hall Master Yang to make the decision. Humph! Yang Ruping snorted coldly in her heart and said secretly, I haven't criticized him yet, but he has already criticized him countless times. However, you didn't do well when I rewarded him. You are tactful and will have an easier time in the future. So she nodded slightly and raised her eyes to Zhang Xiaohu and said, In this case, according to the rules of the Misty School, we will appoint you as the chief disciple of the Misty Hall. What do you think? Ah! Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He immediately stood up and said, Hall Master Yang, this disciple appreciates your kindness. The identity of the chief disciple is really honorable. This disciple's martial arts are weak, I'm afraid. Aunt Qin and Gao Kunheng's expressions also changed. Aunt Qin looked at Yang Ruping and then at Gao Kunheng. She frowned slightly and then relaxed. Her eyes were suddenly enlightened. Gao Kunheng's face was somewhat gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. In fact, it was not difficult to guess. Gao Kunheng came to Shirxin Peak to replace Zhong Pei, and to support Zhang Xiaohu to control the entire Misty Hall. He had just revealed his method of winning over Zhang Xiaohu. He just wanted to make Zhang Xiaohu his assistant, and raise Zhang Xiaohu's status in the Misty Hall step by step. Then he would gain Zhang Xiaohu's favor, and achieve the goal of the hierarch on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Yang Ruping had already seen through his thoughts. When she agreed to let Zhang Xiaohu participate in the affairs of the Misty Hall, she immediately promoted Zhang Xiaohu to the position of the chief disciple. Thus, Gao Kunheng's one way to win over Zhang Xiaohu was cut off. How could he not be angry? In a flash, Zhang Xiaohu vaguely felt that he had become a chess piece in the game between the two, so he didn't know how to deal with it. He just reflexively modestly. Yang Ruping squinted at him and said with a smile, Chief disciple Zhang, you don't have to be polite. These days the whole Shirxin Peak has been crazy. Every female disciple is praising your merits. If I don't give you the position of the chief disciple, how can you live up to it? This? Zhang Xiaohu blushed and looked embarrassed. Gao Kunheng's face was not good, but when he heard this, he was stunned and asked curiously, Hall Master Yang, what do you mean? Yang Ruping still snorted and said expressionlessly, You'll have to ask your future assistant about this. Seeing Yang Ruping like this, Gao Kunheng was even more curious. He turned his head and said, Master Nephew Zhang, if there is anything interesting, don't hide it anymore. Zhang Xiaohu's face was flushed red. Fortunately, he had already told Zhang Xiaohua that he had picked up a jade bottle from the Yulon Grand Canyon. It was very fragrant, but he did not see anything special. Therefore, when he returned to Shirshine Peak, he inadvertently washed the bottle and found that the clear water in the vat had become fragrant. It was then that the medicine boy from the Tuapata Hall smelled it, and said that it was some kind of stone milk that could whiten the skin. The medicine boy drank a few jade bottles and turned around to give them to Chan Chan. Chapter 776. Zhang Xiaohu told the story that he and Zhang Xiaohua had discussed, but Gao Kunheng couldn't help laughing. He wanted to laugh, but he was too embarrassed to do so, but he couldn't hold it back. It was really painful. After a long time Zhang Xiaohu finished his story, he gasped for breath and pointed at Zhang Xiaohu. You can really talk nonsense. How can the stone milk become whitening elixir when mixed with clear water? You really make me laugh. Zhang Xiaohu said innocently. Ren Xiaoyao of the Tuadu Hall said so. And Chan Chan has used it, and the pimples on his face have indeed disappeared. He is just a little medicine boy of the Tuadu Hall. What does he know? Gao Kunheng laughed for a while and scolded with a smile. Although the stone milk can whiten and remove rot, its greatest effect is to improve internal force. You should have filled it with stone milk. Although it is empty, you can rinse it with clear water and drink it. Maybe it can increase your strength for several years. But you poured it all into the water tank and gave it to the senior and junior sisters of the Misty Hall. This is generous. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head. How can these disciples know? But I am also happy to make the senior and junior sisters happy and stay young forever. It is better than increasing my strength for several years. Gao Kunheng said curiously. I didn't expect Master Nephew Zhang to be such an affectionate person. Good. Well, although it didn't improve internal force, you won the favor of the female disciples. You didn't suffer a loss in this business. Yang Ruping was a little angry. Now almost every female disciple on Shirshine Peak has a bottle. They rub it on their hands and faces. It is fragrant. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu hurried forward and took out 4 jade bottles from his arms. He said embarrassedly, Hall masters, I have prepared them long ago, but I didn't know you, so I didn't dare to give them to you. Aunt Qing glanced at Yang Ruping and stood up to receive it. I told you eldest Master Nephew Zhang wouldn't forget us. Look, isn't it delivered here? Yang Ruping didn't say anything, but she was somewhat gratified in her heart. She had also heard of the reputation of this heaven stalactite milk, but she had no fate to see it, since she couldn't obtain a drop, but with this whitening elixir beauty treatment, it could be considered to be able to preserve some of her beauty. As for this pill elixir, Changge had already given her 2 bottles a few days ago through Aunt Qing. Now that Zhang Xiaohu gave it to her again, she still accepted it. Which woman in the world would refuse her own beauty? Alas, it had to be said that beauty was extremely important to every woman. Yang Ruping accepted the elixir with a smile on her face. However, Aunt Qing said in a low voice, I don't have any objections to Marshal Nishang being the chief disciple. It's just that the title of chief disciple was originally used by the Misty School. Now that we are the Misty Hall, I'm afraid it's not that useful, right? On the hierarch's side, wouldn't it be hard to convince him? Hearing this, Gao Kunheng smiled and said, the hierarch's original intention is for the Misty Hall to prosper day by day. Hall Master Yang's good idea will definitely increase the cohesion of the disciples of the Misty Hall. I think the hierarch will agree. If it's not convenient for Hall Master Yang, I can report to the hierarch on your behalf. No need. Yang Ruping said decisively. This matter will naturally be proposed by me, the Hall Master. Deputy Hall Master Qian, you don't have to trouble yourself. Then Aunt Qing said, also, Hall Master Yang, you have to think about it a little. In the Misty Hall, Du Feng, Ding Chao and the other disciples whose martial arts are higher than Zhang Xiaohu's were not very obedient to Zhao Jian. However, during this period of time, they have been doing their best to be valued by the Hall Master. I'm afraid they won't be convinced. Speaking of the several outstanding disciples of the Misty Hall, Yang Ruping was a little tongue-tied. These people were people that Yang Ruping thought highly of before. She wanted to use them to fight against Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian. However, Zhang Xiaohu's sudden appearance had disrupted her plan. In addition, she wanted to surpass Gao Kunheng today and help Zhang Xiaohu to the position of chief disciple. For a moment she didn't know how to arrange these people. Seeing that Yang Ruping was so tough against the lingering fragrance peak and was so tangled and hesitant about the internal affairs of the Shirxin peak, Gao Kunheng smiled in his heart and said, "Congratulations, Hall Master Yang. I didn't expect that our Misty Hall would have so many outstanding disciples. It's really a blessing for the Hall Master." Then he changed the topic and said coldly, "However, the name is not right. The inner disciples of the fragrant cult are the inheritors of the cult. I have never heard of an outer disciple who can inherit the fragrant cult. Hall Master Yang as an inner disciple of the fragrant cult, don't you know? Moreover, do you think that an inner disciple like me can also inherit the fragrant cult?" Although the Misty sect has been destroyed, the sect leader set up the Misty Hall on the Shirxin Peak for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was to protect Hall Master Yang and fulfill the promise he made on the Misty Peak that day. Secondly, it was to respect the legacy of the Misty sect. He didn't want to impose everything of the fragrant cult on the disciples of the Misty sect. Otherwise, with the strength of the fragrant cult, wouldn't the disciples of the Misty Hall have been defeated long ago? Why would he allow them to squabble on the Shirxin Peak? And when it comes to the inheritance of the Misty School, except for Master Nephew Zhang, who can take this position? Wen Hai? Lu Yueming? And that Du Feng you mentioned? Ding Chao? Yang Ruping felt sad. That's right, when Wen Hai and Lu Yueming's martial arts were all crippled, and they were only as healthy as ordinary people, so they definitely couldn't do it. As for Du Feng, Ding Chao, and the others, although their martial arts were outstanding, they weren't direct disciples after all, so they didn't have the proper title. Seeing that Yang Ruping did not speak, Gao Kunheng pointed to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Although I haven't seen Master Nephew Zhang before, I heard from Messenger Chan that he is affectionate and righteous. He rescued junior sisters Chang'e and Chan Chan, as well as the disciples of Tuat and Hall. In addition, he also saved the dying senior sister. Of course, at that time, he thought he was an inner disciple of our Lingxiang Peak. Not to mention who this person was, just based on his attitude, Hierarch Darren greatly appreciated him. Today, I heard that Zhang Xiaohu mixed the stone milk, which could increase one's power, into the clear water and distributed it to all the female disciples of the Shirxin Peak. He is really kind and generous. He is now the uncrowned chief disciple of the Shirxin Peak. Hall Master Yang's reward is even a little late." Speaking of martial arts, Master Nephew Zhang has been rewarded by Sect Master Yang, and has already practiced the Suhuan Heart method. Isn't his internal strength improving by leaps and bounds? Coupled with the sword and fist skills of the former Misty School, his future achievements are limitless. How can Du Feng and Ding Chao compare with him? I advise Hall Master Yang to go to the Lingxiang Peak to ask for the reward. Although the chief disciple of the Misty Hall is unprecedented, from today on, it is Master Nephew Zhang's. Hearing Gao Kunheng's long-winded words, Yang Ruping's face had already turned cold. She scolded in her heart, "Is there something wrong with this guy? I was the one who wanted to give him this title. You said so much as if you are remonstrating with death. Are you afraid that Zhang Xiaohu won't buy your favor? Alas, where does Zhang Xiaohu get this damn luck?" Then she waved her hand and said, "Deputy Hall Master Feng, don't say too much. We have already decided. What's the point of saying so?" Aunt Qing continued, "In addition, the previous chief disciple of the Misty School was Zhang Changyue. He lost the waste token of the Misty School inheritance long ago. This is also a difficult matter. This is easy. We will send someone to report this matter to Sect Master Yang, and ask her to give an order to find the waste token of the Misty School inheritance. If we can't find it, we can make another one. There are many experts in the refining hall. It shouldn't be a problem to make a waste token. But the waste token of the inheritance is gone. After all, it's still not legitimate." Gao Kunheng sneered, "As long as Sect Master Yang decrees, from today on, Zhang Xiaohu will be the chief disciple of the inheritance. All his waste tokens will be the inheritance waste tokens. It's no big deal." Aunt Qing was speechless. History had always been written by power. Even the inheritance was ordinary. Whatever Sect Master Yang said, wasn't it what it was? Zhang Xiaohu was in a daze as he listened. It wasn't that he didn't expect to have some unexpected gains today, but at first it was still within his acceptable range. Later on, things had developed out of control, and in the end, There was even a chief disciple's legacy waist token. Strange, what was this thing? He didn't seem to have seen it on Zhang Qingyue's body. Even his master didn't mention anything about this waist token. While Zhang Xiaohu was in a daze, he heard Yang Ruping say, "Master Nephew Zhang, you can leave. If there are any matters in the Misty Hall in the future, I will send a disciple to invite you." Oh, although the hall has appointed you as the chief disciple of the Misty Hall, this is the first time in the fragrant cult. This matter still needs to be reported to Sect Master Yang. You can stay in the original small courtyard for the time being. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I'll follow Hall Master Yang's arrangement. However, I won't change the small courtyard. It's very close to Master and the others. I need to ask for some advice on martial arts and some matters in the sect." Yang Ruping liked to hear these words. She cheerfully said, "That's good. You don't forget your roots. Good temperament. You can leave. Your injury hasn't healed yet. You'd better recuperate first." Zhang Xiaohu still had a headache. After saluting the 3 hall masters, he walked back to his small courtyard in a daze. He drank a few cups of tea in the hall to moisten his thirsty lips and burning chest. Only then did he remember that Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu were still in his backyard. So, he hurriedly closed the courtyard door and walked into the hut quickly. In the hut, Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu were laughing and talking about something. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly walk in with an unconcealable blush on his face, Zhang Xiaohua joked, "What's wrong? Second brother, did Hall Master Yang grant you a marriage on the spot? You look so beautiful." He Tianshu lay on the bed and also grinned, saying, "Congratulations, Master Nephew Zhang. You actually have a positive result." Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu didn't think it was a joke. He lowered his voice and said, "It's even better than this. Take a guess?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "Is it possible that Chan Chan, the little tail, also followed us to the Zhang family?" Chapter 777. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu finally got angry and said, Can't you have other pursuits?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, "Isn't life just a bowl of porridge, a well-behaved child and a man and a woman's affair? Can you have other pursuits?" Zhang Xiaohu looked regretful and said, Quality Xiaohua. Don't say that you know me in the future." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter to me. I'm just Ren Xiaoyao, a little pharmacist in the Tuidan Hall. I have nothing to do with your brother Zhang Xiaohua. I don't worry about Ren Xiaoyao's quality." Then he winked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "There is also a big wooden barrel in the small courtyard of the Tuidan Hall. That barrel is much bigger than second brother's barrel. If I'm happy one day and take a bath in it, do you think my prestige in the Misty Hall will immediately skyrocket?" Zhang Xiaohu blushed slightly and looked at He Tianshu, who was lying on the bed, and didn't know what they were talking about. He whispered, "Does your prestige have anything to do with quality? No matter how rich a nouveau riche is, he is still a bumpkin. I don't care. As long as I have money, is there anything in the world that I can't do?" Zhang Xiaohua spread his hands and looked indifferent. "What are you two talking about?" He Tianshu asked curiously, "Xiaohu, don't you have some good news to tell us? I'm really waiting. If Chang'e and Chan Chun both marry you, of course, it can't be better." "Martial uncle, don't listen to Xiaohua's nonsense." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Fortunately, they were in the backyard and no one in the room could hear them. If they were outside, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 10 mouths. Then he said, "In fact, it's like this." Zhang Xiaohu told He Tianshu what had happened in the Misty Hall. He Tianshu's expression was uncertain, but Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Congratulations, second brother. In this way your status will rise. Chief disciple Tut, wasn't that Zhang Qingyue's position in the past? At that time he was very prestigious. I didn't expect you to have such a day." Zhang Xiaohu ignored him and turned to look at He Tianshu. He Tianshu thought for a moment and said with a wry smile, "Hall Master Yang is also a little impatient. In order to compete with Gao Kunheng, she even took out the position of the chief disciple. Although I'm not a direct disciple, but I also know that the identity of the first direct disciple has to be conferred by the sect leader of the ethereal sect. Although Hall Master Yang is also the Hall Master of the ethereal sect, but after all, He is not the sect leader of the ethereal sect. Moreover, although she is the wife of sect leader O, but she has to greet Martial Uncle Li and Martial Uncle Lu first. At the very least, she has to ask your master and senior brother Lu. Her letter is preemptive. At this time Zhang Xiaohua was confused. What Martial Uncle Li? What Martial Uncle Lu? However, he didn't care. He just listened with interest and watched his second brother who was about to have a meteoric rise. He wanted to see how he would deal with it. Zhang Xiaohu nodded calmly and said, Martial Uncle He's words are reasonable. Just now, disciple was too happy and forgot about this matter. But at that time the situation didn't allow me to say anything. I just declined and was scolded by Hallmaster Yang and Deputy Hallmaster Qian. Haha. He Tianshu laughed and said, this is a good thing. Our Misty School does need a chief disciple. Although I don't care about the affairs of the hall, I know that many handsome young people want this position. You have this opportunity to receive the support of the incense cult and the Misty Hall. Naturally, you have to go with the flow and get this position. Don't let others take advantage of it. You just need to deal with it well, and there won't be any obstacles. After all, you are the chief disciple of the Misty School. He Tianshu didn't know that Zhang Xiaohu practiced the Suhuan mantra. Of course, he was surprised that Zhang Xiaohu could receive the support of the incense cult. Instead, he kept trying to comfort him. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. After pondering for a moment, he said, Martial Uncle Li and Martial Uncle Lu have never interacted with Hallmaster Yang. Moreover, I can't easily go to their place. I don't even know how to greet them. If they don't buy it, it'll be difficult. In that case, I'll go talk to Master first and see what he thinks. And it must be so. After all, you are the chief disciple. You should know more. For example, I've only seen the chief disciple's token, but I don't know the details. Good, then there's no time to lose. I'll go now. Zhang Xiaohu got up and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua grabbed him and pointed at He Tianshu. Captain He's joints have already begun to recover. Second brother, why don't you try to repair his meridians while he's still in bed? If it works, we'll let him cultivate slowly. That way we'll know what to do. What if it doesn't work? Don't you want to think of another way? Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. Is it that urgent? Nonsense, of course you're not in a hurry. There are thousands of people who want me to treat. How long will it take? I don't even know if I can repair their dantian. How can I not be anxious? Zhang Xiaohua secretly criticized. He Tianshu also smiled. There's no need to be so anxious. I've been in bed for many years. It doesn't matter if I lie down for a while more. Xiaohu's matter is urgent. It's best to discuss it with junior brother one and find a suitable method. Don't let this good thing turn into a bad thing. Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled her lips. Second brother only reached out and sealed your acupuncture points. He can go after he's done. Don't worry. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohu also pretended to be enlightened. He patted his forehead and said, Look at me. I'm so happy that I've lost my mind. My matter is nothing. It's not as important as Martial Uncle He's recovery. Moreover, Martial Uncle He's matter involves the cultivation of my master, Martial Uncle, and Martial Uncle. This can't be delayed. He Tianshu's gratitude was incomparable. Just thinking about it made sense. She didn't care about her bright future and hid in this small dark room to help him recover his strength, allowing him to be lively and vigorous. If she didn't have any mental activity, then how could it be possible? He Tianshu was a little choked up and said, Xiaohu, as your martial uncle, I didn't expect you brothers to be so benevolent. Xiaohua, you should learn from your second brother in the future. Just based on this breadth of mind, only he can be the chief disciple of Man Shirxin Peak. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua was full of unhappiness. Do I still need to learn from him? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with satisfaction and said, Alas, Xiaohua, you're still young and the road ahead is long. You should increase your experience and learn from the older generation, especially Martial Uncle He. Under his guidance, you have to work harder. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu's eager eyes and nodded. Second brother, you're right. In the future, I really need to learn from you and be a good martial brother. He emphasized the word, martial brother. Zhang Xiaohu took advantage of him and didn't argue with him. He waved his hand and said, Well, you get ready. I'll seal Martial Uncle He's acupoints first. He Tianshu was stunned. Xiao Hu, when you crushed my joints, you sealed my acupoints because you were afraid that I would feel unbearable pain. But when you repair my meridians, it shouldn't be necessary. Do I also need to use my neishi? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said confidently, "It has nothing to do with you. You just need to wait and adjust your neishi." Damn, Zhang Xiaohua almost jumped up. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's ear and asked him, "Where did you get your confidence from? You're just drawing a pie for Captain He. If you don't succeed, won't he be very disappointed?" He Tianshu looked a little excited and nodded. Since martial nephew Zhang said so, then let's do it. Great, this eldest martial nephew Zhang had actually called Zhang Xiaohu out. He was already treating Zhang Xiaohu as the chief disciple. Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and said, "It's been hard on you, martial uncle He." After that, he waved his hand and sealed a few acupoints. Then he retreated to the side. Zhang Xiaohua quickly stepped forward and sealed a few acupoints of He Tianshu. Then she said, "Second brother, are you going to where Hero One is?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Martial uncle He's words are very reasonable. I can't just rely on Hall Leader Yang and Lingxiang Peak. If I don't have the support of my master, even if I'm the chief disciple for a long time, I won't be able to convince the public and be justified." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then go quickly. Leave this to me. If you succeed, you can also give Hero One a surprise. He won't have to not support you." Zhang Xiaohu patted his shoulder and said, "That's good. You've worked hard. I'll ask your second sister-in-law to cook you streaky pork later." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. "You can't coax a child like this. It was very boring." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Go do your thing. I'm not eating the food of mortals anymore." "You're bluffing," Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Then, he shook his sleeves and walked out of the house with a solemn look. It was quite similar to Zhang Chengyue's steadiness in the past. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and smiled. She turned around and walked to the front of the bed. She stretched out her hand to check He Tianshu's pulse and transferred a strand of true energy to him. She carefully checked his meridians and dantian. Then, she poured out a meridian-nourishing pill from the jade bottle and placed it in He Tianshu's mouth. She waited for the meridian-nourishing pill's medicinal efficacy to dissolve. Then, she wrapped the medicinal efficacy with true energy and circulated it along his meridians until it gradually reached his dantian. There were many broken meridians in He Tianshu's body, and they had been broken for a long time. Therefore, it took a lot of medicinal power to repair them. However, Zhang Xiaohua only repaired the broken meridians slightly and left a little medicinal power to let them recover by themselves. Then she sent the medicinal power to his dantian. Chapter 778. He Tianshu's meridians were severely damaged. By the time Zhang Xiaohua had repaired all the broken meridians in his body and reached his dantian, Zhang Xiaohua's forehead was already covered in sweat. However, when she thought about how she only needed to repair his dantian, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel refreshed. She concentrated all her attention on the work of patching up the gaps. At the same time, in Wenhai's small courtyard, Wenhai frowned slightly as he listened to Zhang Xiaohu's narration. When Zhang Xiaohu finished, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Xiaohu, in the end you took the unipolar pill?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and knew that her master had misunderstood. She quickly explained, "Yes, your disciple did." Without waiting for her to finish, Wenhai waved his hand and said, "Since you have already taken it, there is no need to explain." Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth, but the words didn't come out. After a while, Wenhai let out a long sigh and said, "Actually, even if you took it, you should have discussed it with me." Sai, as a man of indomitable spirit, it's understandable that you pursue the peak of martial arts and the pinnacle of power, but it's inappropriate for you to use this method. Even if I and your martial uncle Lu agreed, what about martial ancestor Li and martial ancestor Lu? How could they tolerate you? Even if you took the decree of the lingering fragrance peaks leader, how many of the disciples of the Misty School would truly acknowledge you? AI, but it is also my fault. I thought that your injuries were very serious and you would need to recuperate for a long time, so I didn't go to see you. Moreover, I also wanted you to think carefully and make your own choice. It seems that some things are better not to be interrogated. If you probe too many times, it might become distrust. Zhang Xiaohu saw that his master had said a lot, so she didn't dare to hide anything. She only whispered the truth of the matter in detail. What? You've actually mastered both the ethereal divine technique and the plain domain mantra? When Wen Hai almost screamed out loud. Then he lowered his voice and said, How is this possible? Didn't Envoy Chan from Lingering Fragrance Peak warn you that day? Don't even think about trying to practice 2 cultivation methods at the same time. You are too bold. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. He really wanted to say that he had been wronged, that his dantian had been broken, that his ethereal divine art had dissipated, and that he had suffered the same thing as Wen Hai. However, if he did that, he would not be able to keep the lie that he had helped Wen Hai repair his dantian. He could only say, wasn't this disciple also forced? On the one hand, if the disciple did not listen to the Lingering Fragrance Peak's roping, the outcome would be even more miserable than the master's. On the other hand, the disciple did not want to leave the teachings of the master. At all times, the disciple had to remember that he was a disciple of the Misty School. The art of ethereal divine art was the foundation of all martial arts. Didn't Envoy Chan from Lingering Fragrance Peak also say that? The new Deputy Hall Master will arrive soon, and the first thing the new Deputy Hall Master will do when he arrives at the Shirxin Peak will definitely be to urge the disciple to take the universal pill. If there was someone watching at that time, it would be impossible to practice 2 cultivation methods at the same time. That's why the disciple rashly practiced 2 cultivation methods at the same time when his injuries had not healed. It was also the manifestation of the dead disciple of the Misty School. The disciple actually managed to practice 2 cultivation methods at the same time by accident when he was suffering from qi deviation. Why don't you circulate the art of ethereal divine art for your master to see? When Wen Hai was somewhat in disbelief, Zhang Xiaohu smiled as he circulated the art of ethereal divine art, and pointed a few fingers. When Wen Hai could clearly see that it was the inner strength of the art of ethereal divine art. However, he was still doubtful. Didn't Envoy Chan say that the universal pill technique was the most mystical and could simulate all inner strength cultivation methods? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Master, you're being too suspicious. If it was really a simulation, would this disciple come here to embarrass himself? Furthermore, this disciple has just taken the universal pill, and the universal pill technique is only at the entry level. How can I simulate other inner strength? Not to mention, this art of ethereal divine art is an inner strength secret manual that is not much inferior to the universal pill technique. It's impossible for me to imitate it in a few days. When Wen Hai heard this, he was very happy in his heart and said with a smile, Master doesn't have any inner strength to check it. Since you said so, how can I not believe you? However, why did the new Vice Hall Master Gao believe you so easily? If it was you, would you believe it? Zhang Xiaohu asked back. When Wen Hai pondered for a moment and said, I should believe it. It's only been a few days, and you're not someone with outstanding talent. It's impossible for you to practice 2 cultivation methods at the same time. Furthermore, you don't have any inner strength in your body. In the past few days, you could only rely on the universal pill to have some inner strength in the meridians in your body. Then he said, since you haven't forgotten your roots and the cultivation method you practice is still the art of ethereal divine art, then I think I will definitely support you as the head disciple. Even your martial uncle Lu and martial uncle Shui should support you. Zhang Xiaohu said somewhat apologetically, Actually, Master, this title of head disciple, only you are worthy of it. Don't comfort me. When Wen Hai said with a bitter smile, even if you give me the title of head disciple, I'm a person whose martial arts have been crippled. What use can I have? Your 2 martial uncles and even your 2 martial ancestors are also useless. And you are the direct disciple of my Misty School. Only you are worthy of this title. When Wen Hai thought for a while and said, It's just that your art of ethereal divine art, for the time being, oh no, you can never let the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak know about it. For you, the head disciple, the elders of our Misty School can only support you because you are the direct disciple of the Misty School. They can't support you because you have the art of ethereal divine art. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, Master is right. I also have the same idea. It's just that I don't know how to tell Master and the other martial uncles. Haha, when Wen Hai laughed and said, It doesn't matter. Wait until you train for a few more years and have a certain level of attainment in your internal strength. Then you can use the plain domain mantra as you wish. Why don't you reveal the real art of ethereal divine art, and say that you use the plain domain mantra to imitate it? Ha ha ha. The leader of Lingering Fragrance Peak only knows that you are practicing the internal strength of the fragrant sect. But he didn't know that your internal strength really does contain the art of ethereal divine art. The real is fake and the fake is real. Only we can understand what is real and what is fake. Let's go. I'll bring you to see the two martial uncles and tell them about this joyful matter. They are also very concerned about you. It's just that your martial arts are not good enough, and you have always been suppressed by others. They are also very unhappy. Isn't it getting late? How about we wait until tomorrow? Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat hesitant. Let's go, we should tell them about this joyous matter and let them laugh tonight. Wen Wenhai was still in high spirits and pulled Zhang Xiaohu out of the hall. After they left the hall, Wen Wenhai was not in a hurry to leave the courtyard. He first looked at the courtyard next door and said happily, "Look, your martial uncles also know that there is a joyous matter today and did not go to bed early." When Wenhai brought Zhang Xiaohu out of the courtyard, they were not in a hurry to go next door. Instead, they walked a few steps and came to a door. They pushed the door open and entered. He called out loudly, "Junior brother Lu, what are you doing here?" They only heard a lazy voice. "Is it senior brother Wen? Why are you here at this time?" When Zhang Xiaohu and Wen Wenhai entered the hall, they saw a person dressed like a scholar. He was holding a book in his hand and was sitting under the light. He was looking at them with a strange expression. It was Lu Yueming. "Greetings, martial uncle Lu." Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Haha, get up." Lu Yueming put down the book and said with a smile, "Xiaohu, you haven't been here for a long time. I heard from the disciples that your orchid dust cultivation was not going well. Even though you made a great contribution to the Misty Hall, you were still harmed. How are your injuries now?" "They have improved greatly. I think it will take a few more days to fully recover." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly replied. "Well, okay." Lu Yueming did not want to say more. He raised his head and asked Wen Wenhai, "Senior brother, you came in a hurry. Is there something urgent?" Wen Wenhai said mysteriously, "It's not urgent. Is it a joyous matter?" "Joyous matter?" Lu Yueming could not help but smile bitterly. What joyous matter can there be on Shixin Peak? Come, let's go to junior sister Shui and talk about it together. Wen Wenhai went forward and grabbed Lu Yueming. He called Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, come here and help your martial uncle Lu. Let's go together." Lu Yueming was somewhat helpless. "You know that I can't move freely. If there's any joyous matter, you can say it here. Why do you have to go to junior sister Shui's place? If I ask you to go, then go. Why are you nagging?" When Wenhai glared at him, "Sai, I really don't know what to do with you." Lu Yueming was helpless. He pointed to the side and said, "Xiaohu, help me get my crutches." Zhang Xiaohu obeyed and went to get a crutches. He put it under Lu Yueming's armpit and supported him with one hand. He then followed Wen Wenhai out of the courtyard. The three went back again and came to a half-closed door. Before they could go up the stairs, a strong fragrance of flowers came from the half-open door. Wen Wenhai's face unconsciously showed a trace of a smile. He looked back at the two and went forward to knock on the door. A slightly hoarse voice sounded. "Who is it?" "Junior sister, it's me, Lu Yueming and Zhang Xiaohu. You haven't rested yet?" That voice laughed out loud. "Senior brother Wen, if I'm resting, how can this door still be open?" Then we can go in. Come in." That voice laughed. When Zhang Xiaohu helped Lu Yueming into the courtyard, they saw a table and a chair in the spacious courtyard. A woman was sitting on the chair with her right arm hanging straight down. A wooden sword was casually held in her left hand. It was none other than Shui Qing, heroine Shui. Zhang Xiaohu went forward and greeted Shui Qing. He walked into the main hall and took 2 chairs from inside. He invited his master and martial uncle to sit while he stood behind Wen Wenhai. Shui Qing looked at the 3 of them strangely and said with a smile, "It's so late at night. Why did the 2 of you suddenly think of coming to my place, Qidian?" Chapter 779. Under the moonlight, Lu Yueming smiled and said, "Who knows? Senior brother Wen pulled me over, saying that he has good news to tell us." What good news? Xue Qing tilted her head and asked. Actually, when Wenhai smacked his lips and said, "I'm thirsty. Junior sister, don't you want to brew a pot of flower blossom tea for your guests?" Xue Qing laughed and said, "Senior brother, you don't have any reason to ask for tea before you even say anything." When Wenhai said shamelessly, "Junior sister, your flower blossom tea is delicious. I drank it once and wanted to drink it a second time. There's always enough. Are you afraid that I won't let you drink it, so you pulled senior brother Lu and Zhang Xiaohu over? You even lied about having good news?" No, I do have something to tell you. It's considered good news." Xue Qing nodded and said, "Since there's good news, I'll believe you this time. If you can't tell me, I won't be able to drink it in the future." She was about to stand up when Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Senior uncle, let me do it. After all, it's not convenient for you." If the tea you brewed was delicious, would your master still come over?" Xue Qing shook her head and returned to her room. Not long after, she brought out a tray with a teapot and 4 cups. She still held them with her left hand and walked out. Zhang Xiaohu quickly went forward and took the tray from Xue Qing's hands. He placed the teapot and cups on the table and was about to pour water for the teapot when Xue Qing stopped him and said with a smile, "Sit down too. I'll pour water for you." How could Zhang Xiaohu sit down? He continued to stand at the side. Xue Qing's right hand was still hanging by her side. Her left hand deftly lifted the cup lid and quickly poured some tea. She covered the cup again and said after a while, "All right, senior brothers, please drink some tea." Haha. When Wenhai laughed and said, "All right, I'll wait." As he spoke, he picked up a cup. Lu Yueming and Xue Qing also picked up their cups. Even Zhang Xiaohu picked up a teacup and lifted the lid. A light fragrance rushed out. When a small sip of tea entered their mouths, a different kind of fragrance filled their mouths. The scalding hot tea made them feel extremely comfortable. They couldn't help but feel refreshed. Good tea. Since Zhang Xiaohu couldn't praise it, when Wenhai said, "It seems like the taste is different every time I drink it, but I can't tell what's different about it." Xue Qing smiled, blossom tea. This is precisely the meaning of the endless flavor of the great evolution. She didn't explain and asked, "Senior brother Wen, since you've drunk the tea, shouldn't you tell us what the good news is?" Of course. When Wenhai cleared his throat and said, "Zhang Xiaohu was conferred the title of chief disciple by Hall Master Yang at the Misty Hall today. He also received the support of Lingering Fragrance Peak's new Vice Hall Master Gao." Who? Lu Yueming, who was sitting at the side, spat out a mouthful of tea and said, "What did you say? Hall Master Yang and Lingering Fragrance Peak's new Vice Hall Master both support Zhang Xiaohu to be the chief disciple?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Lu Yueming couldn't help but wonder. Hall Master Yang and Lingering Fragrance Peak's Vice Hall Master have always been at loggerheads with each other. How could they agree today? This is really strange. Xue Qing pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "I heard that Misty Hall was in a mess because of Vice Hall Master Zhong and Zhao Jian. Even if Hall Master Yang wanted to restrain them, she couldn't do it. Coincidentally, the matter of Lingering Fragrance Peak gave Hall Master Yang an opportunity. Xiaohu's martial arts aren't high, but he isn't her best choice. However, seeing that Lingering Fragrance Peak wants to nurture Xiaohu, and that he is a direct disciple of our Misty School, she decided to go with the flow." Xue Qing didn't say much, but his words hit the nail on the head. When Wenhai clapped his hands and said, "I originally didn't care about the affairs of the Misty Hall, but since Xiaohu has become the chief disciple, I have to come and tell the two of you. Firstly, I'm happy for Xiaohu. Secondly, if anything happens to Xiaohu in the future, you have to be careful." Lu Yueming glared at him and said, "Nonsense, do I need you to say that? Among our generation of direct disciples, senior brother Zhang and the others have all died. Only the 3 of us are struggling at death's door. Furthermore, only you have accepted Xiaohu as your disciple. If we don't help him, who else can we help? Furthermore, even if we accept disciples now, let's not talk about whether we can teach them. With our age, we won't be able to compete with Xiaohu." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, his face turned slightly red. To be honest, He wasn't much younger than the 3 elders in front of him. Normally, they would only accept young disciples. Xueqing glanced at him and said, Xiaohu, don't listen to martial uncle. To be honest, he wasn't in the Misty Hall at that time. If he was, wouldn't he compete with you? When he came back, he heard that you were the younger brother of Zhang Xiaolong whom he had saved back then. He felt a little regretful. What did I say? Lu Yueming laughed and said, I only heard that when Xiaohu and his brother didn't know martial arts, they were able to step forward bravely and save weak girls who were bullied by bullies. I feel that he has a chivalrous and benevolent heart. He is a good seedling. It's good that I didn't meet him. Ha ha ha, when Wenhai waved his hands and said, although my disciple is old, his aptitude is very good. It's just that. A moment ago, when Wenhai was somewhat happy, but then he became somewhat sad and said in a low voice, even sect leader O made an error in judgment back then. Lu Yueming and Xueqing were stunned and asked, how did master make an error in judgment? When Wenhai's expression was somewhat gloomy, back then, master said that Zhang Xiaohu was old and wasn't suitable to practice internal cultivation, especially the internal cultivation that we direct disciples practice. It's unlikely that he would have any achievements. At that time, he didn't want to pass on the misty divine art to Zhang Xiaohu. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was standing to the side and his eyebrows were somewhat happy. Who would have thought that Xiaohu would be so talented? In just a few years of hard work, he was able to practice the misty divine art. He was much faster than us back then. Is that true? Lu Yueming was somewhat surprised and said, in the past, among the direct disciples of our Misty School, there were some who practiced the misty divine art. It was said that their aptitude was also good, but they were all faced with difficulties and couldn't make any progress. Master must have had the same idea and didn't want you to pass it on. Is Xiaohu really that outstanding? How come I didn't see it? When I was in the Misty Mountain Villa, I saw that his martial arts was really ordinary. This is called, you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe the great change in the Misty School stimulated Xiaohu's fighting spirit, Xueqing said blindly. When Wenhai also said with some regret, sigh maybe. However, it's also because we came to Shixin Peak that our martial arts were abolished. In terms of teaching Xiaohu martial arts, except for some fist and sword techniques, we can only rely on our own experience to guide him on the path of internal cultivation. It can't be like what master taught us back then. Xueqing comforted, not necessarily. In the past, Xiaohu walked the path himself. Maybe it's more solid than ours, or maybe it's the reason why his internal cultivation improved faster than ours. It's just that. Xueqing hesitated and asked, it's just that why did lingering fragrance peak support Xiaohu? Xueqing seemed to have thought for a long time and only now did he throw out his question. That's right, senior brother one. I've been wondering just now. Is it because Xiaohu won the Orchid Evening Refinement that lingering fragrance peak took a fancy to him? This doesn't make sense. After all, Xiaohu is the direct disciple of our Misty School. Lingering fragrance peak can't put down their guard. Junior sister Xue, it's getting late and the dew is getting heavier. You and junior brother Lu are not feeling well. Shall we go inside and talk? When Wenhai said with a smile, of course. My arm is still fine, but junior brother Lu's leg is probably sore. Xueqing smiled and got up. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly helped Lu Yueming into the house. Then he took the things in the courtyard into the house. After that, he stood in front of the courtyard and silently circulated his internal cultivation. He looked around before he got up and walked to the door, standing there quietly. When they heard Wenhai say that Zhang Xiaohu had obtained lingering fragrance peak Suhuan mental cultivation method and Suhuan pill, although the two of them had never heard of these two things, they thought that since lingering fragrance peak wanted to pull Zhang Xiaohu to the side of lingering fragrance cult, they naturally had to be generous. It couldn't be something worse than the ethereal divine art. Their thoughts were somewhat similar to Yang Ruping's. After all, Zhang Xiaohu wasn't raised by the Misty School. It was hard to say whether he was loyal or not. However, when they heard that Zhang Xiaohu would rather die than live in shame, risking qi deviation to cultivate the ethereal divine art and Suhuan mental cultivation method at the same time, they were even more moved. Their internal cultivation was crippled, so they naturally knew the pain. They put themselves in Zhang Xiaohu's shoes and deeply approved of him. Xueqing had saved Zhang Xiaohu and his two brothers with one hai back then, so he had a good impression of him. He couldn't help but clap his hands and say, Zhang Xiaohu, I really misjudged you. Just now, I even accused myself of being a villain and speculated about your loyalty. As your martial uncle, I apologize to you. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He took a few steps forward and bowed. Martial Uncle Xue, you are too polite. You are an elder, so it is normal for you to have some doubts about this disciple. This disciple doesn't dare to have any other thoughts. Lu Yueming smiled and said, although Xiaohu is slightly older, his experience is good. His mind is naturally much broader than the younger disciples. This is also one of Xiaohu's strengths. Xueqing was a little hesitant. We naturally support Xiaohu, but our martial arts have been crippled, so we can't do much. Why don't? Xueqing turned to look at one hai. Why don't we let Xiaohu go to the villa in the front mountain? Hearing Xueqing's words, one hai was a little silent. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything. However, Zhang Xiaohu's heart warmed. He raised his head and said with a smile, Martial Uncle Xue, as long as you and Martial Uncle Lu have the heart, this disciple came this time because he has some other surprises for the two martial uncles. Surprises? When one hai and the other two were all stunned, they raised their heads and asked. Chapter 781. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was about to tell her that he could heal the joint pain in Dantian, in his backyard, Zhang Xiaohua had already wrapped the remaining efficacy of the soothing meridian pill with her vital energy and brought it to his lower Dantian. He Tianshu's internal injury was quite serious and it had been a long time. Therefore, when his meridians were mended, a lot of the efficacy of the soothing meridian pill was used. When the flaw in his Dantian was mended, only less than half of the efficacy was left. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua used her vital energy to check, she had already explored the Dantian. Now, she only wrapped the efficacy of the soothing meridian pill and went straight there. When the efficacy of the soothing meridian pill was applied, there was no movement around the hole in the Dantian. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. Is the efficacy not enough? Or is it that the soothing meridian pill can only mend the meridians and has no effect on the Dantian? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart sank to the bottom. She felt her whole body turn cold. That's not right. Second brother's Dantian was broken, and it was mended not long ago? Maybe Captain He's Dantian has been broken for too long, and the soothing meridian pill is useless. If that's the case, then Great Hero 1, Great Hero Lu and the others' Dantian would be even earlier. Moreover, it was broken by the experts of the fragrant cult. The meridian soothing pill would definitely be ineffective. Alas, I thought that the elixirs of the immortal path were miraculous. I didn't expect that the efficacy of the elixir would be limited. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was looking around in self-pity, there was a slight change in the hole that had no movement at all. Under the stimulation of the efficacy of the elixir, the Dantian began to gradually mend. However, the movement was too small. If not for Zhang Xiaohua's delicate control over her vital energy, she would not have felt it. Although the movement was too small, it was a substantial change. That is, the soothing meridian pill can mend the hole in the Dantian that has been broken for a long time. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's emotions surged and she almost cried. Indeed, when He Tianshu first taught Zhang Xiaohua, although he was not optimistic about his aptitude, he still taught Zhang Xiaohua by word and example. Every move brought Zhang Xiaohua into martial arts. The feelings of an enlightened teacher were not comparable to the feelings of an ordinary person. Zhang Xiaohua had inquired about He Tianshu's whereabouts in the Yulong Grand Canyon. When she came to Shixin Peak, she inquired about He Tianshu's residence from Zhang Xiaohu. She hoped that this enlightened teacher could live well on Shixin Peak. Later, when she saw that He Tianshu's joints were crushed and his internal energy was broken, she had long hoped that she could rely on her elixir to heal his injuries. Treating He Tianshu first, although it was said that his injuries were the most serious and the most representative, it could not be ruled out that Zhang Xiaohua had a little bit of selfishness. She wanted to quickly let He Tianshu stand up as lively as a dragon and as outstanding as before. Just now, the efficacy of the soothing meridian pill did not have the slightest effect. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. which extinguished Zhang Xiaohua's hope. Now this slight movement ignited her hope. How could she not be excited? Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed the healing effect of the soothing meridian pill. Although it was very subtle, it was still a real repair. Her heart was finally at ease. He let out a long breath and withdrew his genuine qi from He Tianqu's dantian. Looking at He Tianqu's appearance and then looking outside, he knew that it was already late. In the elixir room at the top of Shixin Peak, the more important awakening pill was still being prepared. Therefore, he came out of the hut and saw that Zhang Xiaohu had not returned yet. With a twist of his waist, he escaped into the ground and went to the top of the mountain. In the courtyard where Xueqing lived, when Wen Hai and the others were rather surprised and asked, "Xiaohu, what surprise do you have for us?" Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and smiled, "Master, let's wait for a while. I'm not sure about this matter for the time being. When I have full confidence, I'll tell you." When Wen Hai and the others looked at each other and felt that it was strange. He had already said this, so why did he swallow it back down? Just as Xueqing was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohu took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Xueqing. "Martial Uncle Xue, this disciple has never had anything to show his filial piety to you. This is stone milk mixed with clear water. I heard that it is especially useful for the skin on the face." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish his explanation, Xueqing's eyes lit up. She reached out and took the bottle and said, "Is this the legendary stone milk? Where did you get it?" Zhang Xiaohu awkwardly said, "Martial uncle is mistaken. This is just a little bit of stone milk mixed with clear water. I picked it up from the Orchid Grand Canyon. Sigh, this fragrant school is really full of treasures. Let's not talk about medicinal herbs, just this stone milk. I've only heard about it before and never expected to see it." However, Xiaohu went to the Orchid Grand Canyon and picked up an empty bottle filled with stone milk. This is something that can't be ignored in our misty mountain villa. Lu Yueming also bitterly smiled. The fragrant school is just like our misty school. Why is it that they have so many resources and our misty school has nothing? They only needed to move their hands and they were able to destroy us? This doesn't seem to make sense. When Wen Hai also slightly nodded, junior brother Lu's words make sense. Look at the inner disciples of the lingering fragrance peak. They should be the same as our direct disciples, so how can their martial arts be so powerful? It seems that even sect leader back then might not be a match for them. As the three spoke, they threw aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohu gave them a surprise. Zhang Xiaohu secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead and secretly said, "Fortunately, they didn't look into it. If I really let it slip and couldn't cure them, then it would be very embarrassing." Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Master, there's something I'd like to ask." "Oh, then hurry up and say it. What can't you say?" "I want to ask, what does our Misty School's chief disciple's waist token look like? Where is it now?" "That's right, we all forgot about the waist token." When Wen Hai bitterly smiled, "This Misty School's waist token has always been held by senior brother Zhang Changyue as proof of being the chief disciple. If Zhang Xiaohu wants to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, then this waist token is indispensable. It's just that I've only seen the waist token. As for the specific style, I don't know." Lu Yueming scratched his head. Xueqing frowned and said, "This chief disciple's waist token has been passed down from our Misty School since ancient times. It is extremely important. I vaguely remember that when I was young, Master unintentionally said that this waist token seemed to have other uses. But as for what it is, he doesn't know. Senior brother Wen is right. That waist token has always been in eldest senior brother Zhang's possession. We haven't seen it carefully. However, our own waist tokens are all imitations of this waist token. I guess the style is similar. But after senior brother Zhang fell on the Misty Peak, this waist token disappeared. It is very likely that it fell into the hands of the fragrant cult. If Xiaohu wants to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, then he must find this waist token. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Hall Master Yang has already agreed to ask for this waist token from Lingering Fragrance Peak. If we can't find it, then we can just imitate another one. When Wen Hai shook his head slightly and said, "Imitations are never real. If you want to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, then you must find this waist token. Otherwise, even if it is given by Lingering Fragrance Peak, You will only be the chief disciple of the Misty Hall. You will not be recognized by the Misty School disciples. Xueqing said. The waste token is one thing. There is another thing that I think Xiaohu will have to do. It is about Martial Uncle Li. Xiaohu should go to Hall Master Yang and report to her. Before the hierarch's decree comes from Lingering Fragrance Peak, it is better to inform Martial Uncle Li and the others. Otherwise, if they are disgusted, it will be disadvantageous to you. But, Zhang Xiaohu said awkwardly, the front mountain manor where Martial Uncle Li and the others are staying is a forbidden area for our Misty School disciples. Without special circumstances and Hall Master Yang's permission, no one can get close to it. Would Hall Master Yang allow me to go just because of me? When Wenhai smiled and said, Don't worry, Xiao. Since Hall Master Yang has decided to make you the chief disciple of the Misty Hall, she will consider all the difficulties for you. However, the rules of the chief disciple are passed down from our Misty School. As an outsider, she definitely doesn't know. If you go to her and tell her, she may let you go. Perhaps Hall Master Yang will send you to ask tomorrow? Lu Yueming said with a smile. That makes sense. She made the decision in a hurry today and can't consider it carefully. When she wakes up tomorrow, she will naturally think of what we think. Even if you don't mention it, she will hint you to go. That's good. This disciple will go see Hall Master Yang tomorrow and ask her to allow this disciple to visit Martial Uncle Li and the others. I wonder if Master and the two Martial Uncles have anything to say to Martial Uncle Li? Zhang Xiaohua stood by the door and nodded. When Wenhai and the other two looked at each other again and said in unison, Actually, there's nothing much to say. As long as Martial Uncle Li and Martial Uncle Lu take care of themselves, that's all. I wonder how Martial Uncle Lu and Stone Cow are doing. Are they still as decadent and drunk as before? If Xiaohu sees them, please advise them. Look at He Tianshu. He's just like them. All the joints in his body have been crushed, but he still lies in bed and faces life. He doesn't even drink a sip of wine. Hearing Lu Yueming mention He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but smile in his heart. Regardless of whether He Tianshu's martial arts could recover or not, from what Zhang Xiaohua said, his joints would definitely heal. He only needed some time to be able to stand up steadily and even practice martial arts. And if He Tianshu could recover, then wouldn't all the disciples in the Misty School who had their joints and bones crushed be cured? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes fell on Xueqing's hanging left arm and the walking stick in Lu Yueming's hand. An incomparable desire rose in his heart. He wanted to cure his two martial uncles' disabilities. Chapter 782. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the alchemy room. Everything was as usual. The elixir in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still in the process of forming the pill. The process seemed to be going smoothly. Zhang Xiaohua checked the furnace and took out a praying mat. She placed it in front of the furnace and sat down. She took out 2 primeval stones and began to do her homework for the day. While Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating, a tall figure hidden in a cloak appeared behind Yan's room like a ghost. The black figure was extremely fast and landed without a sound. Even if it passed by right in front of someone's eyes, they might not be able to notice it. The black figure stopped and looked left and right. It tilted its head and listened carefully. Then it floated away and landed on the side of the roof. In the room under the faint yellow light, Yan was still sleeping. Although her face was thin and not as plump as before, under the light, her eyelashes were long and slender. Her skin was pale and pale. She was exactly the model of a sleeping beauty. In front of Yan's bed, a long-haired woman was lying on the edge of the bed. She had already fallen asleep due to exhaustion. Wasn't that Xiu Tong? The black shadow stared at the room for a long time and listened carefully. Finally, he took out a black bottle that was half the size of the jade bottle. It was hard to tell what it was made of. He opened the bottle and muttered something in a low voice. It was unknown what he was muttering, but his muttering had a rhythm. It was as if he was singing. After a while, the black shadow extended his other hand from the cloak. It was slender and fair. He raised his 5 fingers and made some unknown movements. He pointed at the bottle. A wisp of faint black mist suddenly appeared from the bottle without the bottle's stopper. As the black shadow pointed his finger at the room, the mist immediately scattered in 4 directions. Because it was separated into 4 parts, The mist became even thinner and was almost invisible to the naked eye. If Zhang Xiaohua was beside it, she would definitely be vigilant. The movement of the black figure's fingers was actually 30% similar to the hand seals he made. However, there was no true qi coming from the fingers and no real hand seals were produced. Instead, it was the chanting that produced a slight fluctuation. It was the fluctuation and chanting that caused the black mist in the bottle to move. When the 4 wisps of mist had gone to different places, the black shadow put the bottle back into its bosom. Then it rose again and fell into the room like a leaf. Only the sound of the wind caused the lanterns to flicker slightly. When the black shadow steadied itself, it immediately pointed a few more times at Qiu Tong's major acupoints. It was the legendary air acupoint sealing technique. After everything was done, the black figure slowly walked to Oyan's bed and sat on the edge of the bed. She stretched her hand and placed it on Oyan's pulse. After a moment, she seemed to have sensed something. And a strong wind. And hit. A somewhat aged and surprised voice sounded. It seemed that everything in front of him was inconceivable. He stretched out a slender finger and gently stroked Oyan's forehead. After a while he said in a low voice, "What kind of acupoint sealing technique is this? How come this old man has never seen it before?" Therefore, the finger continued to point and changed a few different acupuncture point techniques. Still there was no effect. The black figure finally put a finger on Oyan's forehead. No one knew what he was thinking. The whole room was very strange. After a long time, the black figure said to himself, "I was wondering why this Oyan had always been living an ignoble life. I underestimated the strength of the Misty School. I originally thought that it was just a declining gang, and that it would be a piece of cake. Who knew that it would be such a big deal? Haha, this Miss O is really lucky. She was going to die a few days ago, but she's still alive today. However, what can you do with this unique acupoint sealing technique? You can only live for a few more days. But, who is the one who sealed the acupuncture point technique? Is it the few doctors on Lingxiang Peak? Which disciple of Misty Hall? It's a pity that I can't find out." The black figure thought for a long time and laughed involuntarily. Why would I think about him? The Misty School is a big sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It would be abnormal if it didn't have any secrets. Even if the sect leader of the Misty School came back to life, what can he do to me? It's just a simple acupuncture point technique. After saying that, the finger left Oyan's forehead. He waved his hand and chanted again. The mist in the 4 corners of the room flew to his side. The black figure took out a bottle and was about to send the mist into it. However, his eyes fell on Oyan, who was lying on the bed. He pointed his finger and a few invisible black spots in the mist instantly separated and went straight to Oyan's forehead. When the black spots disappeared, the black figure said to himself, "I want to see how long this unique acupuncture point technique of yours can last." After saying that, he sent the mist into the bottle and his body went out of the window. When the person was about to leave, he moved his finger slightly and a few gusts of wind shot out and unsealed Qiu Tong's acupuncture point. That black shadow disappeared into the darkness, and no one knew where it went. This black shadow was wearing a cloak, and from the beginning to the end, it did not reveal its face. Not to mention that it was late at night and no one could see it. Even if they saw it, they would not know the identity of this person. It was late at night and the few disciples of Lingxiang Peak were guarding Oyan's mountain villa. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had escaped into the alchemy room above them. The black figure had entered the villa as if there was no one there. They had no idea what he did. It had to be said that this was a great mockery, a mockery to the inner disciples of the fragrant religion. The sun rose from the east and the warm sunlight shone into the room, illuminating the window. Qiu Tong's tightly shut eyes moved slightly and she immediately woke up. She looked at the bright room and then looked at Oyan. She got up and closed the window, muttering to herself, "I remember to close the window well last night. How did the wind blow it open?" She then extinguished the lights in the room and walked to the bed. She carefully tucked Oyan in, but when her eyes landed on Oyan's face again, her heart skipped a beat. She rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. Her face was filled with panic and bewilderment. This last night, young Miss Sher's complexion was still slightly rosy. But now in just one night how did she become so pale? Could it be that the past few days, was it the final radiance of the setting sun? Qiu Tong had obviously lost her composure. Seeing Yen in such a state, it was needless to say that her condition had worsened. How could she control her emotions? Thinking about how her heart was filled with hope for the past few days, it was as if it had been doused with cold water. That hope immediately turned into tears and fell. After crying for an unknown period of time, she heard a cry of surprise. Big sister Qiu Tong, what are you doing? Could it be that, young Mrs. Hearing that familiar voice, wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who came every morning? When Qiu Tong heard that voice, it was as if she had heard a heavenly voice. She turned around and cried out, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, hurry and come take a look. Young miss. Her complexion is terrible. Hearing Qiu Tong say that Yan's complexion was terrible, Zhang Xiaohua finally relaxed. He had already emerged from the ground and saw Qiu Tong crying. He thought that Yan was already, "Oh, big sister Qiu Tong, don't worry. As long as young miss is still breathing, I will definitely save her." Qiu Tong's words were firm, but her tone was not firm. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was not some so-called divine doctor. You hurry and come take a look. Qiu Tong tugged on Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and dragged him to Yan's bed. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay and immediately released his divine sense. Before he could observe anything, he immediately sensed that Yan's vitality was fading faster than yesterday. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Yan's condition had been stable for the past few days. Even when he came yesterday, it was normal. Why would there be a sudden change today? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua channeled his true energy into Yan's meridians and circulated it. He then placed his finger on her pulse and listened carefully. He did not find any abnormalities. There are no changes to her body. The acupuncture points on her head are also sealed. There shouldn't be any changes, right? Zhang Xiaohua could not figure it out. He had no choice but to use his divine sense to enter Yan's Naiwan Palace. Yan's Naiwan Palace was pitifully small. Zhang Xiaohua casually scanned it with his divine sense, but he did not find anything special. Zhang Xiaohua was a little troubled. He did not find the source of the illness and only used his true energy to seal Yan's acupuncture points to prevent her vitality from fading. Now that her vitality was fading faster, he did not know where to start. Xiaohua, young miss, how is she? Qiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. She was her only savior. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely embarrassed. He said embarrassedly, Big sister Qiu Tong, please wait for a moment. I will see if I can salvage the situation. After he finished speaking, he activated his genuine qi and tapped a few more acupoints on Yan's head to repair the acupoints that he had tapped previously. However, in his divine sense, the loss of vitality slowed down a little. The effect was not as obvious as when he tapped the acupoints earlier. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart. Needless to say, sealing the acupuncture points with his true energy was not very effective. How is she? Qiu Tong quickly asked when she saw Zhang Xiaohua stop. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, Fortunately, big sister Qiu Tong, there is no big problem for now. Young Mrs. Face is pale. She has been sick for many days and her body is weak. Wait a few more days. I will get the pill and consume it. She should be fine. Is that so? Qiu Tong was a little hesitant. Where did you get the pill? Why, it has been so many days and you still haven't. Mrs. Body is so weak, I don't know. If she can hold on, can you quickly bring the pill over? Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely helpless in his heart. If he was facing an enemy, he would have used all his means and thrown them all at the opponent. But he just couldn't find the root of the illness. He could only watch as Yan's life force slipped away. He had some magical powers, but he couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 783. A sense of helplessness instantly filled Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. It was just like when Zhang Xiaohua and his family saved Lu Qian in Lu Town. Zhang Xiaohua had been trampled under the feet of a bully's servant. He could only watch as his father and brother were beaten to death. He wanted to reach out, but he couldn't do anything about it. It had been many years since Zhang Xiaohua had felt this way. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua achieved success in his cultivation of immortality, his arms had become extremely strong. No matter what opponents he encountered, he always had unpredictable methods to deal with them. Many times he passed through them calmly. Even Huang Feng and Blood Wolf King, who had killed countless people in the Orchid Evening Refinement, were defeated by him. Although Zhang Xiaohua had always reminded himself that mid-stage qi refinement was just the beginning, and there were still many talismans that he couldn't comprehend, let alone higher-level spells and artifacts. However, the smoothness of his journey gave rise to a sense of pride in his heart. It was the pride of a qi refinement cultivator. However, at this moment, he truly felt that there was a limit to a person's strength. Not everything was under his control. Not to mention the future, just now he was at a loss. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He reached out to pat Qiu Tong's shoulder, but his hand stopped halfway. He only said softly, "Big sister Qiu Tong, don't worry. I'll do my best." Qiu Tong raised her teary eyes. The disappointment in her eyes was self-evident. "Yes, you'll do your best, but will your best be enough to save Oyan's life?" Zhang Xiaohua knew that even if he stayed here, it would be useless. Qiu Tong's crying only added to his frustration. He subconsciously said, "Big sister Qiu Tong, I'll go first. Tomorrow, I'll come back." However, he couldn't finish his sentence. He wanted to say, "Based on my judgment, the young lady's life force shouldn't be extinguished before the spirit awakening pill is refined." However, the other meaning of this sentence was that Oyan probably didn't have many days left to live. Wouldn't Qiu Tong be even sadder after hearing this? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua leave, Qiu Tong nodded dejectedly and didn't look at him again. Zhang Xiaohua silently walked out of the small house. He heard familiar footsteps outside the courtyard. It was undoubtedly Elder Yu. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to meet him. He formed a hand seal and rushed out to the pill room on the mountain peak. The spirit awakening pill was the only way to save Oyan's life. Zhang Xiaohua had to give it his all. However, when he arrived, he saw that Qiu Tong's spirit awakening pill was refined of the heaven's furnace. And Zhang Xiaohua stood silently in front of the alchemy furnace. In his mind, he recalled the usage of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, as well as the alchemy technique. He wanted to find a way to shorten the incubation time, but no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any suitable method. In fact, this purple gold furnace could refine dozens of medicinal herbs at the same time. It already took a lot less time than normal pill furnaces. If he wanted to shorten the time even further, he could only start with the method to refine the pill. There were also some subtle methods in the jade slip that could slightly increase the speed. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to casually try them. Moreover, these methods were very complicated. With his current level of refining pills and the true qi in his meridians, he still couldn't control them as he wished. Zhang Xiaohua could only follow the previous steps and watch the pill liquid gradually form into a pill. He didn't dare to interfere at all. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't calm down and cultivate talismans and the heavenly Tao. Thus he left the pill room. Although the sun was shining and the wind was blowing on the Shirxin peak, it couldn't blow away the depression in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Going down from the top of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He slowly walked along the mountain path. From time to time, he thought in his heart, "What's the matter with Oyan's illness?" There were many medicinal fields on the Shirxin peak, and some were barren. Since Zhang Xiaohua talked about the deal with Aunt Qin a few days ago, the disciples of the Misty Hall were mobilized by their deputy hallmaster Qin. At this time, many male and female disciples were busy on the mountainside. Seeing the medicine boy of the pill opening hall walking slowly on the mountain path, many disciples were slightly surprised. But then, some male and female disciples pointed at him and whispered. They were actually talking about something. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua would have already known. He would probably hide on one side and eavesdrop on what they were talking about behind his back. However, at this time he was absent-minded and didn't want to pay attention to it. However, when he walked past the shadow of a tree, trouble came to him. He saw a voice coming from not far away. Ren Xiao, stop right there." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He stopped in a daze and looked back. He saw a valiant figure running from there. Looking carefully, it was Song Jiong who blocked him halfway a few days ago. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua would probably cup his hands and give him a hypocritical smile. He might even call him senior brother Song. However, today Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the leisure to be carefree. He immediately stared at Song Jiong's arrival with a cold face. Before Song Jiong arrived in front of him, he shouted, "Ren Xiao, you are really shameless. How dare you deceive me? When did junior sister Xiao say such shameless words to you? Fine, I'll just take it that you're trying to protect your flower. I don't want to lower myself to your level, so I only exchanged a simple punch with you. You know how powerful I am, so I beg you, please don't harass me anymore. Besides, I was talking to you to give you a chance to get close to your junior sister Xiao, but you can't chase after me like this, using me as an excuse to get close to your junior sister Xiao, right?" Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua rushed forward. Without waiting for Song Jiong to land, she grabbed his neck. When Song Jiong saw that Zhang Xiaohua was about to make a move, he immediately stretched out his hand to stop her. He had suffered in the hands of Zhang Xiaohua before, so of course, he was prepared. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at his hand. Her right hand continued to grab his neck. Song Jiong was one step ahead and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. It was where her pulse was. He was overjoyed and immediately circulated his internal energy, wanting to embarrass Zhang Xiaohua. However, wherever Song Jiong's internal energy went, Zhang Xiaohua's arm was like a stone pillar. It was hard and he couldn't feel it at all. Before Song Jiong could be surprised, Zhang Xiaohua's right hand grabbed Song Jiong's neck as if there was no obstruction. Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taller than Song Jiong, and her arms were slightly longer. With a little force, Zhang Xiaohua immediately lifted Song Jiong up. Song Jiong couldn't say anything else. His mouth was like a duck's and the words he said were like a duck's. However, his face became increasingly pale and gradually turned green. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also gritting her teeth. Her expression was ferocious and there was a trace of fierceness in her eyes. Her iron-like arms were firmly extended in mid-air. She looked coldly at Song Jiong, who was continuously kicking out and grabbing Zhang Xiaohua's arms with both hands. Song Jiong was struggling with all his might. The strength in her hands was also gradually increasing. There were many disciples in the surrounding herb fields. When they saw this terrifying scene, they were momentarily stunned. There were even a few young female disciples who covered their mouths with their hands and almost cried out in shock. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's slightly taller figure stood there steadily. Her hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. She was like a demon god, scaring everyone so much that no one dared to move. As for Song Jiong, who was being held in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, his face had already turned green and his tongue was slightly sticking out. His legs that were kicking forward had already lost their strength. Now he was struggling up and down. His two hands were weakly placed on Zhang Xiaohua's arms, and his eyes were filled with the fear of death. And Zhang Xiaohua, who usually looked very gentle, did not seem to have any signs of stopping. "Senior brother Ren? Senior brother Ren?" A timid voice sounded from behind Zhang Xiaohua. This voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear. It was a voice that Zhang Xiaohua was slightly familiar with. This voice immediately woke Zhang Xiaohua up from her anger. When she regained her senses and saw Song Jiong's appearance in her hands, her heart trembled. She immediately loosened the strength in her hands and casually threw him aside. Song Jiong landed on the ground. For a moment he was unable to get up. He could only open his mouth and take in air with all his might like a bellows on fire. When Zhang Xiaohua turned her head, she saw a young disciple of the ethereal hall. It was Mu Tangchun, whom she was familiar with in her early years. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua turn her head, Mu Tangchun obviously quivered and took half a step back. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice and asked, "Junior brother Mu, what's the matter?" Mu Tangchun's face was a little pale. He seemed to have mustered up his courage and said, "Senior brother Ren, I don't know how senior brother Song has offended you. But seeing that you fought with me that day, I know that you are a reasonable senior brother. You can talk things out face to face, but please don't take someone's life because of some small matter." Towards the end, his voice became softer and softer. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and closed her eyes to calm down. She squeezed out a smile and said, "Junior brother Mu is right. I have lost my composure today." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's smile, which was not much better than crying, Mu Tongchuan's heart warmed. He nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He could not say anything. Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and said coldly to Song Jiong, I have only met your junior sister Xiao once. I think she must have told you clearly. What I said earlier was just a joke because you blocked my way in the middle of the night. Don't take it to heart. Actually, how should I say it to you? Can you use your heel to think? If you and your junior martial sister Xiao are in love with each other, wouldn't I have no chance to interfere? But if you two were not in love, even if I didn't interfere, wouldn't others have a chance? I was a little reckless today. Please don't take it to heart. Don't find trouble with me in the future. I can't guarantee that I will be in a good mood the next time I see you. After saying that, she bowed slightly to Song Jiong and left. Chapter 784. After teaching the brainless Song Jiong a lesson, Zhang Xiaohua walked on the mountain path. She had already calmed down a bit. Thinking about her actions just now, she felt incomparably regretful. Song Jiong had only wanted to ask her a few questions and show off his heroic spirit. It was fine if she ignored him, but there was no reason for her to treat him like that. Her actions just now could be described as losing her mind. She was in a bad mood, but there was no need for her to vent her anger on Song Jiong, an unlucky guy who didn't seem to have the strength to fight back. Thinking about how that guy struggled in the air, he really was pitiful. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. The cultivation of my mental state is still not enough. Actually, this was normal. The cultivation of the mental state had always been the focus of cultivation for qi practitioners. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua encountered Nie Qinyu, she was unwilling to lend a hand because of the problem of her mental state. It was the same in Lutown as well. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua comprehended the heavenly Tao and made great progress in the aspect of mental state. She had never caused any trouble for him. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still a 17 or 18-year-old youth after all. Her experience was still somewhat lacking. Her divine abilities from the path of immortality were vast again and again. In addition, she had killed quite a few wild beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. For Zhang Xiaohua, this was also a kind of tempering. She gradually felt that something was wrong. Afterwards, because she met Zhang Xiaohu, the joy of reuniting with her family covered up this uneasiness. She was not discovered by Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, she was unable to save Oyen. She was filled with divine abilities, but she was unable to discover the source of her illness. She could only place her hopes on the spirit awakening pill she was currently refining. This feeling of powerlessness and pressure made Zhang Xiaohua's uneasiness even more obvious. Fortunately, after Song Jiong's disturbance, Zhang Xiaohua could be considered to have vented the gloominess in her heart. In the mountain wind, she gradually recovered her calm state of mind. Slapping her forehead, Zhang Xiaohua's back was slightly covered in cold sweat. Her myriad of emotions condensed into a single sentence. My God, why am I competing with this idiot? It's a disgrace to my status as a qi practitioner. Entering the residence of the disciples of Misty Palace, Zhang Xiaohua didn't disguise herself this time. Instead, she directly walked towards Zhang Xiaohu's residence. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared, some pretty female disciples immediately smiled at the sight of her. They lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Sometimes they even raised their heads slightly and looked at her with a smile. Why was that? Could it be that when I got angry just now, I actually became handsome? Zhang Xiaohua very conceitedly rubbed her nose and thought. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter. Something must have happened. However, he was worried about Oyan's condition and the effect of treating He Tianqu's injuries yesterday. How could he possibly care about it? When he stepped into Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard, he realized that there was no one in the courtyard. Sigh, as expected of the chief disciple. So many things have happened. If it was any other day, where else can I go? Zhang Xiaohua mumbled and entered the backyard. In the small house in the backyard, He Tianqu's acupoints were still sealed and he was lying there quietly. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked forward and impatiently channeled her Jinqi into He Tianqu's meridians. Following the meridians, she checked on his dantian. Not long after, the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. After a night of mending, He Tianqu's meridians had already been mended by 10%. Furthermore, The meridian nourishing pill still had quite a bit of medicinal energy left. It should be able to last until the mending was complete. As for the hole in his dantian, although the speed of mending was slower than the speed of mending his meridians, it was still in the process of mending. As long as there was enough time, it would definitely be mended. The result of mending his dantian was that He Tianshu would be able to cultivate the internal energy of the Misty School. His original martial arts would also be restored one by one. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and left. The gloominess in her heart from the morning was unknowingly swept away. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and opened He Tianshu's acupoints. He Tianshu opened his eyes and the first thing he asked was, "Where is your second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought to herself, why didn't she ask about his dantian and meridians? Why is she asking about my second brother? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I also just got here. I didn't see where my second brother went. You just got here? He Tianshu frowned and said, Don't tell me it's already the next day? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Team leader, he is wise. Your youth has already passed. There's no need to reminisce. Hey. He Tianshu heard Zhang Xiaohua's words and his heart relaxed. He said, Quickly tell me, how is the mending of my meridians? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and said, I thought you didn't care. Why didn't you ask just now? Instead, you asked about my second brother? That's strange. If I didn't ask about your second brother's whereabouts, why would I ask you? Do you know how the mending went yesterday? Oh right, your second brother must have told you. You brat, quickly tell me. He Tianshu woke up and looked at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. Your meridians and dantian are in your body. Can't you see for yourself? Zhang Xiaohua was still smiling. Nonsense. My dantian has been exposed. Where would I get the vital energy? He Tianshu looked defeated. How do you want me to check? Forget it, I won't talk to someone like you who has practiced the frenzied bull strength. You should quickly call Zhang Xiaohu over. Seeing He Tianshu's face of distrust, Zhang Xiaohua was happy instead of angry. She originally wanted He Tianshu to think that it was Zhang Xiaohu who healed his injuries. Now that she saw it, she really did have the talent to act. There's no need to call him. Team leader, when I left last night, my second brother had already mended your meridians and dantian. Zhang Xiaohua said, I don't know how he did it, but looking at his pale face and sweating like rain, he must be exhausted. He Tianshu smiled bitterly. I know Xiaohu is tired. You don't have to say this. I am grateful to your second brother for the rest of my life. And even if he wants me to teach you Arhat Fist for the rest of my life, I am willing. You should tell me the result of the mending. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Her tone was subtle. He Tianshu's heart skipped a beat. Following that, he asked why? Is it different from your second brother's thinking? My dantian can't be mended? I won't be able to recover in the future? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed deeply and said, Second brother said that your meridians and dantian are heavily injured. In a short period of time it is impossible to heal. Sigh. He Tianshu also sighed. I knew it wasn't that simple. The methods of the lingering fragrance peak's inner disciples are not something that we can easily mend. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's following words sounded, maybe after resting for 10 days to half a month, there will be a slight effect. He Tianshu was still secretly depressed. When he heard these words, he almost didn't believe them. He stretched out his arm and wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua. But Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She immediately held him down and laughed. If team leader he moves, my second brother's painstaking efforts will be wasted. Bah. He Tianshu laughed and scolded. You little rascal, you can't even finish your words in one breath. You deliberately want me to do it. Sai, your second brother said that there will be a slight effect after 10 days to half a month. Tell me more specifically, can my inner strength be recovered? Zhang Xiaohua raised her chin and said proudly, Who is my second brother? This is just a small matter. How can he not be able to handle it? Last night, second brother said that team leader, his inner strength can definitely be cultivated again. Healing is just a matter of time. After a month or so, your dantian should be repaired. Really? He Tianshu couldn't believe his ears. Destroying one's dantian to cripple one's martial arts was the cruelest method in Jianghu. He had never heard of anyone being able to cultivate their martial arts back. Oh no, there were so many disciples on Shirxin Peak who had their dantian crippled by the fragrant cult. For so many years, none of them were able to recover. Even this Zhang Xiaohu had never heard of him having any method. But who would have thought that he could use such an ingenious method to repair his dantian? This isn't a dream, right? Thinking about it, He Tianshu couldn't help but bite his tongue. Ouch! A sharp pain came, reminding him that this was indeed reality. Martial Uncle He, where does it hurt? A voice sounded. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head with a smile and saw Zhang Xiaohu walking in. Without waiting for He Tianshu to speak, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's nothing. Team leader, he asked me about the condition of his dantian and meridians. I told him what second brother told me last night. It's just that he has already started to repair them. In a month's time it will be repaired." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up with joy. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in shock. He Tianshu asked, "Xiaohu, don't lie to me. Xiaohua, is what he said true?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and thought, "Nonsense, of course what he said is more true than what I said." However, he continued to say, "Congratulations, Martial Uncle He, congratulations, Martial Uncle He. Martial Nephew did not fail you and repaired your meridians and dantian. When the time comes, I will definitely be able to help Martial Uncle regain your martial arts." Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's confirmation, He Tianshu was so excited that he couldn't hold back his tears. The tears flowed from the corners of his eyes and fell to his ears. Zhang Xiaohu looked to his left and took a towel from the side. He walked forward and wiped away the tears around He Tianshu's temples. He smiled and said, "I've never seen Martial Uncle He act like a girl before. Today I've learned something new." He Tianshu said embarrassedly, "You don't know the pain of losing one's martial arts. Let's not talk about me. If your master doesn't cry after hearing this news, my surname isn't He." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and did not argue with him. He only said, "Martial Uncle He, there are many spies in Shirxin Peak. You have to be careful in the future. Don't let them see any flaws. There are many disciples like you in our Misty School, and I want to cure them bit by bit. You don't want me to be discovered early, do you?" Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips at the side. I wonder if Big Brother has the talent to sing operas. Chapter 785. After settling down the somewhat agitated He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua returned to the hall in the front yard. The two sat down and Zhang Xiaohu anxiously asked, "Xiaohua, is what Martial Uncle He said true?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she wasn't happy and said, "What do you mean, Captain? He said it. It should be me who said it." Okay, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, what you said, is it all true? Martial Uncle He will be able to recover his dantian after another month of cultivation?" Yes. Zhang Xiaohua nodded affirmatively and said, "This meridian soothing pill seems to have a better effect than the bone congealing pill. The bone congealing pill will probably take more time to heal the crushed joints. However, Captain He's meridians and dantian have been injured for a longer time, so he will need more medicinal power. I don't think he will be like you and be able to increase his power by so many years after taking the meridian soothing pill." That's good. Zhang Xiaohu stood up and rubbed his hands, saying, "It doesn't matter how many years of power they gain, as long as they can cultivate their inner strength again. This is much more important than any power." "Oh right, Xiaohua. When will you be able to help me repair my master's dantian?" "AI?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "Actually, any time is fine, as long as you don't think it will attract lingering fragrance peak's attention." But what?" Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask. "I've been paying attention recently. Lingering fragrance peak's attention towards our Misty School's direct disciples has decreased. Last night, when I followed my master to visit Martial Uncle Lu and Martial Uncle Shui, I didn't see any spies. Besides, my master is different from Martial Uncle He. His hands and feet are fine, only his dantian was damaged. If you repair his dantian, as long as he doesn't reveal his inner strength, no one will be able to tell." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was so long-winded and wasn't very enthusiastic about her butts, Zhang Xiaohua could only explain, Actually, other than the good news about Captain He, I might also tell you some bad news. Zhang Xiaohu was obviously taken aback. What? Are you out of pills? No. Elixirs are just external objects. You can still refine them after using them. Yeah, like I said, there are thousands of disciples in our Misty School. Even though you have a lot of pills, it's not enough. The bad news is that Miss O's condition has relapsed. I'm afraid I can't save her. Oh. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, weren't you full of confidence the day before yesterday? How? Zhang Xiaohua explained Oh Yan's situation with a sad face. Zhang Xiaohu was also sad after hearing it. Yes, they couldn't find the root of the illness and could only pin their hopes on pills. How could they be at ease? Does Hall Master Yang know about this? Zhang Xiaohu asked tentatively. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I don't know. From what Big Sister Qiutong said, Miss O doesn't want her to know. I know. You already said it a few days ago. What I mean is, Miss O seems to be terminally ill. Hall Master Yang is her only family member. If she does this, alas, Zhang Xiaohua still sighed. This is other people's family matter. Let's not get involved. Although Leader O committed suicide, but after all, she was forced to die by the fragrant cult. Hall Master Yang is an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Although it's difficult to avenge her brother, it's impossible for them to not have any grudges. Can't you tell Hall Master Yang? Zhang Xiaohu still didn't give up. Second brother, are you crazy? How can I tell her? Zhang Xiaohua was more and more puzzled. He had never seen Yang Rupeeing in the Misty School. His impression of her was limited to the Hall Master of the fragrant cult. He didn't have any special feelings for her. Hall Master Yang has worked hard these years. Zhang Xiaohu looked out of the window and said, on one hand, she is trying her best to manage Shirxin Peak. On the other hand, she has to resist the encroachment of lingering Fragrance Peak. Sometimes, many ethereal sect disciples even have to resist her. Maybe Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. I can't understand if one doesn't take the position. But second brother, you'll be the chief disciple of the Misty Hall in the future. Maybe it'll be harder for you. Oh right. Xiaohua, when you repaired Martial Uncle He's Dantian yesterday, I went to Master's place. I heard from Master and two Martial Uncles that the position of chief disciple doesn't seem to be as simple as we thought. Zhang Xiaohu then told her what happened yesterday. Finally, he said, I just went to the Misty Hall and told Hall Master Yang and Deputy Hall Master Qian about the difficulties. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, what did the two Hall Masters say? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, Deputy Hall Master Qian naturally doesn't need to say anything. He doesn't care about martial ancestor Li, and thinks it's unnecessary. This is the chief disciple of the Misty Hall of the Lingering Fragrance Cult, not the chief disciple of the Misty School. Hall Master Yang is also helpless. Ever since martial ancestor Li and martial ancestor Lu came to Shirxin Peak, they have always been alone in the middle, never seeing any guests. Hall Master Yang has also never seen them, so she doesn't have any good suggestions. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I'm sorry second brother. Martial ancestor Li and martial ancestor Lu. Who are they? Zhang Xiaohu's face was full of disbelief. But after thinking for a while, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua only knew Openg and Zhang Changyue from the Misty Hall. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to know the others, it was not very likely. So Zhang Xiaohu told her the situation of Li Jian, Lu Qingyang and the Misty Six Tigers. Oh, so they are the senior and junior brothers of gang leader O. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I did hear about Grandmaster Li wielding a sword beam and showing off his might in Ethereal Peak. It's just that I can't match it up. In that case, you really have to make a trip to Grandmaster Li and Grandmaster Lu to find out their intentions. Yes, I'm also thinking about how to go to the Misty Mountain Villa and how to tell the ancestors about this. Misty Mountain Villa? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Haha, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, it's the place where martial ancestor Li and the others live. Well, the thousands of ordinary disciples whose martial arts were destroyed and whose joints were crushed, I told you before, all live with martial ancestor Li and the others. They call it the Misty Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously again. Then, the place where Miss O lives? Of course it's called the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu answered with a smile. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and said. Then your Shirxin Peak might as well be called the Misty Peak. Zhang Xiaohu said, but because they live there we can't call them by that name. We don't have a specific place name so we just call them by that name. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua understood and said. Then when will you go to the Misty Mountain Villa? To be honest, I haven't thought about it yet. I'm insignificant in the eyes of martial ancestor Li and the others. Hall Master Yang doesn't like me even if he goes there, let alone me. They have a villa of their own, and only the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak look after it. If not, I wouldn't tell Deputy Hall Master Gao about this. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and said, Second brother, you said that in the Misty Mountain Villa, there are only the original disciples of the Misty School whose martial arts have been destroyed, and there are no spies of the incense cult? Of course there are all my old friends of the Misty School. There are no new faces. How can there be spies? Can't the original disciples be bribed? Haha, even if they are bribed, they should bribe the young disciples of the Shirxin Peak. These are all useless people. What's the use of bribing them? Besides, martial ancestor Li and the others will know what the disciples do after they leave the Misty Mountain Villa. How can they be bribed? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. There is nothing certain in this world. Zhang Xiaohu frowned. Xiaohua, what are you thinking by asking so many questions? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's what I'm thinking. Since you have the intention to restore the martial arts of these thousands of disciples, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to see Grandmaster Li, and tell him that you can help them recover their martial arts? Seeing that you have such an ability, will they still have objections to you being the chief disciple of the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu somewhat understood, but he still hesitated. Xiaohua, the problem is that I don't know how to do it. Only you have this ability. Didn't you say last time that there are thousands of people? I don't know how long it will take. Moreover, they are in the Misty Mountain Villa, under the close protection of the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. If I go, of course there will be a legitimate reason. How can you, a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall, go? Previously I was only thinking about it. To truly implement it, I still need to think about it at length. Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, You don't need to worry about going in and out of the Misty Mountain Villa. I have my own ways. Don't forget how I went in and out of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu slapped his head and said, Isn't that right? I almost forgot. That day in the Yulon Grand Canyon, you often disappeared in the blink of an eye? Since it's like this, then it's easy to handle. How about this? I'll go get the Hall Master token now. You come with me right now and explain this matter clearly to Martial Ancestor Li and the others. While you're at it, let them make preparations so that I can start treating their internal injuries. When it came to helping second brother, Zhang Xiaohua had never refused. He only thought for a moment and calculated the time needed for the awakening pill to be produced. Then he nodded and said, I'll listen to second brother's instructions. However, I think it's best that you don't mention the matter of the chief disciple to Martial Ancestor Li for now. First let them recover a few of their skills. At that time when they are indebted to you, Humph, will they not agree? Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, That's how it should be. Xiaohua, I'll have to trouble you again. Second brother's matter is my matter. Besides, I'm helping the Misty School. How dare I disobey? Okay, then I'll go to the Misty Mountain Villa now. Presumably, Hall Master Yang and Vice Hall Master Qin are still discussing matters there. Are you waiting for me here? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, You go first. I have to go back to the small courtyard of the Pill Tower Hall to take a look. I'll come back in the afternoon. After saying that, the two left separately. Chapter 786. From the Misty Hall to the foot of the Shirxin Peak, there was an inconspicuous fork in the road. It was rugged to the north, slightly turned around a few hillsides, walked through a messy thorny forest, and came face to face with a clear stream. Zhang Xiaohu stood behind the thorny forest, looking at the single-plank bridge over the stream with a somewhat complicated expression. This single-plank bridge was very simple and crude. There was only a thick tree that had been pulled down, and it was placed above a small stream that was not very wide. The stream was also very shallow and one could easily wade through it. However, behind the single-plank bridge, there were two disciples dressed in the ethereal sex attire. They stood upright as if this was the memorial archway of the ethereal mountain villa. Their expressions were solemn, but their clothes had long been worn out, far less bright than the clothes and armor Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had when they first came to the Misty Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu was not in a hurry to walk over. He first observed for a moment, and then looked left and right for a while. "Second brother? Are you looking for me?" Zhang Xiaohua slightly poked her head out of the thorny forest and asked with a smile. "Yes, I walked all the way and did not see you. I thought you lost me. In front of us is—" Before Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Someone is coming, probably a disciple of the lingering fragrance peak." Then she retracted her head into the thorny forest, but couldn't see it. Zhang Xiaohu's heart trembled, and immediately changed the expression on his face, slightly frowning, and walked through the thorny forest. "Stop!" A clear shout came from the left side of the sky. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to be surprised and looked up, only to see a middle-aged man in white jumping down from the big tree over there, using his qinggong to walk in, and coldly asked, "Who are you? Why did you come here?" Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and said, "Excuse me, are you the senior brother on duty of the lingering fragrance peak?" The middle-aged man was obviously disgusted by this senior brother. He frowned slightly and unhappily said, "I am." "Who are you?" Seeing that his disciple didn't even announce his name, Zhang Xiaohu knew that the other party was unhappy. He just sneered in his heart but said, "I'm Zhang Xiaohu, a disciple of the Misty Hall. I'm going to the Misty Mountain Villa under the order of the Hall Master. Senior brother, please do me a favor." "Misty Mountain Villa?" The disciple snorted coldly and said, "There is no Misty Mountain Villa on Shirxin Peak. There's only a nameless valley here. There's no place like you said." "Hehe. Senior martial brother, please understand. I want to go to the nameless mountain that you mentioned. Please make it convenient for me." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua took out the token of the Misty Hall from her bosom. The disciple reached out and took it. He looked at it up and down and said disdainfully, "Is this the only token?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "What's the difference? However, I remember that the hierarch on Lingering Fragrance Peak said that this nameless valley can be unimpeded with only the token of the Misty Hall. Senior martial brother, what other tokens do you want to see?" "What a joke." The disciple curled his lips and sneered. He threw the token of the Misty Hall back to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Of course you can go unimpeded with the token of the Misty Hall, but you can only go to this thorny forest. If you want to go sightseeing, I won't stop you. You can play to your heart's content. I won't interfere even if you bring along your female disciples." Then he looked sideways at the stream and sneered, "But if you want to go near the stream, don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Xiaohu sighed in his heart. He took out another token from his bosom and handed it forward, saying, "This is the token of the Deputy Hall Master of the Misty Hall. Please check it." "Deputy Hall Master Gao?" The disciple was stunned and said in surprise, "Isn't the Deputy Hall Master of the Misty Hall Master Zhong? Why is it suddenly changed?" However, he still took it and checked it carefully. While the disciple checked it, Zhang Xiaohu sneered and said, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong has made great contributions in the Misty Hall. He was called back by the hierarch and put in an important position. Deputy Hall Master Gao just came here yesterday." Hearing this, the disciple nodded and handed the token back. He said thoughtfully, "So Senior Martial Brother Gao just came to Shirxin Peak yesterday. No wonder." "No wonder what?" Zhang Xiaohu asked in surprise. The disciple didn't seem surprised and casually waved his hand. "This junior brother, you don't need to put on an act with me. A few years ago, your hall master Yang sent some disciples here to negotiate, but gradually they stopped coming. Last year, a disciple from your Misty Hall named Zhao Jian came on the orders of Vice Hall Master Zhong, but he also returned with his tail between his legs. Do I even need to ask why you came here?" After that, he moved aside and said, "Go and come back as soon as possible, but don't lose your face. The people here are all loyal disciples of the Misty School. Although you are devoted to the incense cult, you used to be a disciple of the Misty School. You have to lower your head when you see them. This task, tut-tut, is really a bit difficult. Seeing the disciple's face full of pity and sympathy, Zhang Xiaohu was confused. He didn't know what the disciple was muttering about. However, from these words, Zhang Xiaohu knew that there must be something that he didn't know before. But, did this have anything to do with him? His mission here was completely different from Zhao Jian and the other disciples. How could the old disciples of the Misty School embarrass him? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and cupped his hands at the disciple. He looked left and right secretly, trying to find traces of Zhang Xiaohua. Unfortunately, it was normal in the past. Even the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak nodded slightly, and didn't have any other reaction. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of the single-plank bridge. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked over. Now that Zhang Xiaohu's injuries were mostly healed, the internal energy in his body was advancing rapidly under the dual cultivation of yin and yang. The effect of 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for others. The disciples at the stream had already seen the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak blocking Zhang Xiaohu. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu being let go, one of them immediately picked up a bow and arrow from the ground and casually shot a whistling arrow. When Zhang Xiaohu slowly walked across the single-plank bridge, several people were already holding weapons and ran over. However, these people's footsteps were heavy and didn't seem like people who practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohu sighed in his heart. He walked past the stream and didn't go any closer. He only said in a clear voice, "This is the disciple of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu. I am here to pay my respects to Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu under the orders of Hall Master Yang." When the disciples of the Misty School heard this, they didn't let down their guard. One of the older men walked over with a Chi Mei staff in his hand and said coldly, "I only know the disciples of the Misty School and not the Misty Hall. Little brother, you should go back and wash up and sleep. Don't play around here." Zhang Xiaohu didn't get angry. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am the disciple of the Misty School's direct disciple, Wen Hai. I came here today because I have something important to discuss with Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu. I hope this Martial Uncle can make things easier." Direct disciple? When the man heard this, his eyes clearly lit up. His attitude was somewhat relaxed. However, he immediately looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Junior brother Wen's age seems to be older than you." Before he finished speaking, a disciple beside him walked over and lowered his head to whisper a few words in his ear. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "I see. I really didn't know about this matter. Zhang Xiaohu, I heard from Junior Brother Wang that you really are Junior Brother Wen's direct disciple. However, words alone have no proof. Even if you are a direct disciple, this place is no longer the Misty Hall of the past. If you don't have any proof as your martial uncle, I still can't let you in." Zhang Xiaohu also looked as if he had expected this. He slightly turned his head to look at the Lingering Fragrance Peak disciple who was hiding somewhere. He took out a token from his bosom and said with a smile, "Please examine it, Martial Uncle." It was a black token that was 3 inches in size. The front was simple and unadorned. There were 2 strange large characters written on it. It was Misty and on the back was the character Hai. If this wasn't Wen Hai's direct disciple token, then what could it be? When the man saw this token, he immediately became respectful. He carefully took it and looked at it carefully. He smiled and said, "It really is Junior Brother Wen's token. Martial Nephew Zhang, my surname is Bai. You can call me Martial Uncle Bai. Please don't blame me. A few years ago, many disciples came to find Martial Uncle Li. If it wasn't for this matter, then it was for that matter. How could we not know their intentions? We had no choice but to do so." After he finished speaking, he handed the token back to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, No, Martial Uncle Bai is too polite. Martial uncles and martial uncles have noble character and unquestionable integrity. Martial nephew really admires you for guarding a pure land here." Martial Uncle Bai smiled and didn't say anything. He pointed to a disciple and said, "Martial nephew Zhang, I still have to be on duty here. This is Martial Uncle Zhou. Let him take you to see Martial Uncle Li." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. He said, "Please take care of me, Martial Uncle Zhou." Martial Uncle Zhou was missing an arm, so he only used his left hand to carry a padao. He smiled and said, I haven't seen the direct disciple of our Misty School for a long time. Martial nephew Zhang, you don't have to be so polite. Please follow me. Martial Uncle Zhou led Zhang Xiaohu through an uneven mountain path and went up another mountain ridge. What came into view was a rather large kernel. However, when Zhang Xiaohu saw the scene in the call, he was stunned and involuntarily stopped. Martial Uncle Zhou, who was leading the way, saw him stop and said with a smile, Martial nephew Zhang, it seems that this is the first time you have come to our misty heights. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a long time. With tears in his eyes, he murmured, Yes, Martial Uncle Zhou, it is indeed the first time for me to come here. And it is also the first time for me to know that the ethereal villa is actually so difficult. It turned out that the ethereal villa was not like the Huanqi villa, which only had some low thatched houses. Many of the houses were simply built with trees. Looking from the mountain ridge, it was even inferior to the Guozhuang house, let alone the Huanqi villa. Martial Uncle Zhou understood what Zhang Xiaohu was referring to. He smiled and said, It's nothing much. It's just that the brothers don't want to receive the grace of the fragrant cult. They have no choice but to do everything themselves, creating something out of nothing in this valley. Creating something out of nothing. Although it was easy to say, it would be extremely difficult to do it. Chapter 787. Zhang Xiaohu walked down a small path and Zhang Xiaohua appeared from a pile of rocks not far away. Looking at the simple and crude village in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He had followed Zhang Xiaohu underground and arrived at the mountain before Zhang Xiaohu. Martial Uncle Zhou's explanation just now happened to fall into his ears and swept away all his doubts. He's really a man of iron in the Misty School. No wonder he's sect leader O's senior and junior brother. Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of Li Jian and Lu Qingyang, the two grandmasters whom he had never met before, as well as the thousands of disciples of the Misty School who had been crippled by the fragrant cult. He felt that they were the backbone of the Misty School. If he wanted to help them, he would definitely help them even if they weren't related. Well, of course it would be best if he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What if he could kill 3 birds with 1 stone? 4 birds? Wouldn't that be even better? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but start scheming again. Zhang Xiaohu followed Martial Uncle Zhou into the small mountain village. The first thing he saw was a simple and crude archway. Although it wasn't tall, there was a plaque with the words Misty School written on it. Although the words weren't as elegant as those on the archway of the Misty Mountain Villa outside Pingyang City, it didn't have the same awe-inspiring aura. However, when paired with the thick wooden archway, there was a hint of unruliness. Zhang Xiaohu walked to this place and couldn't move his feet. The words Misty were not uncommon in the Misty Hall of Shirxin Peak, but it wasn't as pleasing to the eye as here. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but tidy up his sleeves and bowed deeply. Martial Uncle Zhou watched from the side without saying a word. He only nodded slightly at the disciples standing on both sides of the memorial archway as if this was a common occurrence. However, Zhang Xiaohu did not notice this expression of familiarity. After passing the decorated archway, there was a large open space. It was much larger than the square in front of the original Misty Mountain Villa. It was already afternoon, and the weather was somewhat stuffy. In the square, many disciples were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 10. There were also many who were alone, and all of them were practicing martial arts. Zhang Xiaohu had already seen this and was puzzled. Weren't the disciples here crippled long ago? But when he got closer, Zhang Xiaohu already understood that these disciples were practicing fist techniques, sword techniques, and so on. There were even many disciples who were using stone weights to train their strength, but none of them seemed to have internal energy. It was exactly the same as when Zhang Xiaohu first entered the Lotus Escort Agency. Heaven's movement is vigorous, and the gentleman will never stop striving. Not only Zhang Xiaohu but also Zhang Xiaohua, who had escaped into the ground, saw this lively scene and this sentence flashed in their minds. Yes, these disciples of the Misty School were indeed crippled and their joints crushed by the experts of the fragrance cult. However, the fragrance cult could only cripple their martial arts. Their unyielding hearts and unyielding fighting spirit could not be wiped away in any way. Suddenly, a kind of reverence spontaneously arose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohu's heart. Thinking of his own actions in the past few years on Shirxin Peak, he could not help but blush with shame. At the same time, he was extremely glad. Fortunately, he had discussed with Wen Hai and the others before coming to this place that was almost forgotten by the disciples of the Misty Hall to seek guidance from martial ancestor Li. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know everything that happened so close to him. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohu immediately understood why the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak were so strict with the disciples who came to the Misty Mountain Villa. Not only did they have to have the token of Misty Hall Master Yang, but they also had to have the token of Lingering Fragrance Peak's Deputy Hall Master. If the young disciples of the Misty Hall knew that there were thousands of old, weak, sick, and disabled people practicing so hard without caring whether their practice was effective or not, then they would definitely feel nostalgic. The sense of belonging that the fragrant cult had cultivated with great difficulty would definitely be swept away. The young disciples of the Misty Hall knew that there were thousands of old, weak, sick, and disabled people around them who were practicing so hard without caring whether their practice was effective or not. Then they would definitely feel nostalgic, and the sense of belonging that the fragrant cult had cultivated with great difficulty would definitely be swept away. The fragrance cult certainly did not want such a thing to happen. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohu and Martial Uncle Zhou saw that what they saw was no different from the original Misty School. There were disciples on patrol, disciples practicing, and everything was in good order. However, no matter what kind of disciples they were, no matter how calm their expressions were, their clothes and weapons were the old clothes and weapons of the former Misty School. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu also noticed that Martial Uncle Zhou was also wearing old clothes. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and wondered whether he should ask. At this time, Martial Uncle Zhou spoke first. Martial Nephew Zhang, our communication with the Misty Hall is not very smooth. Thinking about it carefully, we haven't had any disciples come here for a year. I don't know how our young disciples are doing on Shirxin Peak. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said with a smile, everyone is doing well. Many things have happened in the past year. I will tell you in detail when I meet Martial Ancestor Li later. It's just that. Zhang Xiaohu looked around at the simple thatched huts and said apologetically, but we disciples don't know that martial uncles and martial uncles are living so simply. This disciple. I don't know what to say. Martial Uncle Zhou glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. For some reason there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. He only smiled and did not say anything. Zhang Xiaohu asked again, this disciple has a question, but I don't know if I should ask it or not. Martial Uncle Zhou raised the corner of his eyes and said with a smile, go ahead. Zhang Xiaohu pointed to the low thatched huts and wooden huts around and said, everything in the Misty Hall is done by ourselves. Then, martial uncles and martial ancestors' clothes, have they always been wearing in the Misty Hall? Martial Uncle Zhou snorted and said, Martial Nephew Zhang, aren't you asking the obvious? If not, why would your hall master send you here? Zhang Xiaohu was confused. He cupped his hands and said, this disciple doesn't know what Martial Uncle Zhou is talking about. However, I think Martial Uncle Zhou has misunderstood. This disciple has come here for an extremely important matter. It's just that I can't tell you in detail for the time being. Martial Uncle Zhou looked suspicious and said with a frown, forget it. Anyway, this is your martial uncle's problem. I just need to bring you here. Then he thought for a moment and said, didn't I say just now that we, the old, weak, sick and disabled of the Misty School, didn't want to come to the incense cult? We only wanted to be buried in the Misty Peak with sect leader O. However, we were forced to come by the disciples of the incense cult. Our people are here, but our hearts are still in Pingyang City. Therefore, not only do we live in a place built by ourselves with a piece of stone and a piece of wood, even our food and other necessities are taken care of by ourselves. Our clothes, Martial Uncle Zhou said proudly, of course they are from the past. We don't even have a single thread of the incense cult. The ancients said, Boyi and Shuchi don't eat grains of zhou. Martial uncles, you are of noble character and unquestionable integrity, not inferior to the ancients. This disciple is really impressed. Zhang Xiaohu was in awe again, but then he hesitated and said, but weren't the disciples of the Misty School forced to change clothes by the disciples of the incense cult? How did the martial uncles? Martial Uncle Zhou shook his head and said, "We aren't even afraid of death. Why would we be afraid of their coercion? Even if we don't change our clothes, they can't force us to change our clothes, right?" Zhang Xiaohu was a little ashamed. "If you want me to change my clothes, I will die in front of you. I'm not even afraid of death. Why would I be afraid of your coercion?" Although it was easy to say, if you really did it, it wouldn't just be the contact of lips, it would be the price of blood and life. As they spoke, they arrived at a spacious area. On the other side of the spacious area, there was a rather large wooden house. Above the house was a simple plaque with the words, "Meeting Hall," written on it. Martial Uncle Zhou looked at the wooden house from afar with a longing expression and said with a smile, "Martial Uncle Li, if you don't have anything to do, you should be in the conference hall. Martial Nephew Zhang, please. Martial Uncle Zhou, please." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and then he thought of something and said, "I wonder if Martial Ancestor Lu, oh right, and Martial Uncle Shernyo, are they doing well?" This Martial Uncle Zhou's face was a little gloomy and said, "It's still the same. It has been many years. No matter how much we tried to persuade him or think of other methods, it was useless. This heart disease needs to be cured by the heart medicine, others are useless." "Martial Nephew, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "This disciple knows a little about the two grandmasters. Before I came here, Master told me again and again to bring him to take a look. Maybe he can say something." Is that so?" Martial Uncle Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Your master has a message for Shernyo? Or Martial Uncle Lu?" Zhang Xiaohu saw that Martial Uncle Zhou had misunderstood and was about to explain. Suddenly, he thought of something and said with a smile, "Actually, both of them are fine. If it's not convenient for Martial Ancestor Lu, then Martial Uncle Shi can come over." Martial Uncle Zhou nodded and brought Zhang Xiaohu to the conference hall. He walked to the front of the conference hall and bowed respectfully. He said loudly, "Martial Uncle Li, the ethereal school of Shixin Peak sent someone here. He said he has something to discuss with you." After a moment, a cold voice came from inside. "What can it be?" "Yang Ruping brought her young disciples to her Misty sect, while I brought a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people to my Misty sect. We will never interact with each other. So, why should I hope that I will be able to get along with them? There's no need to meet this person. Tell him to go back. Tell him that no matter what the conditions are, this Li will not agree. Tell them to give up as soon as possible." Then he muttered, "It's been a year since a fly came to harass us. Why is it that after a moment of peace and quiet, there are people coming? How noisy!" Martial Uncle Zhou looked at Zhang Xiaohu, thought for a moment, and reported, "Martial Uncle Li, this person is junior brother Wen Wenhai's direct disciple. He said that he has an important matter to discuss with you, and he also has a message for senior brother Shernyo and Martial Uncle Lu." Direct disciples? The person inside was a little surprised. Aren't they all dead? Chapter 788. Hearing this, he was surprised. Direct disciple? Didn't they all die out? Zhang Xiaohu's face showed a bitter smile, but he was still respectful. Then he heard a sound of footsteps, neither fast nor slow, coming from inside. When he reached the door, Zhang Xiaohu looked over. It was Li Jian, dressed in a green robe, with white hair on his temples. Li Jian's face was wrinkled like it was carved by a knife. Other than his temples, his head was also white. Only his waist was still straight, and the spirit in his eyes was even sharper than before. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to neglect. He immediately went forward and bowed. "Disciple Zhang Xiaohu greets Master Li." Seeing Zhang Xiaohu, Li Jian also frowned. He thought for a moment and hesitated. "You are the old disciple that Ahai took in?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded. "Yes, I am. Ai, it's been hard on you. You entered my Misty school for only a few years, but you met with such a big change. You didn't even enjoy the preferential treatment of a direct disciple." Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed. "Disciple doesn't dare. Under Master's guidance, disciple has already practiced the ethereal divine art for several years. It can be considered a small harvest." Ethereal divine art? Li Jian stared at him for a long time and mocked. "A small harvest? You dare to say this? Although this old man has lost all his internal energy, I still have eyes. You have only practiced internal energy for several years, and you dare to say that you have a small harvest. I'm not afraid of hurting you, but you haven't even found the threshold. Shameless boasting. Then, he continued, this is simply a stain on the profound ethereal divine art. This? Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. He heard that Master Li had always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Why did he give him such a show of strength when they met? Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to refute. What Li Jian said was also right. He was currently practicing 2 types of internal energy at the same time, and his maturity was only at the level of a few years. He could only bitterly smile and say, Martial Ancestor Li's teachings are correct. This disciple will definitely practice martial arts diligently in the future, and will absolutely not tarnish the reputation of this ethereal divine art. Li Jian ignored him and said to the disciple surnamed Zhou, you go and call your martial uncle Li and senior brother Shi. We have been in Shixin Peak for 4 or 5 years. This is the first time that a direct disciple has come to persuade us. It's better to meet them. Maybe Ahai has something to say. Then he glanced sideways at Zhang Xiaohu. Come in. Zhang Xiaohu followed Li Jian into the hall and looked around curiously. This was a wooden building with ventilation on all sides. There were no walls around it. Inside the so-called hall there were several chairs. Zhang Xiaohu counted them and found that there were 6 of them. When he looked up, there were 3 memorial tablets placed at the top of the hall. There were also 3 incense burners. There were several incense sticks that were slowly burning. Zhang Xiaohu's heart trembled. There was nothing to say. Weren't these the names of Openg, Shangguan Fenglu and Su Peihua? He didn't dare to be negligent. When Li Jian sat down on a chair, he hurriedly went forward and knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times. Then, he stepped forward and respectfully lit 3 incense sticks for each of the memorial tablets. After that, he stepped back and stood opposite Li Jian. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu kowtowing respectfully, Li Jian only looked on coldly. He wasn't moved by these actions and didn't even have any expression. What a joke. This was Zhang Xiaohu's grandmaster. And the spirit tablet was right here. If one didn't go up and offer incense, then it would be surprising. However, if this was enough to make Li Jian reveal a look of relief and nod his head repeatedly, then it would be even more laughable if he was moved by Zhang Xiaohu's actions. And presumably, Zhang Xiaohu's previous disciples were also this hypocritical. Zhang Xiaohu stood there and waited for a while. Then he heard Li Jian cough and say, Zhang Xiaohu, since you are a direct disciple of my Misty School, then I won't be polite. Tell me the truth. What conditions did the Temple of Fragrance offer to make us submit? Zhang Xiaohu was at a loss. He raised his head and said, Martial Ancestor Li, this disciple didn't come here for this matter. Li Jian waved his hand and said, if it's not this matter, what else can it be? Didn't you send a few disciples here to talk to me about this matter? Moreover, they didn't use this as a banner? Forget it. They actually sent you here this time. They are really at their wits' end. First, tell me about the changes in the Misty Hall this year. Tell me everything, no matter how big or small. As long as you know, tell me everything. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said with a smile, yes, Martial Ancestor Li. After that, he stood there and recounted everything that happened in the past year. When he was about to finish, Martial Uncle Zhou pushed a huge simple chair and brought a man to the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohu stopped talking and looked at the drunk man on the chair. Wasn't this the majestic stone cow from the Misty Peak? But at this time Stone Cow was actually a little fat. The threatening aura on his body had long disappeared. His body was slumped on the chair, leaving only a decadent smell of alcohol. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu come forward and salute, Stone Cow only slightly opened his drunk eyes. He squinted for a while and then closed them again, ignoring him. He heard Martial Uncle Zhou say, Martial Uncle Li, Martial Uncle Lu is still drunk and can't come. I have already told the disciples on guard. If Martial Nephew Zhang hasn't left, when Martial Uncle Lu wakes up, tell him. Looking at Stone Cow's appearance, Li Jian coldly said, Zhang Xiaohu, continue talking. When Stone Cow wakes up, you can talk to him. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu continued to tell him about the recent situation of the Yulan Twilight refinement. This time Li Jian was beaming with joy as he slapped the table and said, Delightful, delightful, truly delightful. What kind of monster is this Yulon Grand Canyon? Why did it only kill a few thousand ordinary disciples? Why didn't it come out and kill all the disciples of the fragrant religion? Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohu saved Zhang Xiaohua, Li Jian unconsciously let out a cold snort from his nose, soft-hearted. He's just a kid from the pill-expanding hall. What's there to save? You have to remember, the fragrant religion destroyed our Misty School. They killed a lot of Misty School's disciples that year. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding at the side, was displeased. Although he saw the stone cow being pushed in, his heart was filled with sorrow. He lamented that the brave and fierce man had fallen to such a state. But now, he was being scolded by Li Jian. He couldn't help but feel disdain for Li Jian's narrow-mindedness. When Li Jian heard about Zhao Jian's deranged actions, he couldn't help but feel a little dejected. He said, "This brat came last year and looked refined. He even burned 9 sticks of incense. How come I didn't see him being so sinister? He even wants to harm our own disciples?" AI the ancients said, "An orange in Huainan is an orange, while an orange in Huaibei is an orange." If Zhao Jian was in our Misty School, he would never do such a heinous thing. Damn, Zhang Xiaohu secretly cursed. He only offered 9 incense sticks and you think so highly of him. It seems that I didn't offer enough. But, martial ancestor Li, this disciple really doesn't know the rules. After Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, Li Jian looked at the sky and said, "And you've said what you should say. I've also said what I should say. You must remember that you are a direct disciple of the Misty School. Although your martial arts are low, your status is still there. Don't be confused by the small favors of Yang Ruping and lingering Fragrance Peak. They can only give you some external things. But the honor of being a direct disciple of the Misty School is not something they can give you. Go back and tell Yang Ruping that I will not agree to what she said. Although our Misty School disciples don't have martial arts, we have strength. If we don't have food, we will plant it ourselves. If we don't have houses, we will build them ourselves. If we don't have clothes, we will wear animal skins. Anyway, we have nothing to do with the Misty Hall. Thank her for her concern. Let her be the inner disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak, and be the Misty Hall's hall master." After listening to Li Jian's words, Zhang Xiaohu somewhat understood that this proud and aloof martial ancestor Li must have regarded him as the Misty Hall's lobbyist from the moment they met. Whatever he said would only make him feel conflicted. And fortunately before I left, Xiaohua had already discussed with me. Let's not talk about the chief disciple first. If I say it now, wouldn't she misunderstand my intentions? How would she agree to let me be in that position? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu bowed deeply and smiled. Martial ancestor Li's words. This disciple has already brought it to Hallmaster Yang. However, this disciple has not come for the matter that martial ancestor has said. Li Jian was also surprised and sneered. What matter can there be that Yang Ruping would trouble you, a direct disciple, to come here? Zhang Xiaohu looked around and was somewhat cautious, saying, "Martial ancestor Li, this matter is quite important. Please allow this disciple to report it alone." Li Jian gave him a sidelong glance, saying, "I only have disciples from the Misty School here. There are no disciples from the Misty Hall. You can rest assured that nothing will be leaked out." Zhang Xiaohu still shook his head. "Please forgive me, martial ancestor Li. This matter is too important. This disciple also hid it from Hallmaster Yang. The others, only the original Medicine Hall's martial uncle he knows about this matter. I haven't even told my master. Please reconsider, martial ancestor Li." Even Ahai doesn't know? That Li Jian was surprised, saying, "Then I can't let Bai Mufeng go. Who knows what you want to tell me? A disciple from the Medicine Hall can know, but when one Hai, a direct disciple, can't know?" Seeing that Li Jian was so stubborn and didn't trust him, Zhang Xiaohu was also helpless. He could only sigh, saying, "Since martial ancestor Li doesn't want to know about this opportunity to revitalize the Misty School, then this disciple won't say it." Revitalize the Misty School? Li Jian's face was full of disbelief. Zhou Mufeng is my Misty School's disciple. If I can't even trust him, how can I talk about revitalizing the Misty School? Then you better not say it. Go back to your Misty Hall as soon as possible. Chapter 789. Seeing Li Jian being so stubborn, Zhang Xiaohu was rather depressed. After pondering for a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "Although martial ancestor Li is open and aboveboard and doesn't bully others, you're making things difficult for this disciple. I forget it. Who asked me to be a direct disciple of the Misty School? If I don't go to hell, who will?" Li Jian coldly looked at Zhang Xiaohu and did not say anything. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with what he had just said. Zhang Xiaohu used the ethereal divine art and checked the surroundings of the cottage. After confirming that there was no one in the cottage, he lowered his voice and explained that he was able to cure the broken dantian of the Misty School's disciple and the broken joints. Li Jian's expression was very interesting. First it was a look of disdain. Then it was shock. Then it was a kind of realization. Finally it was an expression of contempt. After waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish, he respectfully stood up. Li Jian said, Are you done?" Hearing Li Jian's cold tone, Zhang Xiaohu curiously said, "Reporting to martial ancestor Li, I have finished." "Good, then you can leave." "What?" Zhang Xiaohu almost couldn't believe his ears. He was full of hope and didn't talk about his personal matters. Instead, he revealed this shocking secret. Who would have thought that it would actually be exchanged for such simple words from Li Jian? "Martial ancestor Li, don't you believe in me?" Zhang Xiaohu stuttered. "Humph," Li Jian coldly snorted and said, "Not only do I not believe, if not for the fact that you are a Hai's disciple, this old man would not chase you away. Otherwise, this old man would have already told you to scram." Zhang Xiaohu sighed. It seemed that this Li Jian's vigilance was not ordinary. However, this was still related to the fate of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to be negligent. Even if he was wronged, he could only endure. He cupped his hands and said, "Martial ancestor Li, empty words naturally have no basis. Can this disciple give it a try?" "Don't. How can you make this old man believe such an illusory thing? Forget it. I don't care what your intentions are. You should return to the Misty Hall as soon as possible." Right at this moment, the stone cow beside him called out, "Martial Uncle Li, don't be anxious." Zhou Mufeng was also agitated. If it weren't for the difference in status, he would have stepped forward a long time ago. Li Jian frowned. He turned to Stone Cow and said gently, "Stone Cow, I know you want to try, but do you think it's possible?" In the pugilistic world, there were only rumors of martial arts being crippled when one's dantian was broken. However, there had never been anyone who could recover their martial arts after their dantian was broken. This Zhang Xiaohu has received a lot of benefits from the incense cult. He actually used the identity of a direct disciple to come here and mislead the public. We can only accept it calmly. Don't fall for the incense cult's trick. Stone Cow also smiled bitterly. "Martial Uncle Li, you are the backbone of our Misty Hall. This disciple will definitely listen to you. However, look at this disciple. He is just a cripple who is paralyzed in a chair." Since Zhang Xiaohu said that there is a way, even if this Zhang Xiaohu is not right, even if this disciple's life is taken, what harm is there in letting him try? Li Jian frowned slightly. Stone Cow's words were correct. He had been paralyzed in a chair for many years. Unlike himself, he was living a life worse than death. Now that he heard that there was someone who could cure him, it was like a drowning person seeing a floating log. How could he not fight for it with all his heart? Even if it was grass and not wood, Stone Cow would not give it up. Moreover, he did not seem to have the right to choose for Stone Cow. After hesitating for a moment, Li Jian nodded slightly and said, "Since you are willing to try, then let's try. However, Stone Cow, you must think carefully. If there is really a way." Stone Cow smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Li, don't worry. Although Stone Cow is slow-witted, I have been in Shixin Peak for so many years. It is also a kind of training. How can I not know the key point? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu entered the Misty School. I also heard from a Hai about his past. In the early years when he did not know martial arts, he was able to stand up for justice. How bad can he be now? What is his brother's name?" "Zhang Xiaohua," Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. "Yes, it is Zhang Xiaohua. I remember that when he went south with Miss O, he was also able to sacrifice himself to save others. With such a brother, How bad can Zhang Xiaohu's character be? Zhang Xiaohu blushed and said, Martial Uncle Stone Cow, I do not deserve such praise. Who is praising you? I am just speaking the truth. Stone Cow shook his head. Zhou Mufeng couldn't hold it in any longer. He took a step forward and said, Martial Uncle Li, disciple has the same thoughts as Shernyo. Since he said that he has a way, disciple feels that it's better to let him try. Let disciple give it a try first. If he succeeds, it'll be a great fortune. If he fails, disciple can be considered as a substitute for the other disciples of ethereal sect. You guys. Li Jian was a little anxious. In fact, he also wanted to recover his martial arts. But this was indeed too inconceivable. How could a tiny third-generation direct disciple possibly possess such heaven-defying methods? Martial Uncle Li. Both Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng called out. Li Jian thought for a moment, then turned his face to Zhang Xiaohu and said, Zhang Xiaohu, I know that you have martial arts, so I cannot do anything to you. However, if you have any evil thoughts and harm Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng, I will not forgive you. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Martial Uncle Li, you are both my martial uncles. If I have any evil thoughts, even if you don't pursue it, do you think I can face my master and the other disciples of the Misty School? I hope you are not lying. Li Jian finally agreed. Zhang Xiaohu looked around and said, Martial Uncle Li, this is not a small matter. We cannot make a big commotion. If we attract the attention of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, my life is a small matter, but reviving the Misty School is a big matter. You don't want such a situation to happen, right? Nonsense. Li Jian believed in Li Jian even more. Then I hope Martial Uncle Li will keep this matter a secret. And I hope Martial Uncle Li can find a quiet room for me. Li Jian thought for a moment, then pointed out the window and said, There are a few huts at the plaza. There is no one there. You can go there. It is close to my place and we can take care of each other. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nod, Zhou Mufeng pushed Stone Cow and led Zhang Xiaohu to the thatched hut. After entering the thatched hut, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Many thanks to the two martial uncles for believing in me. I will not disappoint you. Before I start the treatment, I will seal your acupoints. Martial uncles, Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng smiled and said, No problem. Since you have agreed, we will leave it to you. Zhang Xiaohua followed the instructions and sealed their acupoints. She then looked around and whispered, Xiaohua? Xiaohua? Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's call, Zhang Xiaohua popped her head out from the corner of the thatched hut and smiled. Second brother's acting is indeed good. This little brother is full of admiration. As she spoke, her gaze landed on Stone Cow's body. She stretched out her finger and poked a few times. When Li Jian saw Zhang Xiaohua's head popping out from the ground, he immediately jumped in surprise. When Zhang Xiaohua jumped out from the ground and sealed Stone Cow's acupoints, Zhang Xiaohu subconsciously went forward and touched her head and arms. He asked curiously, Xiaohu, how did you come out from the ground? Don't tell me you are Tu Xing's son? Before Zhang Xiaohua could explain, Zhang Xiaohu continued, This martial art, when can you teach me? Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. She pushed Zhang Xiaohu's hand to the side and said, I want to teach you this martial art, but you have to be able to learn it first, right? Wait for a while. Wait for you to master both the Suhuan Sutra and ethereal divine art. I will think of a way then. You are indeed a good brother. I will remember what you said. You must teach me in the future. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, Second brother, can you be more mature? Just a few techniques. If you have the opportunity, you might not even be interested in these divine arts. Alright, let me take a look at Stone Cow's injuries. You actually said that you can cure it in the time it takes to eat 2 meals. You really dare to say that? Didn't you treat Martial Uncle He in the time it takes to eat a meal? I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to find you, so I gave myself some extra time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. She walked forward and looked at this Stone Cow who had fought against the black-clothed men with her in the past. She thought of the Stone Cow's bravery in the past, and then looked at the Stone Cow's current helplessness. Her heart couldn't help but ache. When she poured her zhenqi into the Stone Cow, she looked at the Stone Cow's crushed joints. Her eyebrows unconsciously tightened. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he asked with concern, How is it? Martial Uncle, sure, Is his injury very serious? Is it hard to cure? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and then nodded. This made Zhang Xiaohu's head full of confusion. He shouted, "Can it be cured or not? I made a promise in front of martial ancestor Li. If I knew that you couldn't, I would have found someone else. Didn't I know that you were thinking about Stone Cow, so I helped you find him?" Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "Second brother, don't be anxious. It's not that it can't be cured. It's just that I don't know what kind of external martial arts this Stone Cow practices. His bones have also been tempered. Although the tempering isn't enough, it's still several times harder than a normal person's. And even if the joints were crushed and then crushed again, it wouldn't be an easy thing to do. Don't even talk about curing his joints one by one. One bone congealing pill probably won't be enough." Zhang Xiaohu let out a sigh of relief and said, "I was wondering what it would be. If one isn't enough, then two. Either way, you're refining it yourself. You don't need to ask anyone for help. What are you afraid of?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu with displeasure and said, "Second brother, do you think this bone congealing pill is easy to refine? The spirit herbs needed to refine it." Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, don't cry poor in front of your second brother. You took 30% of the transaction between Shixin Peak and Bai Yefeng. Second brother doesn't want this 30%. I'll leave it all to you. That's all right." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders and mocked, "It's just ordinary spirit herbs and elixirs. Why would I care about them? If you give me your 4 carts of spirit herbs, I can consider it." Those spirit herbs, don't even think about it. Our Misty Hall still has them for exchange." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned when he said this. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Xiaohua, can you refine the Yuhuandan pill?" Zhang Xiaohua also understood and said with a smile, "Not only the Yuhuandan pill, but also the Spirit Awakening pill, Detoxification pill, Blood Replenishing pill and Blood Congealing pill. I can refine them all. Why do you think of me now? Do you want me to refine spirit pills for your Misty Hall? Don't forget, my price is very high." Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of it earlier? You were looking for a pill room and refining some Spirit Awakening pill for Miss O. I didn't look for you, an expert in pill refining, but why did I look for the pill expanding hall? If these spirit herbs fall into their hands, they will take most of them. Now, I'd rather let my brother take advantage of them than let them be happy. Don't you think so?" "Fine." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. "You mean to drag me into a free job? I won't do it." Zhang Xiaohu said with a calm face, "Let's talk about this later. We're brothers, what's so hard to talk about, right? Cough cough, you'd better see how Martial Uncle sure will treat him first." Zhang Xiaohua sighed helplessly in her heart. These spirit pills were refined for nothing. I didn't even take a single pill. I've done second brother a favor. Alas, from today onwards, second brother will reserve all the spirit pills I need to refine in the future. Then Zhang Xiaohua checked Zhou Mufeng's condition again. Her expression became more relaxed, and she said, "Second brother, Martial Uncle Zhou's injury is not serious. Although his dantian was broken by the monks of the Great Forest Division, his meridians are not damaged. I think 1 spirit pill is more than enough." "Well, then you can give him half a spirit pill." "Half a spirit pill?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The outer layer of the spirit pill was protected by an innate formation. If one wanted to take it, one had to take the whole pill. How could one take half a spirit pill? She waved her hand and said, "Forget it. 1 spirit pill it is. Anyway, he'll be a disciple of the Misty School in the future. If he becomes stronger, he'll be of help to second brother." After she finished speaking, she reached out and sealed all the major acupoints on Shernyo and Zhou Mufeng's bodies. She smiled and said, "Second brother, I'll fix Martial Uncle Zhou's dantian first. You can watch from the side. Don't disturb me, and don't let anyone in." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and quietly waited at the side. Zhang Xiaohua also sat down beside Zhou Mufeng. She took out a meridian nourishing pill and put it in Zhou Mufeng's mouth. Then she channeled her true qi into his body. The medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill flowed along his meridians and into his dantian. Zhou Mufeng's dantian was slightly bigger than He Tianqu's, and the hole was also much bigger. Zhang Xiaohua channeled her true qi into the hole and spread it evenly around the hole. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, under the stimulation of the meridian nourishing pill's medicinal power, Zhou Mufeng's dantian slowly began to heal. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. She didn't send the rest of the medicinal power to his meridians. Instead, she withdrew her true qi and opened her eyes. She said, "Okay, second brother, Martial Uncle Zhou is done." "Ah," Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "so fast? He's already recovered his internal energy? How can it be so fast?" "It's just the beginning of healing his dantian. We don't have to worry about the rest. We just have to wait. Didn't Captain He explain it to you this morning?" Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes at him again. "Didn't you say it? Otherwise, why would I ask you?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. She sat down beside the stone ox again. First, she channeled her true qi into the stone ox's broken joints one by one. Although the stone ox's acupoints were sealed, his bones had been tempered by the bone-strengthening pill. When Zhang Xiaohua crushed the bones, she used more strength than He Tianshu. The pain was needless to say. The stone ox was also sweating more than He Tianshu. However, the smell of alcohol in the sweat made Zhang Xiaohua extremely unhappy. When the stone ox's joints were crushed, Zhang Xiaohua was also sweating. She opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. She bared her teeth and said, "This stone ox is really a cow made of stone. These bones, tsk, they're really impressive. Xiaohua, if you're tired, you should rest first. It's still early." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish speaking, Zhang Xiaohua deftly wrapped the stone ox's joints with branches and cloth. She then took out a jade bottle from her chest and poured out the bone-solidifying pill. She put it into the stone ox's mouth and smiled. "The first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, the third spurt of energy. It's better if I finish early." As Zhang Xiaohua sent her true qi into the stone ox, the effect of the bone-solidifying pill was left in the joints. Zhang Xiaohua's face became even paler. Zhang Xiaohu, who was beside her, felt his heart ache. Although he didn't want to let Zhang Xiaohua off, this was under the premise of ensuring Zhang Xiaohua's safety. If his brother got hurt because of this, Zhang Xiaohu would be the first to disagree. Just as he was thinking, he heard Zhang Xiaohua say to herself, as expected, "It's not enough." Finished speaking, she fed the stone ox another bone-solidifying pill. She closed her eyes again and sent the new medicinal effect to the remaining joints. 2 meals passed in the blink of an eye, but Zhang Xiaohua still didn't open her eyes. It could be seen that the stone ox's injuries were serious. Seeing the bean-sized beads of sweat dripping from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from outside the thatched hut. "Where's the stone ox? Where did the stone ox go? Didn't someone say they were looking for me? Where did that person go?" Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. "Isn't that Lu Qingyang, one of the 6 misty tigers who has always been known for his recklessness? Why did he come at this time? Don't you think it's a coincidence that he came a little late? Presumably, Xiaohua has already finished and there's no risk of qi deviation. Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, there's still some time before she's finished. But if Zhang Xiaohu went out now and stopped Lu Qingyang, wouldn't that mean that he wasn't the one who cured the stone ox? But if he didn't stop him, wouldn't he be watching Lu Qingyang barge in and disturb Zhang Xiaohua?" At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have heard the shouting outside and her brows were slightly wrinkled. Zhang Xiaohu was even more anxious. He quickly walked to the door of the thatched hut and took a stance. Although the person who came was the grandmaster of the Misty School, the person inside the hut was his own brother. Zhang Xiaohu would rather offend Lu Qingyang than let his brother go crazy because of him. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu cared too much about his brother. Zhang Xiaohua was definitely not as serious as he imagined at this time. He just felt that this Lu Qingyang was so loud that it was really uncivilized. However, this was also the time to test whether Li Jian of the Misty School cared about Zhang Xiaohu. If Li Jian allowed Lu Qingyang to barge in and cause trouble, needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua might just leave. After all, respect was mutual. If you didn't respect me at all, why would I waste money to give you the elixir for free? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu unconsciously clenched his fist. "Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 790. Sure enough, before Lu Qingyang could approach, A cold snort was heard. Junior brother, what are you doing? What am I doing? Looking for Shernyo? Lu Qingyang seemed to be still drunk. I heard that Shernyo was pushed into the meeting hall. I haven't had enough wine yet. Of course, I'm looking for him to drink. Although he couldn't see Li Jian's expression from Li Jian's tone, he could hear a kind of concern, anger, and regret. Junior brother, if there's nothing else, it's better to strengthen your strength and focus more on martial arts. No matter how much you drink, it will only harm your body. And, second senior, you didn't say it for 1 or 2 years. Do you think it's useful? I listened to you earlier, but what happened in the end? What else can I do but lie on this recliner? I can't even stand up. What martial arts can I practice? Second senior, you all practice internal strength. You don't know the pain we have to go through. Your dantian is broken, so you may be able to move like a normal person. But what about us? How do you know the techniques of those dead experts at Lingering Fragrance Peak? My joints are all crushed. It's impossible for me to move even if I want to. Seeing that Li Jian was silent, Lu Qingyang continued, I know that second senior brother is also frustrated, and there are many things that I haven't told you. These disciples of mine have all been crushed. Their lives are difficult, and they are better off dead than alive. Li Jian sighed. Fifth junior, do you think I don't know? Although I manage the disciples who practice internal strength, how can I not know your pain? It's just that. Speaking of this, Li Jian let out a long breath and continued, so, you and Shernyo drinking too much, I basically don't care. Hearing the 2 words Shernyo, Lu Qingyang shouted again, right, where is Shernyo? Wasn't he called over? Where did he go? Speaking of the stone cow's whereabouts, Li Jian's expression was strange. Although he did not trust Zhang Xiaohu very much, the stone cow and Zhou Mufeng had been in the cottage for a long time without any movement. If the situation was not right, they should have made some noise long ago. However, even if there were some problems, he had already promised Zhang Xiaohu to try. Of course, there was no reason for Lu Qingyang to disturb him. Thinking up to this point, Li Jian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this cheap direct disciple really has a solution? Unknowingly, Li Jian's tone became a little faster. His tone was also different from before. He smiled and said, I still need to tell you about today's matter in detail. Don't be noisy. Stay here and wait first. It's almost time. Wait for Emil's time. Perhaps I will let you witness a miracle. Miracle? Lu Qingyang couldn't help but laugh. Second senior brother, I'm not a child anymore. You're trying to fool me with that so-called miracle. If you let the stone ox walk 2 steps in front of me, not waiting for Lu Qingyang to finish, Li Jian mysteriously said, Fifth brother, as the ancients say, everything is possible. What you think may not be impossible. What? Hearing this, Lu Qingyang woke up from his drunken stupor and said excitedly, Second brother, are you telling the truth? Li Jian smiled and didn't say anything. He turned his head and said, Little Chu, you go down first. Don't tell anyone what you just said. A voice was heard. This disciple understands. After a long while, the surroundings quieted down. Lu Qingyang asked again, Second senior brother, what's going on? Could it be that the Lingering Fragrance Peak's godly doctor came? I heard from the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak that they have a godly doctor who can heal our joints. Don't listen to the nonsense of those little bastards. I asked clearly that day. After your joints are crushed, they can't be healed. Those godly doctors can only let you walk with crutches. Even ordinary people can't compare. Rather than that, it's better to be paralyzed first and preserve your reputation. Our dantian has been exposed. Their so-called godly doctors are simply helpless. They want to use this to tempt us to surrender. It's too easy for them. Then where did second brother get this miracle? Lu Qingyang was quite puzzled. Li Jian seemed to put a finger to his mouth, indicating Lu Qingyang to calm down. But how could Lu Qingyang hold back? After a while he couldn't help but whisper, Second brother, what are you doing? If you have something to say, can't you say it clearly? Li Jian glanced at Lu Qingyang and said, words can be said clearly, but this wine can't be drunk anymore. Lu Qingyang shook his head, Second brother, you also know that I'm addicted to wine. I can't be without wine every day. How about this? If you can really cure me, I'll I'll be like before every day. This is what you said. I didn't force you. Don't take it seriously. Don't second brother. I old fifth Lu have never said this before. Since I've said it today, I naturally have to keep my promise. Lu Qingyang argued. Zhang Xiaohu was about to continue listening when he heard a voice next to him. Second brother, this Grandmaster Lu is quite interesting. Zhang Xiaohu was delighted. He turned around and said, Xiaohua, are you done? Wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who was standing next to him? She also pricked up her ears to listen to the conversation between the two Misty School's grandmasters outside. And it's all done. This stone ox is really hard to cure. It's probably related to the external cultivation method he cultivates. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. It's estimated that it took about the same time as Captain He to recover. Then she clapped her hands again and said, Second brother, I've finished my business, so I'll go back first. Oh, by the way, there aren't many meridian nourishing pills left. It can't heal a few disciples. However, I think your Grandmaster Li also wants to see the effect of Martial Uncle Zhou's recovery for the time being, so he won't look for you for the time being. Take a look at the time. I have to wait until Miss O is cured before I can find time to refine pills for them. Zhang Xiaohu asked anxiously, Xiaohua, your body is fine, right? Even if you want to save them, you can't ruin your body. Zhang Xiaohua patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder and said, Second brother, don't worry. I'm just a little tired just now. It's not a problem. I'll go back and sleep. Okay, I'm leaving. You deal with these two grandmasters. After that, she didn't forget to say, by the way, I've just unsealed the stone ox and the other's acupoints. You should mend them a few more times. Don't miss any flaws. Then, without hiding from Zhang Xiaohu, she made a hand seal and magically disappeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu. Wow, Zhang Xiaohu was completely petrified. He really didn't expect that this little guy who had been following behind his, but since childhood could actually disappear like the immortals in the legends. How is this still some Qinggong? It was still some ethereal steps. That's right, that day in the Blood Wolf pack. It definitely wasn't some ethereal steps. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses. He was really a little slow. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the two people lying quietly on the hay. Following the instructions, he opened the door of the thatched hut. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were talking. When they heard the door open, Li Jian's face immediately showed an inquiring expression. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to. Lu Qingyang said in a rough voice, Hey, who is this kid? Zhang Xiaohu walked forward with a smile and saluted. Disciple Zhang Xiaohu is Wenhai's disciple. I pay my respects to Grandmaster Lu. Ahai. When did this kid take in a disciple? Why did he take in such an old disciple? Is he crazy? Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. Ancestor Lu, it's fine if I'm old, but you don't have to criticize me like this. To think that I was still thinking about treating your joints. Li Jian hurriedly scolded, Fifth brother. This Zhang Xiaohu is our Misty School's official disciple. He was taken in at Misty Peak. Don't you remember? You even went to eat his apprenticeship wine. Is that so? Lu Qingyang scratched his head strenuously and said, How can I not remember? Seems that I drank a lot at Misty Peak. Oh, I remember. Yes, it's you. I scolded Ahai so much at that time. Why didn't he pick a good Eagle Hall disciple? Why did he pick you, an ordinary one? This time Li Jian was also sweating. He hurriedly stopped him, Little Tiger, Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng. The two of them. In fact, when he saw the smile on Zhang Xiaohu's face just now, Li Jian's heart was mostly relieved. However, if he didn't get Zhang Xiaohu's affirmation, he couldn't be at ease. Therefore, he immediately changed his address to Little Tiger. Unfortunately, before Zhang Xiaohu could speak, Lu Qingyang interrupted again. What? Stone Cow is given to this kid to treat? Second brother, are you crazy? Li Jian finally couldn't bear it and said angrily, Fifth brother, shut up. Listen to what Little Tiger says. He has already cured a disciple of the medicine hall in Misty Peak. At this time, Li Jian seemed to have forgotten his doubts just now. His trust was completely on Zhang Xiaohu's side. How is this possible? Lu Qingyang didn't hold back. Misty Peak is full of young disciples. Only a few of the official disciples have their martial arts crippled. Those disciples of the medicine hall who have their martial arts crippled are also here. Who is he going to treat? Huh. When Li Jian heard this, he came to a realization. Although Lu Qingyang's temperament was boorish, he was also meticulous. What he said made sense. Zhang Xiaohu naturally narrated He Tianshu's experience in a neither fast nor slow manner. This guy is indeed vicious and merciless. When Li Jian heard this, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Like I said, there is no good person in this lingering fragrance peak. Back then when I saw that sissy Zhong Pei, I felt that he was somewhat educated and reasonable. Turns out he has a vicious heart. How can Zhao Jian not turn bad after following such a person? It's a pity that he is still an innocent young man in our Misty School. When he came to Misty Peak, he became a pest. These are the crimes of the lingering fragrance cult, too many to list. Well, this old man was going to go overboard again. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly smiled, so, this disciple is also afraid that this method won't work. If something bad happens to my master or martial uncle, I won't be able to explain, so, little tiger, you're doing the right thing. Our Misty School's direct disciple, what kind of status is that? If you don't have 100% confidence, of course you can't do it casually. Li Jian praised Zhang Xiaohu. Lu Qingyang didn't pay much attention to them. He just sat on the recliner and looked at the half-closed wooden door. He raised his voice and said, "Where is Stone Cow? If he was cured, there should have been some movement. Could it be that he was killed by you?" Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "Don't worry, Grandmaster Lu. Martial Uncle Shi's acupoints have been sealed by me. He's resting inside." "What? You actually sealed his acupoints?" Not only was Lu Qingyang surprised, even Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a strange expression. Chapter 791. Seeing the expressions of the two grandmasters, Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, not good, something must have gone wrong. Sure enough, Lu Qingyang sneered, "Xiaohu, my grand-disciple, it's not that I'm underestimating your martial arts. When you entered the Misty School, I also attended your apprenticeship banquet. You've only practiced martial arts for a few years, yet you still dare to boast that you sealed your martial uncle Shi's acupuncture points. Do you know what martial arts your martial uncle practices?" Well, now he remembered that he went to their banquet. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohu knew that there was a problem. At that time, Xiaohua said that the stone cow's bones and tendons were much stronger than ordinary experts. Presumably, the martial arts they practice are different. What should I do? Li Jian also said suspiciously, "Your martial uncle Shi is practicing the external martial arts of the iron shirt. Although his weak point is broken and his joints are crushed, his acupoints have been refined for dozens of years. To be honest, without 10 or 20 years of internal energy cultivation, not to mention sealing his acupoints, even Li Jian couldn't think of a good analogy. He just wanted to explain the difficulty of striking acupoints to Zhang Xiaohu, but at this point, he couldn't say anything. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was about to speak, he heard a voice that sounded like a golden bell ringing. Ouch, it hurts so much. Oh no. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he knew that his sealing of the acupuncture points was useless. Without greeting the two martial ancestors, he turned around and jumped into the thatched hut. When Li Jian pushed Lu Qingyang into the thatched hut, they saw Zhang Xiaohu clenching his fist and hitting the acupuncture points all over the stone cow's body again and again. Looking at the stone cow, its four limbs were constantly twitching. It wanted to move, but it couldn't. Beads of sweat were also dripping down the stone cow's body. What are you doing?" Li Jian left Lu Qingyang behind and quickly stepped forward. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly shouted, "Martial ancestor Li, quickly help me seal martial uncle Shi's acupoints. His joints have just been fixed. If he moves them carelessly, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Lu Qingyang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "Isn't it just treating joints? Why is it so painful? Stone cow, you're afraid of pain too?" Zhang Xiaohu raised his voice and said, "Grandmaster Lu, don't mock me. I had to recrush all the joints in martial uncle Shi's body before treating him. This pain is really too unbearable." "Ah." Lu Qingyang opened his mouth wide and said, "Good boy Xiaohu, my grand-disciple, your hands are really ruthless. Then he shouted at the stone cow, "Stone cow, I'm watching you. If you're a man, then don't move. I want to see what kind of pain can make our Misty School's #1 tough guy cry out in pain." You don't say. Whether it was Zhang Xiaohu or Li Jian who wanted to press down on the stone cow's acupoints, the stone cow actually stopped moving with just a few words from Lu Qingyang. Yes, although the stone cow's hands and feet were still trembling slightly, and its teeth were still chattering, it didn't move anymore. Lu Qingyang proudly said, "Like I said, who is our stone cow? This little bit of pain is nothing. We don't even need to wipe away our tears to get through it. Old Willow, laugh all you want. You'll have to suffer this sooner or later. When the time comes, let me see you make a fool of yourself." The stone cow couldn't help but cry out. Of course, he had forgotten the seniority. Ayo! Hearing the stone cow's words, Li Jian's face was filled with joy. Needless to say, since the stone cow admitted that what Zhang Xiaohu did was effective, there was no reason for him to doubt it. Li Jian whispered, "Stone cow, tell your martial uncle, how do you feel?" "It hurts. It hurts like hell." The stone cow replied without hesitation. The three people in the room fainted. Needless to say, anyone who saw it knew. Li Jian patiently said, "Other than pain, what else do you feel? Like the joints or the inside of your body?" "Yes, all the bones in my body are burning hot, especially the joints. It feels like there's a fire burning inside. It feels similar to when I took the bone strengthening pill years ago. It's just that I can't practice martial arts now." Li Jian raised his eyebrows. Zhang Xiaohu muttered, "Bone strengthening pill? What's that? What happened to Zhou Mufeng? His bones weren't crushed, right?" Lu Qingyang finally noticed the other person lying on the ground. Li Jian also remembered and walked forward to take a look. He raised his head and said, "Xiaohu, does it hurt to repair your dantian? When can Zhou Mufeng's acupuncture point be unsealed?" "Repair his dantian?" Lu Qingyang raised his head and said, "Xiaohu, my good grand-disciple, are you an immortal from the heavens? You can even do this kind of thing to recover inner strength?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of the two martial ancestors. Actually, Martial Uncle Zhang's acupuncture point was only effective earlier. It doesn't matter if I unseal it now. It doesn't hurt to repair his dantian." After he finished speaking, he walked forward and unsealed Zhou Mufeng's acupuncture point with his finger. This technique was learned by the direct disciples of the Misty School. After Zhou Mufeng's acupuncture point was unsealed, he saw Li Jian's enlarged face. He couldn't help but be startled. He immediately covered his chest with his hands and rolled back. "Martial Uncle Li?" Li Jian frowned and scolded, "Zhou Mufeng, how do you feel now?" "I'm a little cold," Zhou Mufeng said without hesitation. "Ha ha ha." Lu Qingyang laughed and said, "Xiao Zhou, my second brother is asking you. How is your dantian repair?" Oh, Zhou Mufeng came to his senses and muttered, "Martial Uncle Lu, please don't blame me. I thought I was sleeping in my room." Then he scratched his head and said worriedly, "Martial Uncle Li, this disciple doesn't have any internal energy right now. I can't inspect my dantian. Why don't you take a look yourself?" Li Jian glanced at him and said, "Nonsense, do I need to ask you if I can inspect it?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Martial Ancestor Li, Martial Uncle Zhou's dantian repair is the same as Martial Uncle Shi's. Takes time. I estimate that it will take 20 to 30 days to see results. Even if he uses his internal energy to inspect it, he won't be able to see anything." "So it's like this," Li Jian muttered. Lu Qingyang said loudly, "It's only 30 days. It will pass after a few rounds of drinking. Isn't that easy?" Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky and cupped his hands. "Martial ancestors, this disciple came here for this important matter. I hope the two of you can keep it a secret. Martial uncles other than Martial Uncle Shi who can't move, Martial Uncle Zhou has nothing to worry about. Well, this is all this disciple can do. It's getting late and I have to hurry back to the Misty Hall. If I stay too long, the disciples of the lingering fragrance peak may become suspicious. Xiaohu, you can't stay one more night or..." At this time, Li Jian didn't doubt this cheap disciple of his and only wanted him to do more. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly, "Martial ancestor, this disciple obtained this heaven-defying ability by chance. The number of people I can treat in a day is limited. Even if you want this disciple to repair your dantian today, I don't have the ability. You should take a look at the situation of the two martial uncles first. Little Tiger, my good grand-disciple, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stone Cow is already like this. Why don't you stay and drink with me? It'll be a welcome dinner for you. Lu Qingyang grinned. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, Martial ancestor Lu, this wine can be drunk, but how many disciples can it fill their stomachs? Lu Qingyang was furious and was about to scold him when Zhang Xiaohu turned to Li Jian and said, then this disciple will go back. Martial ancestors, you don't need to move. This disciple already knows the way here. It's not completely dark yet, so this disciple can find his way out. How can that be? You're a direct disciple of our Misty School. It's only right to send you out. Li Jian smiled and let Zhang Xiaohu out. He bumped into Martial Uncle Bai, who was on duty. Martial Uncle Bai frowned and asked, Martial Uncle Li, you didn't see Zhou Mufeng, did you? This kid just sent Martial Nephew Zhang here and didn't go back. He's not a lazy person, why, ha ha ha. Li Jian patted Martial Uncle Bai's shoulder and said, don't look for him. Zhou Mufeng has been requisitioned by me. Now, I'll have to trouble you to send Zhang Xiaohu out of the villa. Yes, Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle Bai didn't dare to ask more. He bowed his head and said to Zhang Xiaohu, this way please, Martial Nephew Zhang. Zhang Xiaohu turned around and cupped his hands to Li Jian before leaving. Zhang Xiaohua applied the power of the bone-solidifying pill to the joints of the stone cow. After greeting Zhang Xiaohu, she made a gesture and directly left the Misty Mountain Villa. She came to the mountainside of the Shirxin Peak. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to continue the Earth escape, but she had consumed too much of her genuine qi and couldn't support the Earth escape. Zhang Xiaohua drilled out of the ground and looked around. She found a pile of stones and hid behind it. She took out a primordial stone from her arms and began to absorb the primordial qi inside. At this time, the sky was getting dark. The mountain was facing the northwest. The afterglow of the setting sun shone over, blocking Zhang Xiaohua in the darkness. Zhang Xiaohua calmly absorbed the primordial qi. In the time it took to eat a meal, more than half of the genuine qi in her meridians had been replenished. However, half of the genuine qi flowed into the delusion breaker magic eye in her left hand, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel a burst of pain. In the past few years, the genuine qi of heaven and earth had gradually become denser. However, it was still not enough for Zhang Xiaohua to directly absorb the genuine qi from heaven and earth into her body. She could only rely on the primordial stone for her cultivation. Although the primordial stone was very durable, it was limited after all. Zhang Xiaohua also wanted to use the limited primordial stone for her cultivation. Using the precious primordial stone to feed the delusion breaker magic eye, which she didn't know the function of, was not Zhang Xiaohua's true intention. Therefore, when the genuine qi in her body was slightly sufficient, Zhang Xiaohua stopped absorbing. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to get up and leave, she heard a burst of footsteps. Hey, is it second brother? Why did you come out so quickly? Won't Ethereal Heights stay for dinner? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised, but when he released his divine sense, he saw two men walking towards him, one in front and one behind. Moreover, one of them looked slightly familiar. Chapter 792. The two men were both in their 20s and dressed in Misty Hall uniforms. The one in the front had a mustache and yellowish skin. He was taller than Zhang Xiaohu by half a head. The one behind him looked ordinary and disappeared in a crowd. However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled when she saw him. Wasn't he the one who peeped at Huanqi Villa on the top of Shirxin Peak that day? The two of them didn't use their qinggong. They just walked step by step along the faintly discernible winding path towards the side of the mountain ridge. They didn't know why they were still here when it was almost dark. Zhang Xiaohua saw that they were disciples of Misty Hall, and did not want to be seen by others. When she was about to make an incantation to escape, a sentence floated to her ear. Senior Brother Ding, there is something I don't know if I should say it? What is it? Senior Brother Ding was a little impatient. He snorted and said, in addition to the matter that Zhang Xiaohu is going to be the chief disciple, what else can you be so hesitant about? Zhang Xiaohua was secretly surprised. As the saying goes, there is no story without coincidences. It's true. I was just randomly running away, and I still managed to meet second brother's competitor. My luck is really good. Let's see what kind of tricks this guy has up his sleeves. It'll be good to tell second brother about it. We don't bully others, but we can't be bullied by others. Damn! Zhang Xiaohua thought that she would not bully others? She had the nerve to think about it. Sure enough, the disciple behind laughed dryly and said, haha, it turns out that senior brother Ding has already known it. I also heard it from junior sister Yi at noon. Oh, look at me. Junior sister Xiao has always admired senior brother Ding. She must have told you this news long ago. Senior brother Ding still snorted coldly and did not stop walking forward slowly. The disciple was bored and carefully followed behind. After a while, as if he couldn't bear the loneliness, he coughed twice and said, Senior brother Ding, actually, I don't want to say this, but what qualifications does Zhang Xiaohu have to be the chief disciple? He started to practice martial arts at such an old age, and his kung fu is far inferior to senior brother Ding's. Oh, he is not as good as senior brother Du's. It's just that he was lucky and got the favor of Miss O, so he joined our Misty school. Moreover, martial uncle Wen accepted him because of Miss O, but in the end, he soared and became a direct disciple. Senior brother Ding frowned slightly and said nothing. Seeing this, the disciple said again, in fact, senior brother Ding, it's not a bad thing for senior brother Zhao, senior brother Du and you to come to Shixin Peak. You three are the leaders of our younger generation. Who doesn't know your names? The name of the three beauties of Misty Peak is faintly known by everyone. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping, almost laughed out loud. She had just heard Zhang Xiaohu talk about the 6 tigers of Misty Peak the day before yesterday, and now she heard the nondescript 3 beauties of Misty Peak. Of course she felt very funny. But this sentence was refreshing in senior brother Ding's ears. There was a slight complacency on his face, but there was still some unhappiness on his face, so he did not speak. The disciple was observant and knew that senior brother Ding was a little tempted, so he said, think about it, senior brother Ding. When we were in the Piaomiao Peak, although we were of the same seniority and disciples, what was the treatment of the lineal disciples? What kind of kung fu did they practice? What about us? We can't compare. You can achieve what you have today because of your own hard work and sweat. This is the reason why we, the disciples of Misty Hall, admire you. Nonsense, senior brother Ding opened his mouth. Junior brother Fan, there are some things that cannot be said carelessly. Direct disciples naturally have the treatment of direct disciples. This is something that you and I knew when we first entered Misty School. Moreover, in our generation, Zhang Xiaohu is the only direct disciple. He was already old when he started practicing kung fu, so it is understandable that he has some special treatment. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu is equally hardworking. Didn't you see that he has only been practicing kung fu for a few years? You must have seen his improvement. After that, he looked at the setting sun and smiled bitterly. This world has always been unfair. If you only know how to ask the heavens for fairness, you can only blame the heavens and accuse others. You can't do anything, let alone practice the peerless martial arts that are revered by tens of thousands of people. Good. Junior brother Fan heard and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Senior brother Ding, do you know why I admire you? It is because you never admit defeat and never complain about injustice. You always fight for what you deserve with your own strength. Senior brother Ding was a little proud at first, but then he became indifferent. He waved his hand and said, I'm not a talented and intelligent person, and I don't have a proud background. What I rely on is only my own efforts and sweat. Sigh, but there is nothing to be proud of. What do you mean, senior brother Ding? Junior brother Fan was puzzled. I know that although senior brother Du is younger than senior brother Ding, his achievements are not inferior to senior brother Ding's. I don't see him working as hard as senior brother Ding, so he must be a talented and intelligent person. Then who in the Misty Hall can compare with senior brother Ding? Ha ha ha, senior brother Ding laughed. Junior brother Fan, your vision is too narrow. Not to mention that the Misty Hall is only a hall of the fragrance cult. Not to mention the Lingxiang Peak. There must be many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the disciples of the Wuming Hall. We used to be frogs in the well in the Misty Peak. Well, senior brother Ding is right. I didn't expect that our vision cannot be limited to the Shixin Peak. It is good that junior brother Fan has this idea. In fact, there are still many things in the Misty Hall that you don't know. Senior brother Ding changed the topic back to the Misty Hall and said happily, "You only see that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple and enjoys different treatment from us ordinary disciples. But have you ever thought about how much pressure he has been under in the Shirxin Peak these years? How does he feel in his heart? Don't forget that senior brother Zhao Jian is a person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Before he went to the Orchid Dusk refinement, he had been suppressing Zhang Xiaohu with the support of Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. Moreover, you only see the halo of Zhang Xiaohu's direct disciple, but you don't see his extraordinary hard work. In fact, as early as in the Misty Peak, I have been paying attention to Zhang Xiaohu. After all, he is the only direct disciple. At that time I was jealous, but he was not surprised by anything and practiced hard. He is not worse than me." When he went to the Shirxin Peak, Zhang Xiaohu did not care about the affairs of the Misty Hall. He was not dispirited because he was excluded. He just immersed himself in practicing. Junior brother Fan doesn't know about his progress in the past few years, but I know it clearly. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts now is not worse than junior brother Fan's. What? How is that possible? Junior brother Fan was shocked. Although I am not as hardworking as senior brother Ding, I have been practicing martial arts for more than 20 years. Zhang Xiaohu has only been practicing for 5 years. How can he catch up with me? Even if a genius like senior brother Du is given 5 years, he may be comparable to me in terms of moves. But in terms of internal strength, he must be far behind me. Oh, by the way, Zhang Xiaohu got the cinnabar fruit in the Yulan Canyon. I forgot about it. Then junior brother Fan said jealously, "This Zhang Xiaohu is so lucky." Hey, you can't think like that. Zhang Xiaohu risked his life to get the cinnabar fruit. Who knows how many senior brothers and junior brothers went with him, but they all died in the mouth of the wolves. There is nothing to be jealous about. Besides, didn't Chang'e and Chun also take the cinnabar fruit? He is not the only one who is lucky. But junior brother Fan hesitated. Senior brother Ding, are you going to give up the position of the chief disciple to Zhang Xiaohu? Chief disciple? Senior brother Ding laughed. I'm afraid this is the title that the dead senior brother Zhao always wanted. He racked his brains and did not hesitate to use the lives of his fellow disciples as the price to get this title. What was the result? He ended up being cut into pieces. This empty title, even if Zhang Xiaohu gets it, what can he do? His martial arts are not good and his ability is not good. How long do you think he can hold it? In fact, I'm not the only one who thinks so. I guess junior brother Du also thinks so. Then, if we let Zhang Xiaohu get this position now, it is obvious that he has the upper hand. It will be difficult for the two senior brothers to fight for it again. So what? In fact, Zhang Xiaohu's performance in the Yulan Dusk refinement was really excellent. Not only did he bring back 4 carriages of spiritual herbs, but he also rescued 3 female disciples. Well, there were also the disciples of the Tuoden Hall. If I were there, I may not be able to do it. Although I am a little jealous of the Hall Master's reward, I am also convinced. He, especially Zhang Xiaohu, has won the favor of Lingering Fragrance Peak, so there is no need to talk about it. What can the Hall Master do? Maybe he wants to add fuel to the fire. Later, senior brother Ding took a long breath and said, I know what you want to say, but I have always been open and aboveboard. Zhang Xiaohu is my junior brother. Even if I want to compete with him for the position of the chief disciple, I have to use open and aboveboard means. I just want the Hall Master to give me and junior brother Du a fair chance. Let us prove ourselves with martial arts, so that we are qualified to sit in the position of the chief disciple. Behind him, junior brother Fan chuckled and said no more. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua had some thoughts. She originally thought that these two people were talking about shady things in this remote place and were afraid that they would harm her second brother. However, after listening for a long time, she found that they were actually so open and aboveboard. They didn't want to use any dirty tricks and only wanted a fair chance. However, senior brother Ding is a little persistent. He just said that there is no absolute fairness in this world. How can there be a fair chance now? Zhang Xiaohua thought sympathetically. In the matter of the chief disciple, you no longer have a fair chance. Chapter 793. When it came to the fairness of competing for the position of chief disciple, it was true that all the favorable factors were leaning towards Zhang Xiaohu. Not to mention the support of lingering fragrance peak, not to mention Yang Rupiang's urging to stay, not to mention Zhang Xiaohu's identity as a direct disciple and the support of direct disciples such as Wen Wenhai, Xueqing, and Lu Yueming behind him. Just the strength of the thousands of Misty School disciples in Misty Mountain Villa after being treated by Zhang Xiaohu was absolutely not something that Ding Chao and Du Feng could compare with. And the martial arts that Ding Chao and Du Feng could rely on were even more impossible for Zhang Xiaohu to give them any fairness. Not to mention the lingering fragrance peak Suhuan Pill and Suhuan Mantra. As long as these internal strength mantras were cultivated for 10 years, their future achievements would definitely not be something that the two of them could compare with. Now that Zhang Xiaohu was simultaneously cultivating the Misty Divine Technique and Suhuan Mantra, these two internal strength mantras with completely different attributes, the effect of cultivating the two together was absolutely not as simple as 1 plus 1. Its power was something that even Zhang Xiaohua and the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak could not recklessly guess. And, not to mention the qi-generating pill in Zhang Xiaohua's purse, from the beginning this fairness did not exist. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she made a hand seal and directly used Earth Escape to return to the pill room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the pill room was still making some rumbling sounds as it methodically produced the pill. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe for a moment. She could still see the pill liquid and was slightly anxious in her heart. There was still some time before the pill was successfully produced and the pill was pulled out. According to Yan's situation, she should be able to last until then. However, no one could guarantee that there would not be any other changes during this period. After casting a few hand seals into the pill furnace, Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and organized her thoughts a little. The most important thing now was Yan's life. Next was the recovery of the thousands of people in Misty Mountain Villa's martial arts. Thinking about thousands of people, Zhang Xiaohua's head was about to explode. How long would this treatment take? Although there was a saying that as long as you have the time, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, Zhang Xiaohua was also somewhat unwilling to waste a lot of time on this. Well, of course, saving people couldn't be called a waste of time. However, doing the same thing day after day was also extremely boring. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and secretly said, "It seems that 1 pill furnace is not enough. The thousands of people need a lot of pills. It's better to prepare early. There is only 1 earth fire in this pill room. I have to find another place and preheat the other 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. After refining Yan's awakening pill, I will start to refine the vein nourishing pill and bone congealing pill." Fortunately, this time I went deep into the Yulon Grand Canyon and collected a lot of spiritual herbs. Well, I can also take 30% of the pill benefits from the Misty Mountain Villa. Oh, this is bad. I previously said that I would give the pill to second brother. I have to find a time to go back on my words. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and escaped again to find a new pill room. On the Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua was already somewhat familiar with the place. The places that she had been to before did not have any traces of a pill room. She only chose places that she had not been to before or places that had no traces to search. While she was searching, she heard the sound of swords and sabers. There should be very few people on this mountain peak. The disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa are all in the medicinal field below. Who would come here? Moreover, there is the sound of swords and sabers. Could it be that there's some kind of scheme happening again? Zhang Xiaohua thought as he rode the wind towards the source of the sound. Before she reached that place, she heard a voice. "Senior Du, your swordsmanship has improved greatly in a few days. This little brother is really not your opponent. I am ashamed. Then Du Feng's voice sounded. "Junior Wang, I am really sorry. Did that move hurt you?" "Hey, I almost got hurt. I don't blame Senior Du, it's just that these 2 days of swordsmanship have been very tiring. I am a little distracted. I have trouble, Junior Wang. Oh, here are a few blood replenishing pills. Please take them. That move just now might have hurt your flesh. It is better to take them early." "It's okay," Junior Wang said and reached out to take the pills. Then he said, "Senior Du, it is not early anymore. Let's go down the mountain early. I know that Senior Du is very hardworking in cultivation, but you have to strike a balance between work and rest. Don't make haste, slow down." Oh, I understand Junior Wang's meaning. Junior Wang has been practicing with me these few days. It must be very tiring. You should go back and rest first. I see that it is late at night and it is a good time to cultivate. I want to stay here for a while. Junior Wang thought for a while and hesitated. Senior Du. I don't know if I should say something, but we are senior brothers. I still want to give you a piece of advice. Junior Wang, please speak. Du Feng said neither quickly nor slowly. I know that a few days ago I heard that Zhang Xiaohu is going to be the chief disciple. I am not convinced and want to surpass him in martial arts. But martial arts is only one of them. Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts are not as good as yours. What you are thinking is probably Senior Ding. But when two tigers fight, one must be injured. Then won't Zhang Xiaohu be the fisherman who benefits? Alas, Du Feng sighed and looked at the knight without saying a word. The three beauties of ethereal sect used to be led by Zhao Jian. Now, Zhang Xiaohu can't be ranked among them. Senior Du, you don't have to work so hard. You should know when to stop practicing martial arts. Seeing that Junior Wang still wanted to say something, Du Feng waved his hand and said, Junior Wang, I appreciate your kindness, but, alas, a person's life is short. What can I pursue? I still want to try my best to fight for it. Junior Wang nodded and cupped his hands to say goodbye. Du Feng waited until Junior Wang had walked far away before he turned around and walked to a slightly steep area. With a leap he landed on a mountain rock. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the sea of clouds in the darkness. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he let out a long breath and sat down cross-legged. His eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. He was actually cultivating his Nigong. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Du Feng for a while and felt touched. Du Feng was the most talkative disciple she met on Shixin Peak. From the way he treated people and the way he handled things, she had a good impression of him. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much about it, but now that she thought about the words she heard in the ethereal hall, how could she not know that Du Feng was also one of the most outstanding people on Shixin Peak? It could be said that even her second brother Zhang Xiaohu couldn't compare with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be favored by Aunt Qin and be asked to coordinate the affairs of the ethereal hall and the pill-expanding hall. As for martial arts, there was no need to mention it. The name Three Beauties of Ethereal Hall was not for nothing. Of course, Du Feng would have some thoughts about the title of the chief disciple. Thinking about it, the Shixin Peak was originally dominated by Zhao Jian, but after Zhao Jian was killed, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly rose up. Except for martial arts, he was better than Du Feng and Ding Chao in all other aspects. In other aspects, these two people couldn't rely on their own strength to equalize in a short time. So they could only rely on Zhang Xiaohu's obvious shortcomings. Pursuit. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously thought of Du Feng's words just now. Life is only a few decades, but this is the pursuit. Yes, second brother's pursuit is to revitalize the Misty School. Du Feng and Ding Chao's pursuit is to surpass each other and become the top figure in the ethereal hall. What about me? Where is my pursuit? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for a moment. Zhang Xiaohu's pursuit, Du Feng's pursuit and Ding Chao's pursuit were not worth mentioning in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Indeed, as long as he took out the qi-generating pill or the meridians nourishing pill and gave one to Du Feng and Ding Chao, with their many years of experience in martial arts, it would only take a night's effort to surpass all the disciples of the ethereal hall and become the top figure. Even if it was a little difficult for Zhang Xiaohu to pursue, but from the current situation, under the influence of Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu was following the plan in his heart step by step and realizing it bit by bit. He could help others realize their pursuit in life, but who could help him realize his own pursuit? However, even if there was someone who could help him realize it, where was his pursuit? In fact, as early as when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into the path of immortality, and even when he was in the oneness of heaven and man, he had occasionally thought about these things. However, he had never thought about it in detail because he was worried about Zhang Xiaohu's safety and worried about his parents at home. He was still far away from making such a decision. Now he had found Zhang Xiaohu and everything was fine at home. Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to have any goal to pursue in front of him. Moreover, in this dark night, when he heard Du Feng's voice, he could not help but feel the same and fell into deep thought. Just as Zhang Xiaohua stood behind the tree, frowning and thinking carefully, Du Feng, who was sitting on a protruding rock not far away, had a change. Du Feng's clothes fluttered in the mountain wind from time to time. Above his head, there was a faint white gas that rose to the sky. However, before it could take shape, it was blown away by the mountain wind. His hair that was scattered in the air swept past his red and white face, as if he was preparing to break through. Du Feng's expression kept changing. The white mist on top of his head scattered and gathered, but it still couldn't take shape. Not long after, bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his temples, which were then blown dry by the mountain wind. All of a sudden, Du Feng, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He lowered his head and looked at the distant lights at the foot of the mountain. He clenched his teeth and his cheeks swelled up. Soon after, he closed his eyes again, and the expression on his face became even more solemn. The color of his face also changed even more rapidly, following which, the white chi above his head actually began to slowly condense. Although it was not as thick and straight as Zhang Xiaohu's in the Yulon Grand Canyon, it had already begun to condense. At this moment, Du Feng, who had his eyes closed, had a hint of joy on his face. He must have worked hard for many days and actually had a breakthrough today. Unfortunately, just as the white gas condensed, a strong mountain wind blew from above the clouds with a hoo sound, blowing the white gas away. There are more chapters. Chapter 794. With a pew sound, Du Feng spat out a mouthful of blood against the wind. As soon as the blood was spat out, it was blown back by the strong wind and covered Du Feng's face. Even the front of his shirt was stained with blood. Following which, his hands and feet went soft. The internal energy that was rushing through his meridians was now like a headless fly, directly running amok in his meridians. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about her own goals and did not notice Du Feng's situation. When she was alerted by the sound of Du Feng vomiting blood and looked up, Du Feng had already shriveled up on the mountain rock, almost without any signs of life. Qi deviation. With a glance, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that Du Feng must have tried to force his internal energy to break through but failed. Instead, it caused the internal energy to backfire and cause qi deviation. And the legendary qi deviation. Zhang Xiaohua had always been talking about it. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. In her mind, there was no thought of saving or not saving Du Feng. She immediately pulled herself out from behind the tree and rode the wind to the mountain rock where Du Feng was. At this time, Du Feng was already unconscious. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of exposing her identity. She placed a finger and a strand of true energy flowed into Du Feng's meridians. Although Zhang Xiaohua had rushed over the moment he saw that Du Feng had gone berserk, Du Feng's meridians had already turned into a mess in the span of a few breaths. Not to mention the internal energy that had gone out of control, most of Du Feng's meridians had been torn apart by the internal energy. It was not an exaggeration to say that Du Feng's meridians were riddled with holes. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know what kind of internal energy Du Feng practiced, she had previously repaired the meridians of Zhang Xiaohu and He Tianshu. Thus, she was not unfamiliar with the internal energy cultivation method of the Misty School. With a few more strands of true energy, she easily gathered the internal energy that was crazily flowing through Du Feng's meridians. Even the scattered internal energy that was scattered into the air was gathered into the dantian. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She took out a jade bottle from her bosom and placed a meridian-nourishing pill into Du Feng's mouth. Just when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use her true energy to wrap around the meridian-nourishing pill and help Du Feng repair his meridians, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, previously when I repaired his dantian and meridians, I was the one who sent the medicinal energy to the damaged areas. This effect is naturally excellent. However, there are thousands of people in the Misty Mountain Villa. If I have to treat them one by one, it won't be a problem. If I give the meridian-nourishing pill to Du Feng without my true energy interfering, I wonder how effective it will be? Thus Zhang Xiaohua sat behind Du Feng and placed a finger on his arm. She used her true energy to feel the effects of the meridian-nourishing pill, while her true energy did not interfere. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that even if her true energy did not interfere with the medicinal energy of the meridian-nourishing pill, the medicinal energy still flowed along Du Feng's meridians. When it reached the damaged areas of his meridians, some of the medicinal energy remained and repaired them. However, the amount of medicinal energy was random and was not as precise as Zhang Xiaohua's true energy. After one cycle, the medicinal energy of the meridian nourishing pill had been used up by more than half. The remaining medicinal energy no longer flowed into his meridians and remained in his dantian. Seeing this effect, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "It seems that as long as Dufeng consumes the meridian nourishing pill, whether or not my true energy helps to refine the medicinal energy, the medicinal energy will repair the damaged areas of his meridians or dantian. If the meridian nourishing pill is like this, then the bone congealing pill should be the same. It seems that in the future, I only need to pass the pills to second brother and I don't need to do it myself." Just as she was thinking, she felt Dufeng's body move as if he was about to wake up. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and slapped the acupuncture point on his back to wake him up. She said in a hoarse voice, "Brat, hurry up and circulate your qi. This old man will give you a hand." Dufeng woke up in a daze. Before he could check the condition of his meridians, he was startled by a voice behind him. "Senior, who are you?" "Nonsense. If you don't circulate your qi, this old man will leave." Zhang Xiaohua was rather impatient. To be honest, this person was Zhang Xiaohu's competitor. Even though it was her duty to help, she still felt a little awkward. When Dufeng heard this, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He immediately gathered the inner strength in his dantian and channeled it along the meridians that he used to cultivate. It went straight to the acupoint that he had failed to break through previously. Just as Dufeng's inner qi rushed to the acupuncture point, he felt a small and unstoppable inner qi appear out of thin air. It supported his inner qi and forcefully broke through the acupuncture point that he thought was unbreakable. Dufeng only felt a rumbling sound in his ears. Soon after, his mind felt incomparably comfortable. His inner qi rushed into a whole new world. Success. I finally succeeded. This was the only thought in Dufeng's mind. I've been trying to break through for 3 years. Just a moment ago, I almost went crazy. I actually managed to break through with the help of a strand of inner qi from this person. Did the heavens specially arrange for someone to help me because they saw how hard I was cultivating? At this time the rough voice sounded again, "Kid, I have already helped you repair your meridians. In the future, don't be so reckless. There is still some medicinal power in your dantian. You can slowly refine it. It will be helpful for your cultivation." Dufeng didn't dare to look back. He was afraid of offending the senior expert. He could only respectfully say, "I know. I will definitely remember Senior's kindness. I just don't know Senior's name. Please enlighten me." However, no matter how Dufeng spoke, he couldn't hear the voice behind him. When Dufeng mustered up his courage to look back, he saw that there was no one behind him. Dufeng looked at the barren mountain rocks behind him, and then looked at the path he came from. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What kind of qigong is this? It actually didn't make any sound at all. Could it be the inner elder of Lingering Fragrance Peak? But why would the elder of Lingering Fragrance Peak come to Shirxin Peak? Why would he give me, a disciple of Misty School, a favor out of nowhere? Dufeng didn't dare to think anymore. He just stood up and respectfully knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 9 times and said loudly, "I am Dufeng of Misty School. I don't know Senior's name. Once again, I thank Senior for saving my life." At this time he heard a voice at the foot of the mountain, Senior Du, where are you?" It was the voice of a woman. When Dufeng heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised his voice and said, "Junior Sister Li? I am here." After saying that, his body rose up. Dufeng's body tilted in the air and barely landed on the ground. Dufeng said, How did my internal strength increase so much? My qigong is also much more powerful." Following which, he easily flew over. After a few leaps, he directly headed in the direction of Junior Sister Li. Not long after, a faint voice could be heard. "Senior Brother Du, it's already so late. Don't be so hard on yourself." Before the voice finished speaking, Dufeng said, "I know Junior Sister Li." "Do you know?" Then Junior Sister Li's surprised voice was heard again. Senior Du, congratulations on entering." Her voice was getting lower and lower. On the high mountain, Zhang Xiaohua stood with her hands behind her back. Her face was full of smiles, as if she didn't regret that she had helped her second brother to have a strong competitor. The ancients said, mutton stewed noodles, mapo tofu, the matters between men and women. Nothing in the world should be like this. Second brother has Chang'e, Dufeng also has junior sister Li. And that senior brother Ding also seems to have junior sister Yi with a face full of pimples. But what about my dream? Where is she? Seeing Dufeng and junior sister Li leaving hand in hand, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the dream again. The girl he couldn't forget. The blush on her forehead, the big dimples on her face, and the mole on her chin. Everything was engraved in his mind and didn't seem to be destroyed by time after not seeing each other for several years. But what about Nie Xiaoyu? Is she okay? For a moment, another face seemed to appear in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Is this my pursuit? In the strong mountain wind, Zhang Xiaohua stood straight. There was no moonlight tonight, and the dark night covered everything. Zhang Xiaohua's figure was not in the darkness, and no one could see him. Although the wind was strong, it couldn't blow Zhang Xiaohua in the slightest. There were not many things in the world of mortals, but they drowned Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts. Pursuit was a very simple yet complicated question, but it actually stumped this cultivator of the immortal path. After a long time, the mountain wind didn't calm down like usual. Instead, it became more and more violent, blowing away trees and sand. On the top of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was still as straight as a nail, standing still. His eyes were closed and his brows were slightly furrowed. There was only one word in his mind: pursuit. Yes, life was only a few decades. What did Zhang Xiaohua want to pursue? The night gradually deepened. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't move, and the wind was still raging. The sky was dark and the clouds were dense, pressing down low. But strangely, there was no thunder or lightning. Not long after, bean-sized raindrops began to drip down. After a few breaths of time, the heavy rain began to pour down. The bright raindrops seemed to connect the sky and the earth. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard between the heavens and the earth. In the rain, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be awake. He was still frowning, deep in thought. However, as Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts deepened, his figure began to blur. First, the strong mountain wind blew his robe, and then slowly with the wind the robe gradually became blurry, and then gradually became still. When the rarely seen rain fell in Chuanxiang cult, Zhang Xiaohua's figure became even more faintly discernible. When the raindrops fell on Zhang Xiaohua's body, there was almost no cover. But in the next moment, his figure appeared in the same place again. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared and disappeared faintly. She stood with her hands behind her back like a god, standing on the top of Shixin Peak and enduring the baptism of the rainstorm. Chapter 795. After the moonlit night, it was a clear blue sky. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the top of Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua's almost invisible figure, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly opened, and his figure immediately became clear. However, this clarity was different from last night's clarity. This was a kind of existence that was either heavy or elegant. Zhang Xiaohua first habitually opened his mouth to suck in a little of the sun's true essence, and then cast his eyes to the sky where cyan, black, and white intertwined. The countless stars that had not yet faded immediately touched Zhang Xiaohua. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua laughed as if he had been enlightened. Pursuit? What is pursuit? Some people pursue fame, some pursue wealth, some pursue freedom, and some pursue morality. Martial artists pursue the peak of martial arts, and those who practice the way of immortality naturally pursue the peak of the way of immortality. What do I pursue? The ready-made thing is in front of me, but I ignore it. I really turn a blind eye to it. The way of heaven, of course it is the way of heaven. Only the way of heaven is the goal I pursue. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua gathered the results of his pondering last night into a single word: heavenly way. That mysterious, obscure, secretive, and seemingly unfathomable heavenly way, which seemed to be traceable and without reference, was deeply engraved in Zhang Xiaohua's heart like a starry sky. Wasn't that the heavenly way that Zhang Xiaohua could strive for the rest of his life? Thinking of the way of heaven that he comprehended a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously pursed his lips and smiled. The way of heaven is ethereal and untraceable. If I want to comprehend the way of heaven, it must be my way of heaven. Today's realm is only the realm of heaven, but there are also realm of heaven glimpse, realm of heaven reflection, realm of heaven battle, realm of heaven union, and realm of heaven victory. However, how can an ordinary person like me use my whole life to explore these countless ways of heaven? Now I'm actually looking for something to pursue. Just like an ant looking at a watermelon and wanting to eat it all one day. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the ant called Zhang Xiaohua wanted to laugh. Then he rubbed his thumb and index finger, and with a snap of his fingers, he straightened his body and went straight down the mountain. Nonsense. After spending the whole night in this cave, drinking the northwest wind and taking a cold bath, he still needed to take care of the awakening pill in the cave. That was the only hope to save Miss O. However, Zhang Xiaohua's wind and rain were not in vain. At least his heart towards the way of heaven was firmer. Last night's contemplation was not only a tempering of his state of mind, but also a comprehension of the way of heaven. It would also have a great impact on his future path of cultivation. Back to Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy room, his heart was a lot more relaxed. He seemed to have understood that in the short span of a few decades in this world, one would not necessarily have wind and rain as one wished. Everyone would inevitably have some setbacks and hardships. Oh Yan's encounter was also an unavoidable hardship in her life. Even if she could recover safely with his help this time, no one could guarantee that Oh Yan would live a peaceful life in the future. Therefore, he only needed to do his best to help her, and let her safely get through the difficulties. Knowing one's destiny and doing one's best was probably the same principle. Fortunately, when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense easily penetrated into the alchemy furnace, he saw that the outer layer of the elixir liquid gradually had the vague appearance of an innate formation. He could not help but be delighted. Following that, he inserted a few hand seals. Zhang Xiaohua also discovered that after last night's contemplation, the execution of the incantation today was much smoother. It seemed that the amount of qi consumed was also less. Could it be that thinking in the rain is so awesome? Zhang Xiaohua was again considering whether he would have to sleep outside tonight. Alas, a child without parents is freedom. Since the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was about to finish its elixir production, Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not dare to cause any more trouble. He simply stayed in front of the alchemy furnace and looked at the furnace while comprehending the way of heaven and the formation. When he tried to slightly put down the talisman some time ago, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the rabbit talisman, which he could not completely comprehend for a long time, could now continue to advance. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and had a new idea for cultivation. Since his left hand had the delusion breaker magic eye that could devour qi and divine sense, then cultivating the carefree heart sutra and spirit traction would only take twice the effort with half the effort. On the contrary, it would be more practical to comprehend the formation and the way of heaven. These were not affected by the delusion breaker magic eye. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua was unusually free and unfettered in the alchemy room. He comprehended the remaining dozens of talismans of the rabbit talisman one by one. Every time he comprehended one, there would be a new harvest. Zhang Xiaohua, who was happy even if there was no harvest, scratched his ears and cheeks, as if he was scratching an itch. Taking advantage of the free time of cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua found a new alchemy room near the top of the mountain. Of course, this alchemy room was not hidden in the mountain, but used by the disciples of the pill department of the pill expanding hall. There was a passage leading to the outside, but the incense cult abandoned this alchemy room in order to forbid the disciples of the misty hall to refine elixirs. Not only the alchemy furnace was taken away, but the mechanism of the earth fire was also destroyed. But how could Zhang Xiaohua use their mechanism? Once the spell was cast, the earth fire immediately began to burn fiercely. Zhang Xiaohua did not delay and immediately took out the newly obtained 8 trigrams purple gold furnace from his money pouch and let it warm up in the earth fire. When he came out, he casually destroyed the passage leading to the alchemy room. Since the disciples of the incense cult were the ones who destroyed it, he could just blame it on them. On this day the sun was shining brightly. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was immersed in his Naiwan palace, carefully opening up the rabbit talisman to comprehend it. Suddenly, his nose caught a whiff of a medicinal fragrance, which disappeared in an instant. He actually succeeded in producing the elixir. Zhang Xiaohua quivered and stood up from the praying mat. He released his divine sense and looked inside the alchemy furnace. Sure enough, wherever his divine sense went, he was gradually unable to see the situation within the pill elixir. There was originally a rich medicinal fragrance within the pill furnace, but after being dispersed for a moment, it had already been restrained. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He immediately formed a series of hand seals and inserted them into the pill elixir. Immediately, the true energy in his meridians rushed out like a flood and directly rushed into the surface of the huge pill elixir. Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared for this situation. On one hand, he took out the primordial stones that he had prepared beforehand. On the other hand, he carefully controlled the flow of true energy, trying his best to send all of his true energy into the elixir to avoid wastage. Fortunately, after a few days of deep understanding of the heavenly Tao, Zhang Xiaohua's control of true energy had improved tremendously. Although the amount of true energy required to produce the elixir was enormous, he could barely control it. He spent all of his true energy on producing the elixir, unlike in the past where he used all of his true energy to produce the elixir. A portion of his true energy was used to produce the elixir, but most of it was consumed in the gaps of the alchemy furnace. Seeing that he only had half of his true energy left, he was able to support himself until the end of producing the elixir. Furthermore, he did not need to absorb the energy from the primordial stones. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. It seemed that the direction of his cultivation was correct. That night of wind and rain was also correct. Not long after, the pill elixir turned into a pill. It was a huge sphere that was slowly rotating. Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a dignified expression. He had been refining the elixir for such a long time. Wasn't he waiting for this moment to produce the elixir? He took a deep breath. Holding the primordial stones in his left hand, he did not take them back. His right hand, however, formed a hand seal to produce the elixir. He condensed his true energy and with a wave of his finger, he sent it into the elixir. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was far more nervous than any other time he had refined the elixir before. He was afraid that if he sent the hand seal in, there would be a mistake and he would not be able to produce the awakening elixir. As the hand seal was sent in, the spherical elixir shook for a while. Then he heard a soft puff sound. A golden thumb-sized elixir jumped out from the inside and quietly floated in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Good. Zhang Xiaohua was not only happy for himself, but he also let out a big sigh of relief. With this elixir, Zhang Xiaohua could be at ease. Yan's life could be considered to be saved. Zhang Xiaohua's performance was the next step of pulling the elixir. Without any pressure, Zhang Xiaohua displayed the elixir-pulling hand seal to his heart's content. He delicately controlled the true energy in the hand seal and pulled out the awakening elixir from the elixir. It was unknown whether it was the improvement of Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy technique, the improvement of his true energy control, or the fact that he had prepared enough medicinal herbs. In this furnace of elixir, Zhang Xiaohua pulled out a total of 27 awakening elixirs. An unprecedented 27 awakening elixirs. Not only did it break Zhang Xiaohua's knowledge of 9 awakening elixirs, but it also broke his previous record of 18 awakening elixirs. As the 27 awakening elixirs were pulled out, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the last bit of elixir liquid, and he inserted the last hand seal. Just like before, there was a walala sound. Another 8 or 9 awakening elixirs the size of soybeans were formed at once. This was the byproduct of refining the awakening elixir. It seemed to be 70% similar to the awakening elixir on Lingxiang Peak. These 27 awakening elixirs were divided into 9 jade bottles, and 9 awakening elixirs were also put into 3 jade bottles. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to extinguish the earth fire. He still let the earth fire warm the elixir furnace. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. Although it was his first time refining the awakening elixir, the amount of medicinal herbs he put in was roughly the same as when he refined the bone solidifying elixir, blood replenishing elixir, and so on. In the past, he could only refine 18 awakening elixirs. Now, he could produce 9 more awakening elixirs. In other words, his alchemy level had improved. He had improved his proficiency in controlling the elixir furnace, his control of the hand seal, and his control of true energy. Then, with the improvement of his cultivation, would he be able to pull out more awakening elixirs with the same medicinal herbs? 36, 45, or 56, 63, 72, or even 81? When he thought about how he could refine 81 awakening elixirs with the same set of medicinal herbs, other people could only refine 9 awakening elixirs. Zhang Xiaohua's saliva was about to flow out. Not to mention that these awakening elixirs were his own and could be sold for a lot of money. Even if he helped others refine awakening elixirs, wouldn't he also lose 80% of the awakening elixirs? Chapter 796. After finishing his daydream, Zhang Xiaohua licked his dry lips, formed an incantation gesture, and left the alchemy room. Looking at the sun that was slightly to the west, Zhang Xiaohua used the wind-riding technique and flew to the back of Shirxin Peak. When he was close to Huanxi Manor, he twisted his body and used Earth Escape to enter the mountain. In Oyan's room, Qiu Tong was the only one who was anxiously pacing around. She paced from one end of the room to the other and back again. In the beginning, she would occasionally look at the door, but as time passed, she couldn't be bothered to look anymore. Her gaze landed on Oyan, who was lying on the bed with a grayish-black face. At this moment, Oyan had become even skinnier. After not seeing her for a few days, her entire face was like a piece of skin. Her unmoving hands that were placed in front of her chest were as thin as chicken claws. She no longer had the charm she had before. Perhaps the best description of Oyan was her fair skin and white bones. When Qiu Tong saw Oyan's appearance, her heart ached so much that she started crying. However, her tears hung on her face as she walked around the room unconsciously. Elder Yu was also listlessly sitting on a chair in the outer room. His eyes were also glancing at the door, and from time to time, a ruthless glint flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of Elder Yu. Elder Yu ignored it and continued to stare blankly. Elder Yu? Why are you? When the shadow spoke, Elder Yu finally regained his senses. Wasn't this the person he had been waiting for several days, Zhang Xiaohua? Elder Yu stomped his feet and took a few steps towards the door. He wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua's neck. How could Zhang Xiaohua allow him to grab her? She raised her hand and easily grabbed Elder Yu's wrist. She asked in confusion, Elder Yu, are you sleepwalking? Zhang Xiaohua. When Qiu Tong heard the commotion outside, she realized that her savior had arrived. She quickly ran out and shouted, why are you only here now? Where have you been for the past few days? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the surprised and flustered Qiu Tong and said with a smile, Big sister Qiu Tong, I went to find the antidote for the young miss. Bah! Elder Yu, whose hand was being held by Zhang Xiaohua, couldn't break free no matter how many times he tried. His embarrassment turned into anger as he spat on the ground. Previously, he came to see young miss every day, but in the last few days he probably doesn't dare to show his face anymore. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He had been thinking about refining the spirit awakening pill for the past few days. He really felt that it was useless to come and see Oyan every day. It was better to concentrate on guarding the pill furnace. Now that he thought about it, his actions might make people misunderstand and think that he was running away. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua loosened her grip and said apologetically, so that's what Elder Yu thinks. Then I've really wronged this little one. This little one has been racking her brains these past few days to obtain the medicinal pill that can save Mississippi. Really? Elder Yu wasn't the only one who was surprised. Qiu Tong couldn't wait any longer and shouted, Zhang Xiaohua. You're really good. Quick. Where's the medicinal pill? Take it out quickly. Young miss, she's about to die. Ah, so fast? Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked and quickly ran inside. Elder Yu shouted angrily behind him, now you know why this old man is angry. Young miss is already in this state and you still haven't shown your face. If you still don't show your face today, this old man will beat you up the next time I see you. Zhang Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to this kind of threat. When he ran to Oyan's bedside and released his divine sense, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Oyan's appearance was very scary, but her life force was still fading at the same speed. According to Zhang Xiaohua's estimation, she would only have a problem after 2 more days. At this time, Qiu Tong and Elder Yu also walked over. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing up and not doing anything, Qiu Tong anxiously said, Zhang Xiaohua, is young miss dying? Why aren't you giving young miss the medicine? Elder Yu also said anxiously. And wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out a jade bottle. He poured out a spirit awakening pill and was about to feed it to Oyen when he heard Elder Yu shout, Kid, what kind of medicinal pill is this? Why does it smell so strange? It doesn't smell like medicine at all? That's right, Xiaohua. Lingering Fragrance Peak Spirit Awakening Pill has a medicinal fragrance. Even the color is light yellow. Your medicinal pill is much bigger than theirs, the color is different and it doesn't smell like medicine? Is this still a medicinal pill? Faced with the two's doubts, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already explained this to Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e. He couldn't possibly explain it to everyone, right? It was as if he was begging them to take the medicinal pill. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said with a smile, This is indeed a genuine spirit awakening pill. Big sister Qiu Tong, don't worry. No matter what, I won't harm young Mississippi. Actually, even if I have some bad intentions, do you think I need to use it? Qiu Tong shook her head. Xiaohua, I'm not saying that you have any bad intentions. I just want to ask if this is a real medicinal pill. She then looked at Elder Yu and said hesitantly, We've already waited so long for Xiaohua. The divine doctor on Lingering Fragrance Peak said that young miss can't be saved. Why don't we let Xiaohua give it a try? In fact, the two of them were waiting for Zhang Xiaohua's medicinal pill. However, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua take out a medicinal pill that wasn't a medicinal pill, they naturally had some doubts. Elder Yu also retracted his anger and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. This brat has worked hard for the past few days and I can't forget him. If we don't let young miss use it, we'll be letting him down. I think we should follow our previous arrangement and let young miss use it. But what if young miss fails immediately after taking it? Qiu Tong began to speculate. What's the difference between young miss's current condition and tomorrow's condition? Elder Yu analyzed and said, It's better to take it quickly. We'll know whether it works or not soon. Alright Xiaohua, I believe you. You better not disappoint us. Qiu Tong gritted her teeth and finally agreed. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the two of them and nodded. She used her hand to open Oyen's mouth and placed the golden spirit awakening pill into her mouth. The moment the spirit awakening pill entered Oyen's mouth, it immediately turned into a fragrance that flowed down her throat and into her body. The moment it melted, a strange fragrance assailed her nostrils. It's indeed a good medicinal pill. Elder Yu was the first to admit his mistake. He said, Qiu Tong, it seems like we've wronged Zhang Xiaohua. Qiu Tong ignored him. Her eyes were fixed on Oyen, observing her movements. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the spirit awakening pill was placed into Oyen's mouth, she didn't hesitate. She circulated her true energy and randomly tapped on Oyen's head, unlocking the previously sealed acupoints. In her divine sense, Oyen's life force was flowing faster as her acupoints were unlocked. However, this speed only increased for an instant before it gradually slowed down. Slowly it came to a stop. Good. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in his heart. Then he felt relieved. This awakening pill is indeed an immortal Dao pill. It really lives up to its reputation. It actually cured Oyen's illness. Qiu Tong and Elder Yu didn't know about this and continued to stare at Oyen. A moment later they heard Oyen moan. Her eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Young miss, Qiu Tong was so happy that she cried. She practically threw herself into Oyen's embrace and held her hands tightly. Young miss, you're awake. How do you feel now? Elder Yu was the first to show his concern for Oyen's health. Oyen looked at the two of them and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She seemed to be recalling what happened before she fainted. After a moment she said, And I'm all right. I just feel a little weak, but other than that, I'm no different from before. Then she nodded at Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohua, you saved my life again. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly waved her hands and said, You're too kind. That's because young miss is too beautiful. King Yama couldn't bear to part with you and sent you back. It has nothing to do with me. Puffed. Oyen forced a laugh and said, After not seeing you for a few years, you've become much more talkative. You're no longer the rash country bumpkin from before. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, Everyone has to improve, right? Don't you think so? If this little one was still the country bumpkin from before, I'm afraid that today, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything about the future. Everyone knew about it. Oyen didn't continue. She looked at Qiu Tong and Elder Yu and said, Elder Yu, Qiu Tong, it's been hard on the two of you. I'm really sorry. Qiu Tong and Elder Yu quickly said, Young miss, what are you talking about? It's better if you don't say anything first. You can say whatever you want after your body recovers. Oyen smiled and didn't say anything else. At this time, Qiu Tong called out again. Young miss, you haven't eaten for many days. I'm sure you're hungry. I've made some white fungus porridge for you. Eat some first. Oyen smiled. I haven't eaten for many days, but I don't feel hungry. Now that you mention it, I'm a little craving. Bring it over and I'll drink some first. This question was directed at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. Young miss, it's fine to eat as long as you don't stuff yourself. Alright, you two wait here. I'll go get it. Elder Yu was also happy. He volunteered to go, not caring that he only had one arm. Qiu Tong saw that Elder Yu was happy and didn't fight with him. She only smiled at the resurrected Oyen. Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside her, suddenly remembered something. She took out the letter and box from her bosom and handed it to Oyen, saying, Miss, this is what you taught me before you fell asleep. Now that you've woken up, you should keep it for yourself. Oyen glanced at the box and shook her head. These things are a source of trouble if I keep them. Sooner or later, the fragrant cult will take them away. No one would have thought that they'd been with you for many years. I'll leave them to you in the future. Unless I ask you for them personally, you can just pretend they don't exist. After thinking for a moment, she said, If something happens to me, I'll leave them to you. How can I do that? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.